Now started. We need to go inside that. Now it's come. Imran, come. It has come. No? Okay, good. Will the session start at 9:30? Right? Okay. Yes. आ रहे सर, आप बाकी जो है यूट्यूब में आ जाएंगे। हाँ, चेयरमैन सर को फोन कर लीजिए। लॉग आउट, बट देन सर को ईमेल लिंक भेजना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो नहीं आएगी। प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल ಇದೆ I cannot hear the speaker. I need you need to connect some laptop and log into there. Sir, we will be playing from this TV, sir.
Hello, check. Sir, can you hear me, sir? Hello, check. Hello, check.
You can hear, sir?
Can you hear me, sir? Hello, check.
No, you log into that. Huh? What happened? Yes, वही बात कर रहे थे. Nine answer आ गए. 9 answer. हाँ. ये नहीं. ये तो आ गए थे. ठीक है ना, ठीक है ना. कल भी हाँ, कल देखना पड़ेगा. अभी 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 बात तो चल जा रहा है क्या? देखो अभी पूरा पूरा मुझे पता नहीं लगा. ऐसे कोई नहीं जाते कुछ नहीं. अच्छा हाँ नॉट कमिंग. Yesterday was the first state convention meeting. Hello. I spoke then I spoke to admitted. Yes. 9996479. You see whether it is zero. Okay. Okay. No, sir. No, sir. Sent.
Hello, Professor Nainan. How are you? You are muted.
Yeah, I'm fine, madam.
You after a long time.
Yeah, I muted because it reduces otherwise it reduces the clarity. Yeah, how to come there because of
Yeah,
COVID.
I know. Mhm. Otherwise, you are fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
इमरान मेरा लैपटॉप में लॉगिन करके ना लॉगिन हाँ आगे एडमिट करके एडमिटेड ऐसे कौन ना
you hear me, sir?
No, not joint. Hello, can you hear, sir? Can you hear, sir, now?
Yeah.
Mic should be turned on.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಈಗ, ಬಟ್ ಕೇಬಲ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅರೆ ಸರ್.
Yes, sir.
Chairman is here, sir. Chairman is here. नहीं सर, नहीं सर, नहीं.
नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार
Dr. Sweta, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Namaskar, sir.
So chairman is there.
Hi, sir. Sir, Fatima.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Shiva, good morning from DIT Bangalore. Professor Emil Khan, sir, welcome. Professor Emil Khan is the
Thanks, sir.
Namaskar.
Central University, Madhya Pradesh. Professor Emil Khan. Professor Mohammed Rafi Khan.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Rekha Jagannath.
Morning.
Good morning, Professor Sunil Nautiyal.
Good morning, Madam Meenakshi. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Parmod Kumar and Professor Madheshwaran.
Yes, our director, former director and present director also here. Yes, Pandeswar and Madheshwaran.
Good morning, Dr. Natyal, and good morning, Dr. Madheshwaran.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor Suhailad. Good morning. Good morning.
Can we start the recording?
Good morning.
Sir, pranam. Chairman, sir, pranam. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good
Namaste,
morning.
sir. Sir, welcome. Good morning, sir. This is Madheshwar. Good morning, Professor.
नमस्कार. हाँ.
Good morning, Professor Naina. Good morning, Professor Popart.
Sir, member secretary is coming, sir. Sir, member secretary is coming.
Good morning, Dr. Natya.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Namaskar.
Sunil sir, your voice is coming from far away, so it should be louder enough. As if you are talking from other people.
Sir, he's joined, sir. Professor Malhotra. Hey, joined. Joined. Sir, he is here. Video is off. Now it's video is off.
आसपास ही रहना, कोई शोर नहीं करेगा।
Hi.
जी आ रहे हैं इसमें।
Good morning, Professor Malhotra.
Good morning.
आसपास
Namaskar.
पे शोर नहीं करेगा। नेरोत्रा साहब नमस्कार।
Namaskar. Professor Thorat, good morning.
Good morning. I can't see you. I am locating you.
No. I'm there.
Oh, yeah. I can see you now. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Thorat sir, good morning.
Good morning. I am fine. How are you?
I'm good. And how is Bhabiji?
He is fine. Yeah.
He's fine. Okay.
Then
Can we start?
Professor Madhesh, you can keep your speaker, just near yourself, so that I can.
Okay?
That is better. That is better. Slightly closer also.
Yes, sir. Is it audible?
It is echoing, in fact. So if you can reduce the echo element, right? Before we begin, closer to the mic still. Closer to the mic.
Is that okay, sir, now?
That's right.
Malhotra sir, congratulations for your new book.
Okay, thank you.
That has come so nicely.
So I'm told that more than in first week itself there were more than 900 downloads.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very pertinent theme.
Sir, the permission of should we start the conference, sir?
Madesh, there is a problem to Dr. Madeshwar. There is a problem of your voice. Yeah. It's not a normal voice. Please check up.
ಹಳೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೈ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಜಾಯ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಹೈ ಕಮಿಟಿ
Now is it okay? Professor Thorat, now it is okay?
It's okay. It's better now, but it is not normal.
That's right.
It is not normal.
Madesh, can you come still closer to the mic?
Oh, God.
Okay.
Sir, is it okay now?
Yeah, better. I think you can change the mic if you like.
Speak on the computer. Perfect, yeah. I can speak on the computer, but the time being welcome address and you can speak back. That is what you know, the echo is coming to the Malhotra, saying that it's not very clear.
No, it will not come from you.
Professor Malhotra, is it okay audible now?
There is you can definitely distinguish between my voice and your voice, the clarity between the two, and as Professor Thorat was also speaking, right? So you can distinguish between the two.
Dr. Madeshwaran, there is a problem with your mic.
That's right.
We attended several Zoom meetings.
That's what common.
That normal voice is not there. I am not quite sure whether the participant will listen to you quite clearly. But we have to start also because it's 9:45 now.
Sir, we come from here. We speak from here. We are talking here.
In fact, the Kamath voice is clear.
That's true.
Kamath voice is very clear. Madheshwaran is not very clear.
See? No, I'm just sitting.
It's okay now. It's okay.
Is that okay now?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Is that okay now?
Yeah.
Is that okay now?
Yes,
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. I came to the administrator laptop.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. And today it's a great pleasure that the ISAC is organizing, and my colleague Professor Sunil Nautyal has put a lot of effort to conduct this 3-day international conference on green growth strategy for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction policies, pathways and tools. This will be a 3-day workshop, and we are very lucky enough to have very well-known dignitaries in the inaugural function. And to start with, the Honorable Union Education Minister, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank has sent a message that he was not able to attend the conference because of Constitution Day. He has to rush to the Parliament at the request of Prime Minister, and he has sent a long letter to congratulate the ISAC, and as well as he has given a wish to all the paper presenters, and also would like to read the deliberation, the summary of the deliberation after this 3-day conference. And he has given his best wishes to all the paper presenters and the panel discussants. And respected Professor Sugata Thorat, former UGC and ICS chairman, and also a chairman for our Institute for Social and Economic Board of Governors. He has kindly given a concern to preside over the function in the midst of his busy schedule. And respected Professor V.K. Malhotra, the Member Secretary, ICSSR. He has also given a great support and consent to inaugurate this function and be a guest of honor and deliver an address to the audience. And respected Professor Latkarni, our teacher to many, mentor, philosopher for many in this crowd, and as well as for the whole Institute for Social and Economic Change. Even he is a mentor and philosopher teacher for the current PhD students as well. And Professor Anil Gupta, NITM, Ministry for Home Affairs and Government of India is here, and also Professor and also have Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, Director General of NITM. He has also given concern to inaugurate this function, and also they are the partners.
अभी कोई आइडिया नहीं, मुझे तो जाना है। मैं 1 दिसंबर से मेरा भाई आ रहा है। कितना इशू आ रहा है?
Please, can I please the participants? I request all the participants to mute yourself because lot of crackers sound behind you, and we are not able to talk. The others also will not be able to hear. I humbly request all the participants, please mute yourself because a lot of crackers sound, and which is not no one is able to hear. So once again, I just wanted to say that respected Professor Sudhakar Thorat, the chairman of the inaugural function, respected Professor V.K. Malhotra, the member secretary ICSSR, respected Professor M.V. Nadkarni, and respected Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, Director General NIDM, Government of India, and respected Professor Anil Gupta from NIDM, Government of India, and my colleague Professor Sunil Nautiyal, and former director and also a great supporter of the system, Professor Aras Deshpande here. And with this, today there are not only the participants gathered not only from India, there are participants gathered from 15 countries like Bangladesh, Germany, and Australia. Could you please give the message to everybody, so switch off their, unmute. I request all the participants, I humbly request, I keep my hand, please, please unmute yourself, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Comment, you please control it. So, today the delegates not only from India, the participants not only from India, there are participants from 15 countries like Bangladesh, Germany, and Australia. And of course, it's a real international conference. And my colleague, Professor Sunil Nautiyal, has put a lot of effort to gather all these participants. On behalf of ISAC, I welcome all these dignitaries. When welcoming, I'll just would like to say a few words about Institute for Social and Economic Change and few words about this conference, because there are quite a lot of participants outside India. They should know about our institute and as well as about this conference. Institute for Social and Economic Change, founded by Professor V.K. Rao in 1972, one of the biggest ICSR institutes, which was envisaged by its founders as a national center of excellence, specializing in interdisciplinary research and training in social sciences and analysis of critical issues affecting the transformation of economy, polity, and society. Now, our ISAC has now completed 48 years of its journey, marked by both achievements and challenges. ISAC has worked on the understanding of the research alone is not enough, and equally important is to ensure that the findings of the research are disseminated among the stakeholders and for affecting changes in the society through policy. Towards these ends, ISAC has showcased its research findings using various spaces and forums, and closely interacted with the policymakers at various levels. Our efforts would be to consolidate the goodwill and reputation that ISAC has earned so far and enhance it further. That's what our vision as well. And the whole budget thrust behind the institute is an integrated harnessing of social science skills for identifying and understanding the social and economic change taking place in our country, linking it with its programs of economic growth and social development, and evolving policies and proposals for stimulating change in the right direction and increasing the well-being and welfare of vast masses of our people. So while saying very briefly about our institute, I would like to say a few words about our dignitaries in their city care, and this is a great privilege for the institute to welcome them. As I have mentioned, Professor Sugata Thorat, he was the UGC chairman and ICSR chairman. Professor Thorat, he has published many number of books and articles in the area of agricultural development, poverty, inequality, discrimination, and social justice. And Professor Thorat is he's also the chairman of the BOG of our institute, board of governors of our institute. Professor Thorat is always giving a great motivation and constant support to all the activities of the institute. Sir, I welcome you for this wonderful 3-day international conference. Next, I want to welcome Professor V.K. Malhotra, our member secretary, ICSSR. He is a great support to our institute. And Professor Malhotra, he was a professor of Meerut University and head of the Department of Economics. And of course, he has published quite a lot of work in governance and economic development, corporate governance and performance of various industries, intellectual property rights, and India's concerns, foreign trade and investment, etc. He has to his credit a book entitled Economics of Education, which I read, which is prescribed by many universities nowadays. And of course, he's one of the member secretary whom I have seen has a lot of vision and mission to strengthen the social science in this country. And of course, with his leadership, that all our 27 ICSR institute is flourishing. And in general, and particularly he has lot of affection towards our institute because he has seen the growth and the productivity of this institute. Professor Malhotra is a great support and encouraging the quality research and social science development in the country in general, and also he's a great inspiration to the Institute for Social and Economic Change. Sir, I welcome you for this 3-day international conference, and I'm very thankful to you amidst of your busy schedule that you have given a concern to give the guest of honor address. I welcome Major General Manoj Kumar Tindal, the Director General of NIDM, Government of India, and also Professor Anil K. Gupta. They are our partner, and with the untiring effort for the past, I could see 3 months, we used to have a dialogue. And Professor Sunil Nautiyal used to come and tell me that this conference should happen. Many times we are not able to find proper date, but amidst of our busy schedule, our institute is undergoing a kind of the PhD program, the entrance test, and as well as the interview, the midst of this busy schedule, that we found this date is suitable in such a way that we have to complete, because it's a long waiting event, in such a way that we have fixed this date. And I thank Major General Manoj Kumar and Professor Anil Gupta, and on behalf of ISEC, we welcome you. We welcome you as a partner, and our partnership should go for a long way, and we need many more partnerships in the near future, and as well as we will come up with quite a lot of outcomes. And thank you very much for giving a great support to my colleague, Professor Sunil Nautiyal, to conduct this conference. I welcome both of you, sir. I welcome Professor Nadkarni, our first head of Center for Economic Ecology and Environment Research Center, the Erstwhile Ecology and Environment Unit. And I request Professor Sunil Nautiyal to give a bouquet to him, because in the online we were not able to give a bouquet to Professor Thorat and Professor Malhotra. Maybe we can send some ritual bouquet, but now it's Professor Nadkarni is here, and I request Professor Sunil Nautiyal to add a word. And we have the well-known agriculture economist of this country, and also is a great teacher, and is a mentor and philosopher, and also he basically took the footsteps of Professor Nadkarni. The whole characteristics of Professor Nadkarni is translated to Professor Deshpande, his own direct PhD student. Of course, Professor Nainan also, a direct PhD student, he is there. I'm very happy that two direct PhD students here. Professor Nainan is not here, but still we feel that we are happy that two direct PhD students he has created, and both of you have excelled well. Professor Nainan is another environmental economist well known in the international level, and he is also a chairperson for many international climate change body and so on and so forth. And Professor Deshpande is a well-known agriculture economist, as I said, and also that he is the architect of the agriculture policy, not only in many central government bodies, but especially for Karnataka, the whole agriculture policy which is implemented, which is ongoing, and he is an architect for this agricultural policy, and also he is our farmer director, which he has seen lot of, he has given a lot of development to this institute for in his tenure for 5 years, and also still he is a mentor and a philosopher to many of us, and give constant encouragement and support to many of the current students, as Professor Nadkarni, even now in this age, he used to give advice and as well as the guidance to the current student. That's what I'm saying, that like son, like father, like son, like teacher, and like student. So, like Professor Deshpande, he's here. I request Mansi to hand over the bouquet to Professor Deshpande. I request both Sunil Nautiyal and Mansi join together, hand over the bouquet. And Professor Nainan, we will send you the ritual bouquet, because we are not able to give bouquet personally to you. And so, while welcoming on behalf of the ISEC fraternity, and I would like to say a few words about this conference, why this conference, basically, the idea has been conceived. All of you know that India is fifth most vulnerable of 181 countries to the effects of climate change, with its poorest being the most at risk. India had 2,081 deaths in 2018 due to extreme weather events caused by climate change. That is nothing but cyclone, heavy rainfall, floods, and landslides. the issue is further worsened by the fact that the livelihood of major section of the country's population primarily is dependent on agriculture and sectors which are highly vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, there is a need to build up climate resilience by increasing the capacity of socio-ecological system to absorb stress and maintain function in the face of external stress imposed upon it by climate change and adapt, reorganize, and evolve into more desirable configuration that improve the sustainability of the system, leaving it better prepared for future climate change impact. Basically, this aspect is very closely related to disaster risk reduction, which aims to reduce socioeconomic vulnerabilities to disaster as well as dealing with environmental and other hazards that trigger them. So, keeping this in focus, and today the climate change, basically it is well understood that in the present scenario that climate resilience and disaster risk reduction are the most important aspects that should not only be given due importance in the context of India but the whole world. This is the reason we have invited participants from the 15 countries, and the 15 countries participants are gathered here to have the beautiful conference on green growth strategies for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. Also, the participants, most of the participants, they are going to talk about the policies and the pathways and the tools. So this is the importance of this conference where the idea was conceived, and of course this all the research findings and the policy dialogue, as our Mandriji has written to us, the Honorable Mandriji, Minister of Education, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal, has requested us to send the deliberation to him for his reading, and also that he has requested the NIDM and as well as the ISEC to draw the policy implication for the government of Karnataka, if any striking policies which will help the government, that he has requested us to inform the ministry. And of course, sir, this is a message that to our Honorable Mandriji, that we will take your advice, and we will really see to that the 3 days deliberation will be documented, and also we'll find the kind of policies, pathways, and tools for the Indian green growth strategy for climate resilience, and also not only on the disaster risk reduction. That's very important. Not only for India, of course, we'll also be able to send some kind of a brief summary report to the International Panel for the Climate Change. Of course, Professor Nainan is here. He has been working a lot on this climate change. Probably Professor Sunil Lautial can have a discussion with Professor Nainan and see to that take forward to the international level as well. While welcoming all the dignitaries on the dais or in the inaugural function, it is also a great duty as a director of this institute. I welcome all the paper presenters and the panel discussants, and as well as the participants from the 15 countries whom they have gathered. And it is a nice gesture for us that we have 2 young people with us, along with Professor Nadkarni. The 2 young people is none other than his own son Makran and his daughter-in-law. Along with them, they had come here to see the felicitation. I request Sunil Lautial and Bala and Mansi, 3 of you, to welcome these two youngsters whom they had come along with Professor Nathardi. He's a great. Amita is my student. He started doing PhD with me, but later on she has moved to business. So thank you, Sunil, thank you, Mansi. So with this welcome address, I hand over the mic to Professor Sugata Thorat, the Chairman Board of Governors of this institute, to conduct the inaugural session. Of course, the way in which the inaugural session starts with the felicitation of Professor Nathardi and some few remarks by Professor Deshpande and Professor Nathardi, and also Nayanan is online, his own student, and some few remarks for 2-3 minutes. And later on, we have to listen the important address by Professor V.K. Malhotra. So like this inaugural function is reshaped soon after our Honorable Union Minister was not able to attend because of the Constitution Day. Today he has rushed to the Parliament. I request Professor Sugata Thorat, the chairperson of POG, to conduct the deliberation. Thank you very much, and welcome. Once again, I welcome all to this 3-day international conference. Thank you very much. You are muted, sir. You are muted.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Am I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, good morning to all of you. Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal, the Union Minister for Higher Education, could not join because of the celebration in the government. Dr. Malhotra, the Member Secretary of the ICSA, Mary Jindal Kumar Bindal, and Anil Kumar from NIDM, Professor Nathkarni. Good morning, Professor Nathkarni, Dr. Madheshwaran and Sunil Nautiyal, and the participants from India and outside India. We are already late, so therefore I would not like to take much time. I will make only few remarks because one of my jobs is to summarize the proceeding at the end, I believe. Well, I must say that this is an extremely important initiative taken by ISAC to have a 3-day workshop, some training on the very important issue of green growth strategies for climate resilience and the disaster reduction, and the policies and pathways and tools as well. So this is not only a conference where perhaps the participants will make presentation, but it's a workshop, so there is a lot of discussion and also capability enhancement of some of them to training. Well, there is also a felicitation of Professor N. Nathkarni, who was the founder of the Center for Ecology and Environment. Along with Nanan, Minan, and along with R.S. Deshpande, I also is a student of Professor Nathkarni at the postgraduate level. I benefited quite a lot from his teaching in agriculture economics, particularly at master level in Aurangabad. Well, I said that this is a very important initiative. I only make one point that the concept of growth has gone under a tremendous transformation. Earlier, we only talk about growth alone, that is, as to how we increase our rate of growth of per capita income or national income, and assuming that will take care of everything, that will reduce poverty, But later on, we realized that the growth alone is not enough. Even to reduce poverty, what we require is the poverty reducing growth, or what we call now inclusive growth. Later on, further, we realized that if we only focus on growth, it also results into disturbance of climate, bring a climatic changes, negative climatic outcome, and affect the agriculture and the economy to a near pollution. So therefore, for a considerable period of time, we added another objective to the growth, that we don't require only growth with inclusion, but we require growth for a sustainable development. As to how we protect our climate and how we protect our air pollution and the disturbance. I think this is extremely timely activity initiative by the ISAC. Those who are coming from Delhi, including Dr. Mehrotra, will tell us that how bad is the situation in Delhi in terms of air pollution. So this is a very lively issue which affects not only environment but it affects people's health and human life. Therefore, I think that this is an important initiative, and I hope and I believe that given that we have a participant from India who have worked on this area, as well as participants who have worked on this area from outside the country, we are quite sure that there will be rich discussion, there will be rich outcome, and as Dr. Madhuswaran has suggested, there will be policy implication. The focus is on big growth, so there will be policy implication. If we can pass it on to the government and to the department. In fact, the concerned department is one of the collaborators to this activity. Well, with this, I think I will end my intervention and pass it on to Dr. Madhuswaran.
I invite Professor Anil Gupta.
Thank you, Professor Madheswaran, Professor Thorat Sahab, Professor Mehrotra, my friend Dr. Sunil, all the dignitaries, senior experts, academicians, all the speakers and presenters, panelists, and participants of this very, very important strategic workshop. Very good morning to each and everyone. And this is really a matter of happiness to me in person and on behalf of my institute, National Institute of Disaster Management, which is an institutory body of Government of India. I express happiness and gratitude for ISEC for joining hands with us for this important initiative. Currently, we are implementing a 3-year program supported by Department of Science and Technology that is on climate adaptive planning for resilience and sustainability. There we have 5 themes. Out of 5, the green growth strategies for disaster resilience is the first and very important theme. Beside this, we also have the themes that include resilient health systems, resilient agriculture, promoting policy instruments, and also looking at carbon neutrality into disaster relief and response. So these kind of dimensions of these are the new areas in disaster management globally, where NIDM has partnered with ISEC. In fact, the collaboration between NIDM and ISEC is not new. We have been working together for more than a decade. I have been visiting to ISEC. My colleagues have been visiting to ISEC, and we have a memorandum of understanding with ISEC. So we have been working on various fronts. Recently, we have completed jointly a research study on food and nutritional security, particularly focusing on the agriculture system's resilience to climate change and disasters. So my compliments to ISEC. This forum this 3 days workshop that when we conceived, actually it was originally planned to be conducted face to face, and the date was slated to be in the month of March only, and it was the month of March later part. Then the COVID scare started, and that is the reason we could not conduct then, and then we had to work out this alternative mode of organizing this important discourse. But I am very happy that the senior dignitaries and senior experts could find time to join and grace this occasion. Just to inform that National Institute of Disaster Management, jointly with its partners and the nodal ministries, have recently, in the year of 2016, worked out the National Disaster Management Plan that was released by Honorable Prime Minister and has been updated in the year of 2019. Just in the past month, a very important strategic contribution has been in the form of National Agriculture Disaster Management Plan, looking to the contribution of the agriculture sector to not only the economy, but to the livelihood and the social security system in the country, and also in the business sector. Looking to the COVID experiences, we have supported the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in form of developing a national health adaptation plan. So that includes the recent experiences also, and the experiences of the past disasters and the climate change impacts. So there are these kind of initiatives where we are partnering with a number of CSIR, ICSSR institutions and academic institutions also. Now we are going to start a 1.5 years endeavor with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for developing a national disaster management plan for the environment, climate change and forestry sector. So these are the kind of new initiatives where we are looking for climate and disaster resilience together, and also taking care of the achieving sustainable development goals from the sectoral perspectives, because the business sectors are very important, the sectors of development are very important, particularly when it comes to mainstreaming climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. So these are the kind of initiatives. Very shortly, we will be publishing the joint research that the ISEC and NIDM have carried out, steered by Professor Sunil Nautiyal. And I hope that a piece of research would also be an important contribution in this line. This conference also envisions to develop an international edited volume as a contribution, as a policy knowledge compendium on green growth strategies for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction, because we need to address the knowledge gap as well. In the month of September, just 2 months before, we have taken an initiative. There also ISEC was one of the key partners for evolving science and technology and innovation research policy practice strategy for climate risk management. So we are working on finalizing the draft with the team, and we hope to share the draft with all of you also for your comments, because climate change is a reality now. Everyone not only believes but agrees, and we have to jointly work to address this, and we have to also go beyond the narrow domains of disciplines. So these are highly interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary issues. So with this, I welcome all the dignitaries. I welcome Professor Nadkarni. I welcome Professor Thorat, Professor Malhotra. We have been working. I have had the opportunity of working with Dr. Malhotra at various occasions. We have been on various tours and visits also. So it's really great to see my seniors and colleagues. After a long time, I could see Professor Thorat Saab. So it's really a matter of pleasure that this online platform is enabling us to at least meet through these ways. Dr. Gauli is here. We have been also working with NIRD. So Dr. Khan is here. So my compliments and best wishes to each and everyone, and to all my seniors, my colleagues, and also to all the fellow researchers, because they are the next generation the researchers. They are going to take the they are the next torch bearers. So my best wishes and welcome once again. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anil Gupta. Sir, Professor Thorat, next Sunil Nautiyal will say about this workshop, and then later on to Felicitation, then Professor Malhotra's speech.
Thank you so very much, sir. Respected chairman of the session and our chairman, Professor Sukhdev Thorat ji, member secretary ICSSR, Professor V.K. Malhotra ji, our dear director, Professor S. Madheshwaran, former directors of ISEC, Professor R.S. Deshpande ji, Professor M.B. Nadkarni ji, Guru's Guru. We are truly privileged today, sir. You are here with us, and this entire event is being organized in honor of you. You had shown the path to us to conduct interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. Thank you so very much for founding this center. Professor Anil Kumar Gupta ji, my friend from NIDM, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, and Dr. Sweta Vedya, and our dear colleagues, particularly VC APC of our institute, Dean of Academics basically, Professor Pramod Kumar, and PhD program coordinator of our institute, which is one of the very prestigious program of our country, Dr. S. Manasi, my colleague, my friend, Dr. Balasubramaniam, students and staff, and family members of Professor Nadkarni. Once again, on behalf of our director and on my own behalf and on behalf of NIDM, I will welcome you all to this very important international workshop on green growth strategies for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction policies, pathways, and tools. This is organized to understand how our society could be made resilient towards the adversaries of the climate change, how their economy could be strengthened so that livelihood could be sustained without getting much impacted due to disaster risk that is incurred or induced due to climate change, which is happening nowadays. I will not much speak on the current workshop because our dear director, Professor Madheshwaran, already described the purpose of holding this international workshop in association with NIDM, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, and my director, Professor Madheshwaran, suggested me to link to say what CENR, which is one of its own kind in South Asia, which is the first of its own kind in South Asia, which center has brought the transdisciplinary, when the scientists and scholars were engaged in deep disciplinary work, what this center is doing and what is the genesis behind organizing this workshop. So I will go with this part of my talk here, and I begin. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have 9 centers in our institute, and our center is Center for Ecological Economics and Natural Resources. First head of the center, Professor M.B. Nadkarni, is sitting here, and the mandate of the center to study the interface between economics, ecology, and institutions, and to understand the trade-off between development and ecological balances so that appropriate strategies could be drawn for sustainable socio-ecological development. We have truly interdisciplinary team in our center from ecological science, from environmental economics, and from geoinformatics, working on various issues related to complex interaction between human and ecosystems. Next, please. Research geographical reach of our center is entire nation. We work in Himalaya, we work in Eastern Himalaya, we work in Eastern Ghats, we work in Western Ghats, we work in Vindhyan Plateau, and we work in central arid regions of our country. Next, please. Yes, so major thrust areas are our socio-ecological system, which is driven by variety of factors, and now the discussion is on climate in contemporary world, how climate is influencing this socio-ecological system and how production systems are getting shaped in order to provide resources to sustain the local livelihood in various agroecological regions. So these kind of studies at present we are doing, understanding the status, what are the changes and what are the issues that are needed to be understood and needed to be studied in terms of providing sustainability to the socio-ecological system. So ultimately, we are providing policy inputs, scientific knowledge, and action outcome, and meantime, awareness generation among the communities in various agroecological regions of our country. Next. Yes, so this is the complex system is very complex. So our work is very, very complex, but we try to simplify the work. So we work on ecology, biodiversity, economics, the valuation of ecosystem services, social science, the ethics, culture, and tradition, how they are linking in strengthening the socio-ecological system. And geoinformatics, this is very, very important aspect of our study because it's very difficult due to variety of factors to conduct all the time empirical field studies because these requires huge resource inputs in terms of the monetary, energy, and manpower. So we have injected very strong geoinformatic in components to our research to understand the entire functioning of the large socio-ecological systems. We value ecosystem services. We value the carbon. We do carbon budgeting. We are working on conservation and use of the resources, and ultimately linking all the aspects of the landscapes to mankind, to livelihood of the people, and also trying to provide the pathways for resource conservation. That is very, very important. Next, please. While working in the field on various issues, we are in the place today in one of the strong laboratory we have established and using very high advanced remote sensing to understand the resource flow, resource dynamics, and resource quantification, providing accurate information to the economists to quantify the resources in terms of their economic valuation. These are the examples. Next, please. Our research has proved that how we could quantify the carbon budgeting in the dense forested ecosystem. So these are the examples, and we have understood over the period of time how carbon budget in the forested landscape is decreasing, why it is happening. So it means there is a biotic pressure on the resources. When biotic pressure is there, how to reduce the biotic pressure? What are the alternative routes for enhancing the livelihood so that pressure on the biological resources can go down? So these are the demonstration models we have established in various agroecological regions of our country to enhance the local livelihood. So their pressure on the resources go down and local people strengthen their economy while cultivating low volume and high value crops with scientific and technological interventions. Next, please. Similarly, this is bioeconomy when we are talking about the green growth. So this is the perfect example of the green growth which we have been doing the Western Ghats, linking the wild edibles plants, harnessing their potential and linking with local livelihood and local economic development. So these all trainings are given to the people so that our resources in the natures are intact, conserved, or in same way the local economy is also strengthened. So without impacting local economy, how our resources are to be conserved. This is the purpose of this work in Western Ghats. Next, please. Yes, and important aspect, we are very much into the economics of ecosystem services. Our study has shown a small area in the Western Ghats, less than 500 square kilometers, is generating 2.3 crores annual income to the locals of that particular region. Western Ghats, some of the ecosystem services we have quantified, they are equivalent to 39,000 crore rupees per year. So these are our research, these outcomes, which has large policy implications as far as mandate of the government of India, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change is focusing on some issues, and we have provided such policy inputs to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Next, please. Again, our research is again linked to the Sustainable Development Goal, landscape change and trade-offs, develop the agricultural development and land use for India, and how by 2030 our food security will be achieved, understanding, linking these outcomes to the Sustainable Development Goal. One important aspect when we are talking about the climate change and its impact, whether climate is impacting the people to force from the rural to urban area, or there are something else, because system is very, very complex. So this we have studied in one of the very vulnerable ecosystems of a country in Himalaya, understood up to what extent climate is responsible for pushing the people from mountain to the valleys, or is there something else? So how to understand this complexity of this entire system functioning? This is already available for the policy debate. Next please. Again, injecting this recent study of ours by linking hyperspectral remote sensing and laser scanning for the farmers of Karnataka. We have used this to understand the vegetable crop biomass and advising the farmers in Karnataka in case of their crops are facing any kind of nutrient deficiency. Without going to the field, we are providing inputs to farmers. This particular pocket is required this kind of inputs to sustain their crops. So our linking this high and scientific and technological interventions, linking with social science, ultimately supporting our farmers in our rural landscapes of country. Next, please. Next. Yes, and this our research is on current work on COVID pandemic situation. We have used again very high resolution data, hyperspectral remote sensing and laser scanning to see the impact of this. Is already published in Indian mega cities. Next, please. And what is the impact of COVID in our country, and particularly biomedical waste and how it is impacting the environment and local health. This is already completed and available in public domain. Next, please. Also, we are understanding how this current disaster, current pandemic, COVID-19, is impacting the food basket, and in turn, how household carbon footprints are increasing or decreasing in various ecological regions of a country. This study is completed and outcomes are in public domain. Next, please. Having said this, I would like to conclude my brief presentation on the center's work and our research on climate. Yes, climate, smart livelihood and socio-ecological development is one of the very important topics for us in our center. Working, as I mentioned before, in various agroclimatic regions of our country and India. So far, the world average temperature had risen only 0.2 degree, but in our country, we had seen average temperature had risen more than 0.8 degree. It means we are highly vulnerable country. We come in top 5 countries, which is highly vulnerable due to climate change. So we are working on that. And next, please. It has large economic impact, and India lost more than 80 billions due to climate related disaster in last 5 years. It's a huge impact. So how to develop our society as a climate resilient society is a collective responsibility of all of us, and therefore we are here today to discuss this important aspect in these 3 days international conference. What we can learn from developed country as well, what we can learn from Australia, what we can learn from the UK, what we can learn from Germany. Therefore, scholars from developed nations also sharing their views with us, what kind of good practices we could adopt to mitigate the threats related to climate change. Next. And these ultimately linking this important issue of climate to the disaster risk resilience. So we have to build resilience by strengthening ecology, economics, and society interface. So objective, definitely we have to extend the knowledge, as I mentioned before. We need to integrate, validate, identify gaps in knowledge, how we could do more research in these important aspects. These are the major objectives of the workshop: to understand the hazards of climate change on agriculture and biodiversity from case studies and community experiences, to exchange knowledge and to document the pathways for climate change adaptation strategies, various and possible solutions to adopt different adaptation options, to understand the extent and vulnerability of different socioeconomic society sections to climate-related risk with special reference to agriculture and human-wildlife interaction, to discuss initiatives for disaster risk reduction and their effectiveness, to identify strategic requirement for policy recommendations. As I mentioned, participants from many countries are there, and there are very important sessions which we have collectively organized. ISEC, CNR of ISEC, and NIDM Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. We have very 6-panel session. First panel is important, that is a green growth strategies for climate risk resilience, BRR, and the panelists in this session are Professor Saxena, Professor R.S. Deshpande, Professor Bill Pritchard from Australia, Professor Kshitij Urs, and Professor Anil Gupta. Second is on green growth, renowned environmental economist, Professor Kavi Kumar, Professor Bhanumurthy, Professor Bansal, Professor Meenakshi Rajiv, and Rijit Sen Gupta are there. Next, please. Then we have on urban. So urban center is deeply involved, Dr. Manasi and Professor Kalasitaran Sridhar, and along with Professor Siraj Waji from Gorakhpur Action Group. We have the panel on sustainable development goal, Professor Rabindranath, Professor Umashankar. Traditional ecological knowledge, very, very important, Professor Ganesaya, and my teacher, Professor K.S. Rao, Professor R.K. Bakuri are there. And then human wildlife conflicts, which is our country is really facing this problem due to variety of factors. And this is very important issue to be discussed. So we have the scholars from Germany, Bangladesh, and India in this panel. And apart from, there are so many distinguished invited speakers contributing and sharing their vast experience with us to develop, as our dear director has mentioned, that to share their ideas so that we can prepare a strong policy documents for the benefit of our society, or to enable policy makers to implement some of the doable outcomes for sustaining the socio-ecological system of this vulnerable country. Next, please. And with this, I thank you very much for this opportunity. And thank you, dear director. Once again, I must say, because I may not get time and we are very tight schedule, I thank my dear director, Professor Madheswaran, for his extraordinary support to organize this conference. Even 2 o'clock in the night, I called him one day because I had to talk to the people in UK, and he received my call. Sorry for disturbing you in the night, but we love and we respect you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sunil. I am your 24/7 director. Don't worry about it. The permission of the chair, Professor Thorat, can we felicitate Professor Malhotra? Professor Thorat, can we felicitate Professor Nadkarni now? Can we felicitate Professor Nadkarni, Professor Thorat, and Professor Malhotra? Muted, both of you muted.
We can.
Okay. Yeah, we have to felicitate. We take all the chairs aside. Only third can come little bit in the right here. See now, all the delegates and respected dignitaries, Professor Tarat and Professor Malhotra and Professor Anil Gupta and Dr. Sweta from NIDM and all the participants of this for this international workshop. Our founder and a great teacher, and also he was a vice chancellor, and he's a mentor and philosopher and teacher now, not only the elder generation, also for the current generation, while saying today is a Thursday, it's a Guru Day. Basically, astrology speaking, it is a Guru Day. Guru Brahmam, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraga, Guru Sakshat Brahmam, Dasmai Sri Guruve Namaga. I request Professor Deshpande, his own direct PhD student, to give us to him. I request Professor Sunil Nautiyal, and we would like to give Professor Deshpande. We three will give this what you call honoring a great teacher and an eminent scholar in environmental and ecological economics. It has come well. This should be the newsletter. Sir, this is kind of a token of love. From this is it's a part of felicitation. It's a part of felicitation. I know that it's a part of felicitation. The rule, protocol of the felicitation. I request Manasi and Professor Dr. Balasubramaniam to give the dry fruits and. Aida, bandida kereta. Yeah, this is sorry. I want to say that this honoring the great teacher and an eminent scholar. Basically, this script and the memento signed by Professor Sugata Thorat, chairperson, and myself, and Professor Anil Gupta, NIDM, and Professor Sunil Nautiyal. Come. You be here. You be here. Yeah? हो गया ना ये परमत दे रहा हूँ Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Very nice. I don't know how to express myself. No, it's all your blessing. Now, felicitation is over. With the permission of the chairperson, Professor Sugata Thorat, I would like to invite Professor Deshpande. Yeah, you want to read? Then I'll first Professor Sunil Nautiyal will read about Professor Nadkarni. Then his own direct students. Two direct students are sitting here. One is physically, the other is online. He's also our former professor and the head of the CNR, and Professor Deshpande, and also our chairman, also a student to Professor Nadkarni. Professor Nadkarni taught Professor Thorat in which university? I forgot. Aurangabad University, Marathwada University. Okay, so. Three of them would like to say a few words about Professor Nadkarni, following which Professor Malhotra's speech. We would like to consider that as an inaugural speech.
Yeah. So, thank you so very much. I begin. I hope I am audible. If not, then I can go to the system there. Sir, am I audible? Can you listen me?
No.
Okay.
You are audible.
Okay. So I begin. I need many hours to speak about our Guru's Guru, Professor M.B. Nadkarni, but I will take only few minutes because we have to complete this session by 10 past 11. because next session will start at 11:15,
The
and
inaugural
then
address is there.
yeah, after this, then I will speak very brief. So Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah. Professor Nadkarni is a honorary visiting professor, Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru, an economist by profession, professional training with specialization in agriculture and ecological environmental economics. He is also actively interested in other social sciences, philosophy, ethics, religion, and Gandhian studies, as reflected in his numerous writings. He did his PhD under the guidance of Dr. D. M. Nanjundappa at Karnataka University, Dharwad in 1968. He was ICSSR National Fellow for 2 years and Vice Chancellor of Gulbarga University from 1999 to 2002. Before this, he was a professor of economics at ISEC from 1976 to 1999, and he was the board of governors of this institute for 15 years, both pre and post retirement period. At ISEC, he was the first head of Ecological Economics Center, which is I mentioned before, is interdisciplinary research center, and it was known as Ecology Economics Unit in 1981, now renamed as Center for Ecological Economics and Natural Resources, and the first editor of the Journal of Social and Economic Development in 1998. He was elected as president at the 1995 annual conference of Indian Society of Agriculture Economics at IRMA, Anand. He was the chairman, editorial board of International Journal of Agriculture Economics for 3 years. He has, to his credit, over 35 books and over 140 published national and internationally articles. Unique among his books are 5 Satakam of verses in Sanskrit with translation in English. He had the book on social ethics, including one on Parisara Niti Satakam, environmental ethics. All his recent books are sent to Honorable Union Education Minister, Government of India, which he has received and his office has acknowledged. So with this word, we are truly privileged that we are having this workshop and we are gathering here to get together to honor our great teacher and our eminent scholar, Professor M.B. Nathan. Thank you so very much.
With the permission of the chairperson, thank you, Professor Sunil. With the permission of the chairperson, I invite Professor Deshpande to say a beautiful admiration of your inspiring teacher.
Thank you, Professor Madheshwaran. I would not go into nitty-gritties of listing out the dignitaries, but it's very nice to see all the dignitaries on. I'm very proud to be the most loved student of Professor Nadkarni, so much so that people were even jealous about my being so affectionate to him, and it was his affection given to me rather than my affection given back to him. It was 48 years back. In the month of September, I entered the class of theory of value. And that was quite delayed because I had come back from the army and I got a very late admission. As soon as I entered the class, Professor Nadkarni was taking the class and he was teaching theory, law of demand. Law of demand, and my hand went up the moment he said law of demand. I said, can it be a law? He looked at me because I was not attending the earlier classes. He had taught the definition of economics, Robinson, etc. I was not attending earlier classes and he was, where are you from? I said, I'm new admission. Not from BA economics, no. You come to my room, I'll tell you what is law of demand. My next question to him was that there are 2 books recommended. One is Milton Friedman's Theory of Price and John Hicks, the book which he used to follow. And I have the copy of his book now. John Hicks' book, Theory of Value. I asked him if the 2 books say the same thing, why one is value and another is price. He said, there is a point. And the point came out, he explained very briefly The point came out in environmental economics when people started theory of valuation, which was not theory of value. That brings me to something which I felt very happy that Professor Thorat is there. We were in the same room sitting and listening. Professor Thorat was a student of agriculture economics with Professor Nadkarni. I was never a student of agriculture economics. In fact, I joined Professor Nadkarni after I left my interest in public finance. And fortunately for me, he went 1 year to Germany on a fellowship, and I had a chance to read agriculture economics during that 1 year period, which enriched me all through these years and becoming an agricultural economist of whatever caliber. But then it was his prodding, his methodical teaching, and his teaching method is totally different as against other teachers, which I imbibe. He used to challenge something and ask us to do it. I came along with him to Bangalore on a small research project, and that was the only time he had taken me for a job. After that, till in my life, every job, no job he was in my selection committee. He in fact avoided it purposefully because my student is there. He said, I don't want to be there in the selection committee. The first job I took, it was a 3-month job. And when we came to Bangalore, he said, this data has to be processed at computer center in Indian Institute of Science. I, coming from a village, more or less a village, did not know the spelling of computer and started struggling with. There were stalwarts, but then knowledge is usually considered to be a secretive thing. So many people used to be quite secretive, and you have to learn on your own. Professor Nadkarni pushed me into that well and said, you learn it. And that is how his method. The next quality of his is, he's a visionary. Visionary in the sense that ages back he thought that climate does matter. And if I recollect correctly, sir, that a paper which fortunately I was a co-author, the uncultivated land, climatic or institutional factors. And that was the beginning of my introduction into the study of climate. It was in my thesis, he asked me to analyze 71 years data, rainfall data of all the rain gauge stations, and for each month, and that was a huge data set. In today's parlance, it is called the data mining, a huge data, which was to be analyzed with the time series and to find out whether there is a white noise or whether there are patterns, cycles, etc. The chapter is there in my thesis in the library, which was completed during early 80s. The issue of climate, which he forced it onto me, which I said forced it onto, because nobody, no student will be very enthusiastic to take so much of data to analyze it. And one of my good friends went and told Professor Nadkarni, why did you ask him to do so much of data? Professor Nadkarni called me, why, if you are not ready to, you don't do it. I said, I will do it. I will do it. And I did it. And that was the thing which made me to look into the rainfall, temperature, Indian Meteorological Department, and all those things. Visionary in the sense that in the, before entering into ecological economics, and that's the exact title of the department then. Before entering into ecological economics, he was firmly into the shoes as a environmental and ecological economist. He took another one, a very big study from Ford Foundation, which I participated in from Gokhale. By the time I had left for Gokhale Institute, and he wanted very much that I should come back, but for certain reasons, because benefiting another good friend, I stayed back at Gokhale Institute. I didn't want to come back. I came back much later, but then that was again on the uncultivated land, the institutional aspects of it. And I worked on watershed management at that time. Professor Nadkarni had put a lot of new theories, new things into his writing. And you can see the way he changed his tracks. Earlier, in fact, his first book was The Agricultural Prices, Development with Stability. Then onwards, the pricing in the socialist economy. Then onwards, he went to marketed and marketable surplus. Then in the irrigation, and that is a monumental book in which I helped him as a research assistant, the Central Water Commission's project, huge project, which was an important work. He worked on drought, which was my first job, and that was my bread and butter afterwards. 1972-73 drought, a very good book. Professor Nadkarni later on, and this many people did not know except me, because I was cleaning his room in Marathwada University when he was leaving, and I found a few poems. I handed it over to him. Sir, this is something written, some in Kannada. I was not knowing Kannada then. And then I understood that here is a poet inside. And that inside poet was dormant for a number of years, and which came out with Niti Shatakams. Every Niti Shatakam is a poetry in itself. A poetry in the sense that it not only gives you the Niti, the ethics of many things. And his work on ethics is one of the monumental works in the entire country. Many people may not be aware that that work has been quoted by stalwarts in the world. Professor Nadkarni took that writing Niti Shatakams, and all those Niti Shatakams, each one tells a different story. I would have gone on, but I feel quite happy that I am asked to speak, though the time is very limited. I am very happy that I am one of the members of his family, the elder one, and that is what has been accepted by his children, Makarand and Anya and Saras. They do give me that respect as the eldest in the family. I feel very happy that they are here, at least two of them, and I think Saras and Anya would be there on the network somewhere. I feel very happy, sir, to have been a part of felicitating you on this great occasion. I must be grateful to these two personalities around you who could make it happen, and to all those who were behind it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Deshpande. Before I call my chairperson at the end as to say a few words about Professor Nadkarni, I invite the other direct PhD student. He was the head of the Department of CENR, and also is a well-known international environmental economist and environmental ecological economist. I request Professor Nayanan kindly say a few words. Time is very short, so you know that how to cut short and give a very powerful your old thoughts about Professor Nadkarni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Madheshwaran. I must say, I must join all of you in felicitating Professor Nadkarni. I must say it was a great privilege and honor to be a student and then his valued colleague. I would like to recall that actually Ecology Economics Unit was started in 91. It was the first Ecology Economics Unit in India, whereas in IEG Delhi it started only in 1991. And this was thanks to the far-sighted vision of Professor V.K.R.V. Rao, who founded three eminent institutes. I remember Professor Nadkarni had told me that he was a bit hesitant to take up the professorship of Ecology Economics Unit because he was then in the agricultural economics and rural economics. And he told Professor V.K.R.V. Rao, no, I've not done any work in that. And then Professor V.K.R.V. Rao told him, no, you're already done. You're done on uncultivated lands, cost economics of Indian agriculture, socio-economic conditions of drought-prone areas. So you have already worked in the topics which are of interest in environment economics. So Professor Nadkarni has been a very prolific writer. And when I last met him in his residence in February, I told him to continue his writings, and I always enjoy Professor Nadkarni's writings because they are written like a prose style. It's so enjoyable to read, and if you give a paper or some research report to read, he gives thoroughly very good comments, and which will help you to improve it. So I'm so sad that I could not come there in person due to the COVID restrictions. So my congratulations to Professor Nadkarni, and I hope he'll continue his writings and help the society in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Thorat?
Yeah, well, we are running out of time, but I cannot but to express my gratitude to Professor Nadkarni. I won't go into detail, but what struck me most about Professor Nadkarni is the following, that what makes a person different from others, what makes a person as a Indian person as compared to others. And I think there are two outstanding qualities in Professor Nadkarni. One is that in his subject, he was really intellectual. He knows his subject very thoroughly. The agricultural economics, the course that I took, and the theory of value. And every time when we listen to him in a class, he would make the references to the most recent literature. So I like to see a teacher who is so thorough, so updated. And that is one of the best quality of the teacher. The second quality is that merely having an intellect and knowledge doesn't make you different and great. I think what is important is the morality and desire to help poor, desire to be supportive and concerned. And this you can see in Nadkarni to the fore. For some reason I could not appear for the examination, so I finished my ME in 3 years. And as an outside student, I was required to just only appear for the exam. But it was he who suggested me that I should attend the classes. And not only that, he suggested that I should write the term paper and assignment, which possibly was not legal, but he said, no, you have to do it. So I think such a concerned person, well, I will really stop it here. Dr. Nadkarni, wish you long year and a very, very useful and happy life.
Thank you, Professor Thorat. Today, as I have mentioned, in the last minute, just 1 minute, before Professor Malhotra ji gives the inaugural address, Professor Nadkarni requested me just now, he wants to give some reply, so that I have to consider his request. Sir, I hand over the mic to you. You want to give some reply to the felicitation, so that before the inaugural talk.
Professor Sukhadev Thorat, Professor V.K. Malhotra, Professor Madheshwaran, Professor K.S. Rao, Professor Gupta, Professor Sunil Nautiyal, Professor R.S. Deshpande, Professor K. Nainan, Professor Pramod Kumar, Dr. Manasi, and other respected participants. I extend my hearty greetings to and thanks to all of you for kindly attending this function, and I wish you all the best. I miss the pleasure of meeting you all in person, but I am glad that I am connected online and at least with a few in person. I am really overwhelmed by your affection and regard in arranging this felicitation and a very apt workshop, international workshop, for whatever little I have done. It's a tremendous honor for me. I'm really grateful to you all, particularly to Professor Sunil Nautiyal, who had planned this since long with great enthusiasm, affection, and commitment. I'm equally grateful to NIDM and for collaborating with ISEC, particularly CE in our institute, for organizing this workshop, and Professor Madheshwaran for his unstinted support. I'm especially happy and grateful that Professor Sukhdev Thorat is chairing over this session. I remember with immense pride that he was my student in Aurangabad at Marathwada University in early 1970s. He had impressed all his teachers with his brilliance, and he rose to great heights just as we had expected. I would be failing in my duty if I don't recall Professor V.K. R.V. Rao on this occasion. The starting of Ecological Economics Unit at ISEC as early as in 1981 owes entirely to his wide vision and foresight. I was only an instrument in his hands, inspired by him. I made an entry into ecological economics or environmental economics through agricultural economics. Along with Professor R.S. Deshpande, I had started working on environmental issues much earlier before starting the institute, starting the unit, particularly on the uncertainty in rainfall and its impact, though he was not a part of the unit. In the unit itself, I had a few other colleagues who also contributed to the research output greatly. I should mention Dr. H. Ramachandran, Dr. K.N. Nainan, Dr. Venkata Reddy, Dr. G. Satyanarayana Shastri, Dr. Syed Ajmal Pasha, and B.G. Kulkarni, a talented cartographer. Though Karnataka received more attention, our work was not confined to it. I had unstinted cooperation and support from all the colleagues and the directors of the institute with whom I had worked. Professor L.S. Venkataramanan, Professor G. Timaya, Mr. T.R. Satish Chandran, Dr. P. and Dr. P.V. Shenoy. Many books and articles in reputed journals were published by the Faculty of Ecological Economics Unit, both nationally and internationally. We successfully worked on several projects sponsored by Central Water Commission, Government of India, the Ford Foundation, ICCSR, and Government of Karnataka. Many PhD students were guided by the faculty during this period. The unit became known both in the country and as a whole and internationally as a center of research and research guidance in ecological or environmental economics. We had good support of the ISEC administrative staff, including my stenographer, Mr. Arun Kumar, who was a valuable asset. Along with other units at ISEC, this was also named as a center subsequently. I should happily add that thanks to seminars and workshops conducted by our unit, interest in ecological economics spread to other units as well, and this became a major area of work in ISEC as a whole. This happy situation continues to this day. I am proud to mention that my student, Professor K.N. Nainan, who succeeded me as professor and head of the unit, distinguished himself by becoming the president of the Indian Society of Ecological Economics and served in United Nations committees. Professor R.S. Deshpande, another distinguished student, also did me proud by becoming fellow of the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics and director of ISEC. There is no greater happiness for an academician than to see his students becoming distinguished professors, making valuable contributions to research and turning out good students themselves. I'm happy that other students of mine have also done very good work, like Professor M. Ravichandran, Professor G.V. Joshi, Professor Sunita Raju, Dr. Syed Ajmal Pasha, Professor Ramakrishna Panigrahi, and Dr. S. Manasi. I must also note how happy I am with the exemplary work being done today by the Center for Ecological Economics and Natural Resources under Professor Sunil Nautiyal's leadership. Thanks to him and his colleagues, the center has acquired a good reputation both nationally and internationally. I wish him and his colleagues great success. I'm, however, very unhappy with the situation of environment both in India and the world at large. I'm nearing 82 years now, and as I'm growing older, I'm becoming more and more disappointed with the emerging environment. Our tragedy is that moral growth is not taking place with economic growth. When we become more powerful, we should become more responsible and understanding. That's not happening. What pains me is that environmental problems are known, but there has been a tremendous amount of research on them. And we also know that solutions to these problems are also known. But there is no will both on the part of the states and the people at large to implement these solutions. It has become very urgent to sharpen this will. This urgency prompted me to make a tiny effort by composing a long poem on environmental economics consisting of 113 verses in Sanskrit, along with their translation also in English verse, entitled Parisara Niti Shatakam. I have no illusions that this work would contribute towards creating the will to solve environmental problems, but I wrote it out of a sense of exasperation and anguish. I would like to summarize its message very briefly. I feel that we should resolve to adopt 5 principles or Panchashil towards solving the environmental problems. The principles are: first, aim at economic growth only within the sustainable capacity of the environment. Specifically, it means 3 things. A, exploit natural resources within the capacity to recycle, not beyond. B, achieve carbon neutrality as soon as possible, setting a target year by which carbon emissions do not exceed the Earth's capacity to sink or absorb them. C, don't reduce forest cover or green cover any further, since forests cannot be replaced. If any forest or tree cover rich in biodiversity is expected to suffer as a result of development project, please don't take up that project for God's sake. It is ignoring this principle which caused immense flooding and damage in Karnataka, Kodagu, and also in Kerala. The second of these Panchashil or principles is: search for a green technology is all right, but technology is not all. Restraint on wants and wasteful consumption is absolutely essential. Where one light is enough, switching on 2 is a waste. Washing cars in front yards of houses with a hose pipe is a criminal waste of water. Prudence in the use of natural resources, especially water and air, as a sink is urgently needed. I will give an example. A heart surgeon doesn't rely only on her surgery. It's a great technology, but he doesn't rely only on surgery or his technology. He advises his patients to exercise properly and also eat less, avoid junk food and so on. That means that it is not just enough to have technological solutions, but also have a restraint on our wants. What pains me here, every individual, now I'll come to the third principle. Every individual is important. No one is indispensable. Even if a minority of people becomes victims of a development project and beneficiaries are large in number, please see that all the victims are compensated, rehabilitated, and resettled properly. Fourth of the Panchashil is: be honest and thorough in making environmental assessment of impacts of projects. Don't take up projects which damage environment and forests. 5. Decentralize the economy. Prefer a small-scale labor-intensive projects. Prioritize producing for local markets using local materials. I had concluded my long poem on environmental ethics with a prayer. I conclude my talk also by reciting this same prayer. Now, English translation is, "O Lord, give good sense to people bent upon destruction, who have ignored oneness and harmony in creation." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful the felicitation speech, and it has a lot of meanings. Due to positive time, you have shortened it. I know that from your and well prepared handout, and you have shortened it due to positive time. And now, with the permission of the chair, and of course, uh, uh, as I have mentioned, Mandirji is not able to attend this conference because of Constitution Day, and also that there is a. We also had given a message that nevertheless, from MHRD side, Professor Malhotra is there, and he is our great support and the inspiration always, not only to the ICSR Institute, especially he considered me as a very good friend, and also when I was approached him, very next minute he said, "Doesn't matter that I will attend your inauguration," and that is a great gesture of Professor Malhotra. And sir, this is not your guest of honor address. We consider this and record this as a inaugural address of this conference, sir. Sir, I request Professor Malhotra, Member Secretary ICS, sir, to deliver his talk.
Thank you, Professor Madheshwaran. How much time do I have? How much time do I have?
Yes, sir.
How much time should I take?
Sir, you take your time, sir. You take your time, sir.
Okay.
We should not hurry it. We should not hurry it. Sir, please feel free yourself, sir. Yours is the inaugural address, sir. So that
Thank you. Thank you.
Feel free, sir.
Thank you once again, Professor Madheshwaran. I'll speak about my relationship and my very deep concerns with Isaac. In fact, I can understand the Honorable Minister, Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji, could not make it possible due to Constitution Day, and he had to attend an important program of the government. Very respected Professor Sukhdev Thorat. I had the honor of working with him for about 6-7 months, he being the chairperson of ICSSR. And when I joined here as member secretary, I remember a number of issues, critical issues in researches that we have shared together. And my very dear friend, Professor S. Madheshwaran, who has been with us in number of conferences, workshops, both national and international. On my request, presented papers, made several presentations, and gave us his number of write-ups also for publications. And it's great to see him performing the duty of very able director and the leader of Isaac Now, which was established by none other than Professor V.K.R.V. Rao. There is nobody in the country who doesn't know Professor Rao, his scholarship, his passion for economics and economic policies, and the entire fraternity of economics in the country. I think that Major General Bindal could not make it possible today to be part of this workshop. We have been working, as Professor Anil Gupta has very rightly said, that we have been working closely and we have participated in a number of national, international conferences and workshops together. The new book also, which has come out, which has been published by Palgrave, Disaster Management for 2030, Agenda of the SDGs. I was accidentally made its editor, right? And I tried to do my task to the best possible ability of mine. And now I'm told by the publishers themselves that it is definitely doing good rounds, and it is going very well by the international readers or among the international readers also. Another interesting thing that I would like to share with you on this occasion is that, as Professor Madheswaran was rightly talking about, that during this COVID-19 times, which have been really very, very difficult times for the entire world, at ICSSR also, we thought that it is a great occasion to take account of what has happened, how it has happened, what could have been done, what is the existing health infrastructure, what needs to be done in that connection. So we should definitely be going about a call, inviting proposals, and then finally should be doing it in the form of COVID-19 or a pandemic study or a health survey kind of a thing, which can be documented for several years to come. As I went through some documents related to the pandemic 1918, 1919 also. So observing our efforts at ICSSR at national level, we received a mail from United Nations also that they also wanted to prepare a roadmap for COVID-19 recovery. And they finally decided in terms of 5 spectrums: health systems and services, social protection and basic services, economic response and recovery, macroeconomic policies and multilateral collaborations, social cohesion and community resilience. I'm very happy to share with you on this occasion that ICSSR was made co-chair of the second spectrum, that is social protection and basic services. And the recently held UN General Assembly has passed the resolution on the UN research roadmap for COVID-19 recovery, which is there in the form of document before us. And ICSSR's contribution appears on page 120th and 121, whereas in the second spectrum, the entire document has been prepared, of course, with the very active participation of ICSSR. I'm very thankful to Professor Sunil Nautiyal, and I compliment his efforts that he has undertaken at ISAC in not only developing it as a good institution for such kind of environmental concerns, green growth strategies, as kind of things. And I could see that many people have talked about the institution that he is trying to build at ISAC itself. Just to make a mention about that, ISAC is one of those very few institutes which I have visited after my assuming the charge of member secretary on at least 5 to 6 occasions. And I know most of the faculty members. I've been interacting with them. I know their research issues also. So it's great to get connected with you all on this occasion as well. My congratulations and my compliments also go to Professor M. Vinod Karni, who has been felicitated today. And felicitation of a teacher is very much a felicitation of the student or student him or themselves. I'll just say I'm reminded on this great occasion, I'm reminded of a famous statement of a great writer that, sir, only eternity knows where your influence stops. So nobody knows where the influence of a good teacher stops, because it never stops. Our very respected Professor R.S. Deshpande, I have worked with him on a number of occasions, and I could understand and could appreciate the warmth of his personality also. I could see Professor Ninan, Professor Jagannath, and number of known faces from the country and abroad, the entire faculty of ISAC, fellow scholars from India and abroad. I mean, I do not know where from should I start and where should I be ending, because I was virtually in a state of mind that my role is essentially that of the guest of honor, and I will not be required to speak more than 4 or 5 minutes, in fact, because all others would have contributed their part on the basic theme of this workshop, which is to run over next 3 days from now. But few things that I feel like are worth mentioning here and must be shared. They include, number one, that Professor Anil Gupta very rightly pointed out 2 important things. One is that the world today belongs to interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. Unidisciplinarity is not going to serve the purpose of researchers even in days to come, and it has failed to serve so far also. It may definitely increase our understanding of a subject, but when it comes to solving social problems, national issues, or international issues, it may not go to the extent of solving our problems. Second important thing which I feel like is and must be talked about on this occasion is that collaborations are definitely a great strengtheners to the researchers that are taking place today, because collaborations enhance our understanding. They definitely reinforce the kind of researches that this society or the current society must take up with an idea to resolve the existing problems. Yes, there is no doubt about it that there are research gaps which need a good degree of identifications and with a state of mind which is problem solving rather than problem discussing. Before I forget, let me make it clear. ICSSR also intends to document all such happenings, whether in India or abroad. So if Isaac and NIDM, who are collaborating on this occasion, if they agree, ICSSR would also like to collaborate when they intend to come out with a publication in terms of documenting the papers presented or submitted for the purpose. Right. The length and the breadth of the publication is hardly of much importance. Maybe with many scholars, if Professor Madheswaran agrees and provides ICSR a list of good scholars who would participate in this workshop with 2 to 3 page CVs of them, their publications and their interest areas. Maybe in days to come, we can engage well with them on issues of great concern to the nation and the world. I remember as Professor Anil Gupta was making a mention about our association, ICSSR, JNU, and NIDM. I remember we were working very closely on a special center for disaster research at JNU. And I did say that ICSSR will not be falling short of any kind of contribution which is expected of it in respect of this center. And that is what we try to do. And that is what we are trying to still do. Another important part is that the area that we intend to talk about today or over next 3 days from now is one such area which definitely requires and which is filled with a lot of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, and maybe it goes to the extent of transdisciplinarity. There are scholars from different disciplines who have been concentrating on their disciplines alone, but today's world, as I said, belongs to understanding each other, understanding each other's concerns, methodologies, and also maybe the point of views, styles of survey, and somehow capturing what exists as a problem for the society. The new direction of teaching research has to be from being hazard-based to resilience building, and from post-facto efforts to building preparedness. The climate governance and strengthening of the legal framework, related to climate governance are the issues of the modern times. We all understand it very well that mainstreaming and taking care of the vulnerable communities like differently abled, elderly people, women, children, poor, and also protect at the same time animals, birds, and wildlife are the main items of agenda before us. We all have this understanding that Brundtland Commission vision of uniting countries to pursue sustainable development by defining achievable goals. This report came out sometimes in 1987, and it was the first occasion that reconciliation of economic growth and environmental protection, ensuring intergenerational equity and justice, was talked about. We all know that under SDGs, which were adopted by UN General Assembly in 2015, we have 17 goals and 169 targets and vision to be achieved by 2030. Now it's a part of the fabric, very fabric of the human development. SDGs were picked up from the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, also known as Rio Plus 20 Conference, held in Rio, Brazil in 2012. We can appreciate that how our unpreparedness may result in obstructing, delaying, and destructing whatever we are endowed with or whatever we have built so far. Goals and targets under SDGs include clean water, sanitation, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. This is very important. I repeat that, responsible consumption and production. Life below water, on land, and also in air, and strong institutions. These goals and targets have changed our goalpost in the past 5 to 10 years. And the whole world has this strong realization, though we are not moving at the expected pace towards our targets. We all can appreciate that as a result of problem in sustaining our natural resources and assets and capital, the implications are filled with economic losses, impoverishment, intergenerational inequity, nutritional issues, and also health issues. 2-3 days back, we had a joint seminar with Switzerland, and wherein the issues related to how health-related out-of-pocket expenditures are increasing as a result of environmental degradation was discussed at length. Maybe on some other occasion, we'll have this opportunity to discuss in little more detail about all these things. So I'm very happy to notice when Professor Nautiyal made a mention about the issues and the way issues are to be discussed during this workshop in terms of case studies, experiences of different countries, and their efforts. I think it would be very pertinent here to make a mention that in 2020 Environmental Performance Index, India ranks 168 out of 180 countries. And the basic issue which has emerged is that we have not been very successful to accelerate our pace to decarbonize. The countries which have performed well on Environmental Performance Index include Denmark, Luxembourg, Switzerland, UK, France, Austria, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Germany. They constitute top 10 countries. Japan is at number 12 and US being at number 24. China is quite close at 1/20th position. And we all understand the metrics to Gauss include waste management, carbon dioxide emissions, and also emissions of other gases in the air. We have made some strides in connection with renewable energy. We are yet to take up decarbonization on a significant scale. I compliment Professor Madheshwaran and his leadership that an issue, as I said, the focus is shifting on ensuring full economic potential use of natural assets on a sustainable basis, which includes provision of critical life support services, clean air, water, and biodiversity needed to support food production and human health. The challenge is twin in nature, as it relates to enhancing economic opportunities for all in the context of growing population and addressing climate and environmental challenge, which is about life now and also in future. I'm reminded of May 2011 OECD resolution, which talked about green growth strategy, enveloping economic growth, employment creation, more sustainable use of natural resources, efficiency in the use of energy, and valuation of ecosystem services. Ministers of 24 countries signed a Green Growth Declaration in 2009. As far as pathways are concerned, I'll just highlight few pathways which have been discussed at international platforms in detail. Enhancing productivity by incentivizing greater efficiency in natural resource use, reducing waste and energy consumption, unlocking opportunities for innovation and value creation. 2, encouraging investors' confidence through predictability of government measures to deal with environmental issues. 3, opening up of new markets for green goods and technologies. 4, fiscal consolidation through mobilizing revenues through green taxes and elimination of environmentally harmful subsidies. It can help generate resources for anti-poverty programs, especially in the context of water supply, sanitation, infrastructure for poor, etc. And it can also reduce the risk of negative shocks to growth, the kind of one that we are facing these days. So strategies have to be tailored to fit specific country needs, tackling health deterioration related to environmental degradation. I'm very, very hopeful that we will now onwards, or for last 5 to 10 years, we have been understanding that no one size fit all model is going to work in the real world. So every economy has to definitely keep in mind its own economic factors, policies, institutions, social structures, and even environmental pressure points. And based on that, we'll be taking a decision which shall not only ensure the quantity of growth, but would also ensure a good quality and composition of growth. I'm very, very hopeful that this 3-day workshop will be a great success, worth documenting, and will be a great source of knowledge creation for all good times to come in future. With these words, I'll stop here itself. My compliments to entire organizing team.
So thank you very much. Yeah, really a thought-provoking and encouraging talk. And also you had given an assignment to Isaac. Now, sir, whatever the suggestion which you had given to us, definitely we will collect the potential CV, potential paper, and we will discuss with you, and further we will take up a further research in this area, as you have rightly pointed out in your inaugural address, sir. Sir, you always giving inspiration and the constant support, and a leader of strengthening social science in this and also you are strengthening social science in a great way, as my colleague Sunil Nautiyal saying, is that you are connecting not only interdisciplinary, you are always insisting multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary through ICSSR. This is evident from your talk. Sir, we take your advice and we need your support always. We will connect to you, sir, and we will work hard and bring the great output, and our output will be definitely will be translated into a great policy and useful for the country and welfare of the people, sir. We take oath from Isaac and take your advice in a right spirit, sir. And thank you very much for giving us such a wonderful speech, even in a short duration, and really it touched our heart. Sir, now Professor Thorat, internet has some problem. He just given a message to me that there's some problem, and he has conveyed his thanks and as well as well wish thanks to Professor Malhotra and also Professor Anil Gupta from NIDM, and he has requested me to inform to both of you that his computer is in problem. He called me and as well as given SMS just now. So with this word, and I straight away request to give a word of thanks by Dr. Sweta, NIDM, New Delhi, and a very brief vote of thanks, very brief vote of thanks by our my colleague. Also, I call my colleague his brother and sister many a times, and there is I call Sunil as my younger brother to make it very shorter. Word of thanks. And now I request a word of thanks by Dr. Sweta from NIDM, New Delhi.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this privilege to present vote of thanks for this strategically important training program. On behalf of NIDM and ISSA Bangalore, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Union Education Minister Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank ji for his best wishes for the success of this program. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Director ISSA Bangalore, Professor S. Madheshwaran sir, and Executive Director NIDM Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal sir for providing their moral support and guidance to conduct this training program. We are thankful to our guest of honor, Professor M.V. Nandkani sir, first head of CEENR and former VC Gulbarga University. Today's program is in your honor, sir. Thank you so much for being present here with us. Our heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor V.K. Malhotra, sir, Member Secretary ICSSR, Government of India, for gracing today's program. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to the distinguished guests of the inaugural program, Chairman Professor Sukhdev Thoratji and Professor R.S. Deshpandeji, former Director ISEC, who have made it possible to be present in today's program in spite of their busy schedule. I take this opportunity to thank all the eminent speakers and luminaries who have agreed to spare their valuable time for sharing with us their important findings and thought-provoking opinions throughout this 3 days program. I would also like to propose hearty vote of thanks to Professor K.N. Nainan, Professor Pramod Kumar, ADRTC, ISCC, Dr. Balasubramanian, Dr. S. Manasi, Mr. M.K. Mohan Kumar, Registrar ISCC, Ms. Amita Nandkarni ji, and Mr. Makarand Nandkarni, I'm sorry, for being present in today's program, either online or in person. A big thank you to all the participants who have registered for this training program. Without you, the program will not be successful. I'm happy to express vote of thanks to our organizing team from NIDM and ISCC for their tireless effort to make this program successful. And finally, my heartiest congratulations to Professor Sunil Nautiyal sir and Professor Anil Gupta sir for organizing this knowledge gaining and capacity building training program. And with this, I would like to conclude today's vote of thanks. Thank you one and all. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sweda. Now, my colleague, Professor Sunil Nautiyal, while congratulating my colleague Sunil Nautiyal and Anil Gupta, and Dr. Sweda and Fatima Amin and YD Imran Khan, is an organizing secretary of this international workshop, for their untiring efforts and hard work in organizing this important academic event. Please hand over the mic to the word of thanks from my side.
Thank you so very much, sir. So I will, as our director has said, I will take not more than 1 minute. So on behalf of our director, Professor S. Madheswaran, on behalf of the organizers, Professor Anil Gupta, Dr. Sweta Vedya, Fatima, Imran, and my own behalf, and on behalf of entire organizing committee, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude and heartfelt thank to the chairman of today's inaugural function, Professor Sukhdev Thorarji, the chairman of Board of Governors of ISEC and former chairman of UGC and ICSR. Sir, thank you so very much for your kind wishes and your thought-provoking idea at the beginning of this workshop, which we have recorded, and definitely we will be concentrating future research, including the insights you have provided during your initial remarks while chairing this session. Thank you so very much, sir. We are deeply impressed by the address what our director has said. I must say this is the inaugural address delivered by our dear and respected member secretary of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Professor V.K. Malhotra ji. Sir, we have requested you at the last moment to deliver this keynote address, as Honorable Minister of our higher education could not attend, and you have delivered, given thought-provoking ideas to us to inject the various components of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity in understanding the complexity of such a system and for the future generation. Sir, as our director has said, we will definitely incorporate the insights given by you in our future research. Thank you so very much. Now, I would like to thank our Honorable Minister, because Minister Sir has, his office called us last night that due to the Parliament schedule today, Honorable Minister was not able to come, but message was received by our dear director. He has conveyed. Thank you so very much. In future, we are definitely going to see you around campus, sir. I thank our former director, Professor R.S. Deshpande ji, for you have always motivates us, whether you were the director and you are now past director, in whatever capacity, you always motivate, sir, and your blessings and support is always required. I thank Guru's Guru, Professor M.B. Nadkarni ji. Sir, with your blessings, center is doing work, though we are only two working in the center, but doing research on various dimensions of social and ecological system. We need your blessings in all the times to come. So if I thank the executive director of NIDM, Major General Bindal ji, for his support. And last but not least, this is the first international event being organized under the dynamic and able leadership of my director, Professor S. Madheswaran, and which is highly successful. All credits, this is not for the sake of saying to say in the formal session, but all credit of success goes to my director, Professor S. Madheswaran. Please forgive me if I forgot to mention any of the dignitaries present here today, but due to paucity of time, I owe this responsibility, and please excuse me, I forgot somebody. Thank you so very much, and we wish you all the best for days to come in future deliberation. Thank you so much.
We thank you, Professor Sunil. We have a national anthem. We have a national anthem. I request all of you to stand. thank you. Have a wonderful conference again. I'm sorry for the delay because of this, and I request the panel members should get ready for the next panel. We'll have a break for madam? Panel. Let's have a break for 5 minutes. Or? Oh, Australia scientists. Okay, we can serve the coffee inside. Who are sitting, and you please start the panel, and thank you very much for all the dignitaries who has joined us. Thank you very much.
It was not necessary. It was not necessary.
No, that's a protocol.
Hello.
Professor Shiva,
Good morning.
good morning.
Yeah.
You can start.
Yeah. Good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to start the panel one disaster risk reduction. We have privilege to have Professor Pramod Kumar as chair and 5 eminent speakers as a panel member. Though there is no any introduction needed for them, they are very well known experts, not only to India, throughout the globe, but it's my honor and privilege to mention about Professor Pramod Kumar as well as the other speaker. The chair of this session, Professor Pramod Kumar, is actually was a fellow under the International Visitors Leadership Program sponsored by US government. He was a visiting scholar to Glasgow University, OECD FAO Paris, and Zurich University of Applied Sciences, Institute of Natural Resource Sciences, Switzerland. Professor Pramod Kumar has authored 12 research volumes and published over 60 referred articles. He was conferred the IDRC India Social Science Research Award for his work on the public distribution. So it's really privileged to have him as a panel chair. We do have wonderful speakers. In fact, it's my great pleasure to introduce those speakers. We have Professor Saxena. Professor Saxena is from the School of Environmental Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University since 1998. Professor Saxena carries research interest in socio-ecological dimensions of natural resource management and sustainable development. Then we have Professor R.S. Deshpande. He's the honorary visiting professor of ISEC, Bangalore. He was formerly a Rajiv Gandhi National Fellow, Indian Council of Social Science Research. And before that, he was the director of ISEC. He was the Dean of Economics at PES University, Bangalore, and actively established Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics in Bangalore. Professor Deshpande is deeply involved in agricultural policy making of India and Karnataka. In this panel, we have an international speaker, Professor Bill Pritchard, who is the head School of Geosciences, University of Sydney, Australia. He has authored 14 books and reports and more than 50 peer-reviewed articles since 2008 and holds a total of 3,500 citations with the Hutch index of 28. Professor Pritchard has extensive expertise researching community adaptation and rural livelihoods in India, and has been the chief investigator in 4 Australian Research Council discovery projects examining aspects of socio-ecological changes in India. The 4th panel member is Professor Shijit Hughes. He is the adjunct professor of National Law School of India University state lead and revitalization rain-fed agricultural network, and senior advisor at India Foundation for Humanistic Development. He has over 2 decades of leadership experience in building innovative and award-winning organizational initiative to deepen democracy in the global South, with a particular focus on empowering subaltern communities, impacting poverty at scale and in a large-scale climate change and mitigation efforts. And the last member and the other panel member, Professor Anil Kumar Gupta. He is the head of India's National Institute of Disaster Management, Division of Environment and Disaster Risk Management. He is a sustainability risk management strategist working on disaster management, environment, and climate resilience for over 25 years. He is the recipient of a National Science Day Young Scientist Award in Forestry and Environments. He received Excellence Award by the Society of Environmental and Occupational Health and IDRC Canada's Tank Tank Initiative Senior Fellowship. So it's a very, very great privilege to have such an eminent panel members as well as program chair. Already we are running short of times. With this introduction of all these panel member and chairs, I request our panel chair, Professor Pramod Kumar, to take over. Sir, please.
Thank you, Professor Shiva Ramamurthy, for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost 12:05, and I'm told because of time lost in the inaugural, we'll have 45 to 50 minutes for each session. So I have 5 speakers with me. With 40 minutes, I would be very restrict in timing. Each speaker will have 8 minutes. After 7 minutes, I'll just remind that there is only 1 minute. So please stick to your timing. The order in which we have the speakers, I'm told Professor Bill Pitchard has to leave, so he will be the first speaker, succeeded by Professor KG Saxena. Third speaker will be Professor Deshpande. Professor Shiti Zars will be the fourth, and Professor Anil Gupta will be the last one. I'll try to take a few questions in the end if there is any time. I'm just restricting myself. Climate resilient agriculture and disaster risk reduction is our topic. As in the introduction in the morning, our great guru, Professor Nadkarni, himself indicated we are going into a very wrong direction. Not only the developed world, developing world, the entire globe is looks in danger. So we have to be very serious now, and we need to look for alternatives. Climate resilient agriculture is very topical topic here to discuss. I think to begin with this first panel session, I work in agriculture and I know how much is the importance of resilient agriculture, and being in Karnataka facing the dry land agriculture, it is one of the very important themes to talk about. Disaster management has become the buzzword now, and the policies are set in place, instruments are set in place how to deal with disaster. And probably now we are doing much better, say 20-25 years back when we used to have flood and drought and other situations. But still a lot is to be learned, and we have a long way to go. So without wasting time, I'll first invite Professor Bill Pitchard. He will be speaking on resilient communities, opportunities in India. So Professor Bill, please restrict to 8 minutes.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, over to you. Thank
Professor. Can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you clearly, please.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. It gives me great honor to speak at this training session. I'm a great friend of ISEC. I've visited ISEC campus many times. Professor Sunil Notial is a very important collaborator in research with me. So it gives me great pleasure to be here today. I must also send my apologies, however, because my dean, the Dean of Science, has a meeting with me and I cannot be late for the dean. We know that the deans are important. So my apologies. After giving my presentation, my brief presentation today, I will have to depart this meeting. But listening to the presentations earlier, it is clear that there is a great deal of scientific expertise, a great deal of knowledge creation assembled here amongst the approximately 100 participants. So it gives me great pleasure and honor to be part of this team. Professor Notial asked me to speak about resilient agriculture in India. I have just a few comments to make, which I hope will resonate perhaps with the broader themes of this conference. The first is, I think we need to think about what the word resilience actually means. And I will start by providing some observations on where I think the agricultural policy context is with India currently. It occurs to me that the national settings for agricultural policy in India still reflect the realities of the 1970s, when India was a deeply food insecure country, and in many years it had large net imports of staple foods. India's agriculture has progressed enormously in the past few decades. And of course, now India is a net exporter of many of the staples that are vital to feeding India's population. That said, as we all know, those foodstuffs are not distributed equitably within the Indian population, and so there is still malnutrition reaching many of the poorest villages and households across the country. We also know that the Indian food system has become increasingly able to fill people's stomachs with calories, but we know that it is a diet which doesn't reflect the nutritional realities needed of the Indian population. And we've seen reduced consumption of millets and coarse grains, reduced consumption of pulses and many of the staples, reduced consumption of animal proteins for many segments of the population, and at the same time, increased consumption of oil seeds, fats, and sugars, which are not good for long-term health of the population. So India's agricultural settings have gone a long way at their best to supporting the Indian population's ability to be fed, but perhaps not with the foods that are appropriate for long-term nutrition. So I think that's an important starting point for when we discuss climate change and the need for a resilient agriculture. Because when we talk about a resilient agriculture in India, in the context of climate change, necessarily we need to speak of a different kind of agriculture that produces the kinds of foods that better meet in the Indian population's nutrition requirements. And this means a more diverse diet, certainly a diet in which proteins, leafy vegetables and fruits, and some animal products are grown in greater quantities to ensure the Indian population's needs are better met. So how do we do that in the context of climate change? The first observation is that many of the areas that are most important to India's production of food, particularly in the northwest, in the upper Gangetic Basin, are also those same regions which are most at risk from climate change. We are seeing that today with the enormous heat spells, the drought conditions that are applying to northwest India. And although the whole of India is vulnerable to climate change, some other parts of India, and particularly some parts of the south and east, have more potential for agriculture than parts of the west and north. So there needs to be a geographical transformation in how India produces its food, it seems to me. And that's an important response to climate change. The second point I want to make is when we talk about resilience, we have to understand what this word means. In many cases, we use the word resilience to try and empower populations. So we say a population needs to be resilient to the vulnerability and threats it faces. That's very true, but we also need to understand that resilience needs to be understood in the context of those vulnerabilities and of the context of adaptive capabilities. Communities that are more vulnerable, and that vulnerability can be because of their geographical location with respect to natural disasters. It can also be vulnerable because of poverty, of economic neglect, of political neglect. This all creates a greater need for resilience amongst those populations. But if we make them less vulnerable in the first place, then of course their resilient needs are more able to be met. And also education and training is critical, because the foremost way in which we create resilient populations is to empower those populations, to increase their adaptive capabilities. And sometimes adaptive capabilities means understanding agriculture and local environments in new ways, to perhaps grow food and agriculture in innovative ways, grow diverse products, build local forms of resilience to floods or droughts, and also have at hand the kind of technological capabilities that we now have, particularly through remote sensing and GIS, that should allow communities to better prepare themselves for the threats that lie ahead. This is all part of resilience. Resilience also means linking the panchayat institutions to those at block and district levels and state levels, because it is in the seamless governance structures that allow panchayats to make their own solutions, but in the context of support from other levels of the Indian government, that seems to me to be at the heart of creating answers to the severe problems that much of the population in India faces. I won't say much more than that now. I'm sure the other guests on this panel have a great deal of insight to provide. So my lasting comments are to understand resilience in the context of vulnerability and adaptive capability, and to understand the need for agriculture to better meet a changing nutritional and food system logic of contemporary India. Thank you to ISEC. Thank you to Professor Nautiyal and all the other esteemed members that are speaking here today. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave this shortly, but I will stay on for another 5 minutes or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bill. I think in your you have been very strict with the timing. You've finished within the time. And in this brief speech, you have spoken about climate resilient agriculture in India, various aspects, local governance, as well as changing consumption pattern. It is really enjoying listening to you. I hope you will be able to do justice sometime later. Now we have a very restricted time. Thank you very much for your speech. Now I invite Professor K.G. Saxena to speak for 8 minutes. Professor Saxena will be speaking on resilience in traditional agro-ecosystems, suggestive approaches for sustainability. Professor Saxena.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So the first, at the outset, the lesson I got from inaugural address was the way Professor put Panchashil, and the key point was that we have everything. We have everything except for the will. We have knowledge, we have resources, we have understanding, but we do not have the required will. Now the question is, how should we get or rejuvenate that will? Get if it did not exist, and rejuvenate if it existed. Now the topic assigned to me, that is a traditional agro-ecosystem. So if we see whether the will did not exist in the past, perhaps there is evidence against it. There was will for achieving sustainability, there was will for achieving equity, and there was will for nutritional security, there was will for health security, and so on and so forth. And what is the basis? How do we say that there was a will? Because sustainability, when we talk about sustainability, then the inherent feature is lifespan. That's what existed for how long. Now, if we see compare modern agriculture and sustainable agriculture, there was no problem with sustainable agriculture for thousands of years. If we take that cultivation started around 10,000, before 10,000 years, then for several thousands years, there was no problem with agriculture. All problem with agriculture is since when? All problem with agriculture or all problem with the environment is since last 300 years. We take the reference as 1850, the starting point of industrial revolution. So the professor talked about will. The irony is that we are the creators of the problem, and we are also thinking ourselves as the agents of solution. Now, why traditional agriculture survived for thousands of years, and our modern agriculture, with all technological advancements and with huge resources, if we take 1966 as the base year for Green Revolution, hardly it survived for 50 years. Today there are symptoms of decline in yield. Today we have nutritional insecurity simply because there is a surplus of rice and wheat, and there is shortage of pulses and other crops which are required for our health security. Why it is so? Why it is so? If we see why it is so, what I feel, it was in traditional system, agriculture is not agriculture. The definition of agriculture is very broad. We say farm, forest, integrated landscape mosaics. The current terminology at the global level in ecological jargons, it is farm, forest, mosaic. So agriculture is not separated from forest, and forest is not separated from humans. So the basic problem with today's agriculture is that it is taken in a sectoral perspective. It is taken as an isolated land use. It is taken as an isolated economic activity. It is not taken as a component of landscape, or it is not taken as a component of the integrated economy and the holistic human development. Then the point of yes, will was there. Why it is survived? Because there was will. And why there was will? I feel for will, to have a strong will, two things are very important. One is our goal should be very simple. The goal should be simple and the goal should be clear. The goal should be simple and the goal should be clear. Now, at present, the goal, the more complex the goal is, it is considered to be a high level of technological development, or a high level of social development, or a high level of economic development. Then the second aspect behind lack of will is a trend of looking down upon agriculture. Looking down upon agriculture in the younger generation. In the younger generation, there is a feeling that non-agriculture based livelihood is a status symbol, and therefore people are moving. The youngsters, they try to move from agriculture to agricultural production part to the trade part. So on one hand, export and import is considered to be a high level of social status. On the other hand, the farmer activity is considered as a. So this change in social transformation has is the underpinning element behind unsustainability. Then sometimes we see, for example, the previous resilience. Resilience, another word is resistance. Now, many people they consider resistance as part of resilience. In ecological concepts, resilience is that your ability to recover after a shock. Your ability to recover after a shock, and resistance is your ability to evade, to escape a shock. And if you see the traditional agricultural systems, people were prepared. They were prepared to face shocks, and they were prepared to recover according to their own capacity. They did not depend upon, they did not like, or they did not made pressure on the external agents to support them in the events of disasters, in the events of where you have nutritional insecurity. So there was a high degree of self-confidence. There was a high degree of self-confidence opposed to the present scenario, where you have a high degree of organizing movements against the government, a high degree of organizing movements against the government to get something from them, or to maximize the support from them. So it was self-confidence. Self-confidence was again an underpinning element for a high level of will. At the same time, it is not that the sustainable agriculture is perfect in every sense. It is perfect. The sustainable agriculture, the societies, they have also perished. They have Mayan civilization has perished. Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, it has perished. But it has perished after thousands of years. It has perished after several thousands of years, and we are afraid of our livelihood security, environmental security, nutritional security, just over 200, over hardly 200 years. So with this, the question is, there are two ways for disaster, risk reduction. One is look at the past, and another is build on the present. And I think the perspective of traditional agriculture is that look at the past, take its strengths, and overcome its weaknesses with the existing science and technology, external resources, rather than assuming them to be inefficient in every respect and to be replaced by the modern system. So I think there are other speakers. This is what I have to say. And again, my regards for Professor, that I learned a word will and its importance today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Skrina, for finishing within time. You have very strongly put forward the willpower of the state, how sustainable development can be achieved if the willpower in the governance is there. So probably moving from our traditional system to green revolution, and all this technology led has also created all these problems. So you have indicated towards that. Now I have Professor Deshpande, fortunately sitting with me. He will be speaking on agrarian crisis and mitigation. I am sure he can speak for hours on this topic, but today I give him only 8 minutes. Professor Deshpande.
Thank you very much. And I was very happy that two stalwarts had put in the arena very important two concepts. One is resilience and there is will. Now, both the concepts cannot be inculcated from outside to a system. It has to be grown within the system. And therefore, if at all we have to create a resilient system, it has to be grown from inside out. If at all we have to create a will, it can be provoked, but finally it has to come from inside out. Therefore, I put it first point that there are three players. First one is the major stakeholders, that is farmer, forest dwellers, etc. These are the major stakeholders who are in the field. The second one, the policy makers, who are not on the field,
but then they are all knowledgeable about the field. The third one are the scientists or those who work on these areas. Many of them are withdrawn from the field. Some of them are associated with the field. Now, the composition of these three really make a resilience or a will, good concept, two very strong concept, but then I think that has to emerge from within, not from without. With that first point, the second point I would put is about the distress, climate resilient agriculture and the distress. Now, the agrarian crisis is of various kinds, and up to now we have gone through 6 phases of agrarian crisis. The first phase was food insecurity phase, was an agrarian crisis, that we did not have food to eat, and the crisis was very strong and important. This crisis went through by the intervention of the Green Revolution. Now, Green Revolution was intervened by 2 strong players. Number 1, the state; 2, the scientists, without really mapping the futuristic problems flowing out of the Green Revolution, which really precipitated our generation. Now, today, if you ask what are the problems of the farm today, then the problem of the farm is increasing cost. Right on my side, Professor Nadkarni is sitting. Long back, 1979, if I'm not wrong, he wrote about increasing cost and compared the income generated, net income generated in Punjab and Madhya Pradesh in EPW article. The 2 things are more or less comparable. The third thing is externalities of the technology, which created the distress. Fourth one is the strong commercialization which took place, and this strong commercialization brought in the distress because there was terms of trade between the 2, that is the urban and the rural, and the urban goods are consumed largely by the rural population, thereby distorting the terms of trade, thereby creating the income disparities, and thereby creating a distress. The next one is neglecting the climate smart agriculture, and the last 6th one is relegating, and that's what Professor Saxena said, relegating rural agricultural primacy into backup, in the sense that 1988 Economic Survey of India very strongly, till 88 Economic Survey had agriculture as 2nd chapter. Economic Survey is an official document of importance of the sectors in the economy. Till 1988 it was 2nd chapter. 88 onwards it went to 7th chapter, going backwards. Now, as far as mitigation is concerned, we have been talking about, and I am very happy that Professor Malhotra referred to Brundtland Commission, also the sustainable development, also the UN Charter about the sustainable development. Wonderful things. Now, I get to 2 things. Number 1, that in 1945, Dr. J.C. Kumarappa, I said doctor because he is one who had his doctorate well before in 1939 from Columbia University in a subject public finance and poverty, which was not touched till the time we held a seminar here on public finance and poverty in honor of Raja Chalaya. Till now, we are not bothered about public finance and poverty, we are bothered about poverty, but not the fiscal measures of poverty. In any case, Professor Kumarappa wrote a wonderful book on economy of permanence. What is economy of permanence? And Dr. Kumarappa gives very systematically what are the important aspects of, in today's parlance, sustainable agriculture. Okay. Kumarappa was in 1945, 1881, not 1981, 1881. Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, whose anniversary comes after 2 days, and I am going to deliver a lecture on that. That's why contextually it came to me. 1881, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule wrote a small booklet about 45 pages called Shetkaracha Asur, translated as the whip of the farmer. Now, these 2 persons had emphasized 7 points, And I distilled the 7 points for your purpose. What are the 7 points that these two people have distilled? Now, first one, we talk about sustainable development goals. Goals is one thing, tools are another. It is necessary, goals are not in our hand, but the tools are in our hand. Therefore, if at all we have to talk about sustainable development tools. And exactly Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, as well as, one more minute, as well as J.C. Kumarappa emphasize the tools. What are the tools? 7 tools they have emphasized. I will not get into details. Livestock maintenance and the farm, forest and livestock, a combined integrated income generating activity. 2, diversification of vocation and learning of the skills, rural industrialization based on the artisan skills, rural craftsmanship and the artisans connected to the market. This is third. This is what J.C. Kumarappa said. And in J.C. Kumarappa's first doctorate from Gandhi's University in Ahmedabad. Fourth one is crop rotation, crop specialization, which came out of Green Revolution. And a Punjab farmer, the Parali is mainly because of the ill advice of growing paddy in Punjab. Punjab was not growing paddy. Here is the Punjabi here. No, not growing paddy at all. And now paddy has become a headache for Punjab farmers as well as for the country as a whole because of the Parali. Soil enrichment, the enrichment of the soil and turning of the soil. The sixth one is survey of resources. And J.C. Kumarappa says that we have to take survey of resources of how many wells can be dug in which areas and what is the feasibility. This can be easily understood by the people there itself. And the last one is enriching the groundwater. Enriching the groundwater, both of them talked. In fact, Mahatma Phule talked about enriching the groundwater in terms of watershed development, and Maharashtra government had no shame that they had put Mahatma Phule's quotation on their watershed development, that we have 1881 onwards neglected watershed development, but now we recognize him. There are 2 quotations and that is the end of it. The main trouble with man arises out of the fact that he is endowed with free will. Sir has said it. Free will and possesses a wide field for its play. By exercising this gift in the proper way, he can consciously bring about much greater cooperation and coordination of nature's unit than any other living being. This is from J.C. Kumarappa. Nature is faithful and submissive to those who respect her, but to those who of their own free will, again coming to Saxena sir, free will, choose to ignore her requirements, she is sterner than justice and visits such transgressors with unrelenting punishment of violence and death as are ward of for their sins. This is J.C. Kumarappa. Now, with these words said very clearly by this stalwart of Congress, he was one of the main ideologues of the ruling party. We neglected it. And if we neglect it and finally get to Brundtland Commission or UN's Charter, there is nobody who can call shame on us other than J.C. Kumarappa's spirit or that of Jyotiba Phule's spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Deshpande, as always, very motivational 10 minutes talk. I know you have done so much work on agrarian crisis, books, papers, whatnot, and summarizing in 10 minutes is very, very difficult. You have put in place, sound is coming back, some of the issues, how agriculture has moved. Yeah. How agriculture has moved, being the example of second chapter in the economic survey to 7th chapter, and how over time it has created problem by itself
getting into wrong cultivation practices. We are growing paddy, and paddy in Punjab, Haryana, growing sugarcane in Maharashtra, where it is almost second or third in dry land, but growing sugarcane. So thank you very much, sir. I have now the fourth speaker, Professor Kshitiz R. He has been introduced already. Yeah. He will be speaking on policy need for traditional agro-ecosystems to build resilient society. Yeah, Professor Ars, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you so much. It's my privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. I think it's very timely that we are discussing this issue. While Professor Deshpande was invoking history, historical references to agriculture, I would also want to properly talk about how when our two-member team was identified to look at an Indian word that is equivalent to culture, one of the words that emerged was Krishi. And this was projected by Rabindranath Tagore. And there was one Sanskriti as well as the other one was Krishi. And so Krishi was understood as being people's culture. So no discussion at any time, on agriculture can be devoid of the larger understanding of the significance of agriculture on the culture of that particular time or time space. So it's really a privilege to be discussing this from the context of climate change. I teach public policy at the National Law School. I also coordinate the Revitalizing Rain-Fed Agriculture Network. And in the past, I've been the country head of Greenpeace and other civil society organizations. And it is in this background that I have tried to occupy the space between academics and direct action. It's to inform theory from people's experiences, but to also ensure that theoretical and scientific innovations make a bearing on the lives of people. So through the Revitalizing Rain-Fed Agriculture Network, there have been certain actions on the ground, certain innovations on the ground, which can help in policy propositions as far as building climate resilient agriculture is concerned. I would want to share this particular slide of mine yeah, here I go. Now, Karnataka, I'm looking after Karnataka in the network, and CREDA has identified 16 of 24 eternally drought-prone districts in the country are from Karnataka. So the crisis that we're discussing right now is of immense importance. And the topic that I teach in the National Law School is also unique in the sense that not many universities in India are talking about policy making or the challenges of policy making in the times of climate change. So climate change is not in the future, it's happening right now. And I've also been part of drafting papers, which have been referred by the government of India in response to COP consultations, including the one in Katowice in Poland. And I regret to say that we are not deep, our governance structure is not deeply informed by climate science. There's no mention of adaptive governance, which is the need of the time. Now, the crisis is hitting us and our responses have to be hastened. And this is the context of this presentation. Generally, when we talk about policy making, it's also about political systems. Someone spoke about political will. So do political systems and their policies have a true environmental potential? And we have seen that they do. I mean, Marx and Engels have spoken about multi-cropping and how multi-cropping and chemical intensive farming in its primitive form was destroying Latin America. And they discussed this in 1850. And yet Cuba, which was a Latin American country, practiced the most chemical intensive farming per acreage till the special period. So political systems and political policies do have an environmental potential. The theory of a political ideology may be very different from the actual implementation of it through elected governments or through dictatorships. And this transformation happens through the social architecture that we build, whether the social architecture promoted by a certain government or through certain policies are ecocentric or not. there was also this mention of when climate change started when it started impacting the planet much more. My own interest in this has made me understand this from a research perspective. And if you actually understand the artificial nitrogen fixing process that was invented by Haber, and which manipulated the nitrogen cycle on Earth. Today we are fixing more nitrogen than 5 times more nitrogen than the Earth can on its own. And this manipulation of the natural gaseous cycle, I feel, is the most potent impact that humans have had on climate change. So I even put artificial nitrogen fixing more than industrial revolution and the great acceleration of the Second World War. So it's just not about conspicuous consumption, it's about what we're consuming. So can there be an alternative to it in the sector of agriculture? So the timeliness of this conference and the probable political propositions thereof should also be governed by the most recent findings of climate change in climate change, which talks about a fairly disastrous impact that we can foresee in the near future, which is called the hot house Earth. And you can very clearly see that we are in the phase of what is called the stabilized Earth, or I would often use the word governed Earth. So if you're governing the progress of the trajectory of the Earth system, what are the mechanisms that we would adopt to ensure that the planet doesn't collapse into an abyss? So the hot house Earth is very real, and we have to stop this. And agriculture as a sector is contributing to it almost 35%. Now, there are, of course, theoretically, there are possibilities that we can understand from planetary boundaries. I put this picture on because of the absence of planetary boundaries informing our policy making today. I mean, there's no mention of policy making, let alone planetary boundaries, let alone hot house Earth, the criticality of hot house Earth. And this picture also talks about the possibility of changes, the possibilities of transformation that are possible through policies. And very clearly, I mean, if you look at the biogeochemical flow and the novel entities and the biosphere integrity, all three are directly related to agriculture. We are destroying biodiversity, we are using chemicals, and the novel entities that are coming for chemical fertilizers and pesticides. These are the three extremely important contributors to climate change, and they even have a negative loop response relationship with climate change. For example, biodiversity loss leads to climate change, but climate change leads to biodiversity loss too. So my concern really is whether we are using the knowledge, the robust scientific knowledge that we have today to make policies around agriculture. So we definitely need new institutional arrangements. The politicization of science is rightly is a serious concern. Cow urine, for example, is something that we are largely using in a practice that we have adopted here in Karnataka called the Akkadi Salu cultivation, which is a biodiversity-based organic farming practice in 5 districts with immensely positive outcomes. Not just on carbon sequestration, but also on remuneration for farmers, as well as to sustain livelihood almost 9 months a year. But
can you please conclude now?
Yes. So cow urine is scientific. There's a science behind cow urine, so there's nothing sacred about it, and it is the scientific temper that I think is very important for now. So policy directions, I'll come to policy directions, but this is at the core of what I'm trying to propose. The first is to make panchayats at the center of transformation. We've got the 73rd Amendment and the 11th Schedule, which clearly talks about everything that we are talking today. Panchayats at the center of transformation. Our scientific rigor in the creation of alternatives, building on the legacy of local organizations, because there have been a lot of organizations across India which have done immense work, and to build on those local organizations knowledge. And lastly, to kind of contextualize it in the Anthropocene era and the climate science. And finally, it's also about, today is the Constitution Day, social justice, because we are talking about 65% to 70% of the population in villages. So This is the last slide of all the other slides. This is what we've adopted, and we felt this was extremely important for for us to scale up. It's called in different names in different states. In Karnataka, it's called Akkadi Salu. It's diversity-based organic farming, and up to 14 to 15 crops per acre. And what it has done has been immensely positive on the lives of farmers as well as on climate change. Now, it is also about farm management, but it is also about, you know, the Kharif continuing into the Rabi season. So we are not talking about two binaries here. We are not talking about binaries, but as a continuum, which can create labor and livelihood opportunities for about 9 to 10 months a year. The non-negotiable, the last sentence in the era of climate science, is not to look at less of chemical fertilizers. We are looking at zero chemical fertilizers, zero chemical pesticides, and zero use of groundwater. And we've been able to make this possible in 5 districts. And there is literature being evolved for the learning to be scaled up. And this is my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ars. You have presented the different aspect, what the other speakers have spoken. You just have the details about biodiversity and how the in different biodiversity, different inputs are required, different kind of fertilizer, pesticides may be required, and if wrong practices are continued, how they can lead to the kind of distress and environment problems. Thank you very much. Due to shortage of time, we have to present only the short views. Professor Anil Gupta will be speaking now on CRA and DRR views and opinions about climate resilient agriculture and disaster risk reduction. So please, Professor Gupta ji, 8 to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the organizing team, for inviting me to share some of the views in this particular session. I'll be taking few minutes, lesser than the allocated one. I have 5 points to share here with the panel of experts and the luminaries and delegates present here. Very first point is that we all do agree that our economic growth is not improving. So past 15 or 20 years, we are struggling with the growth rate that is 5%, 6%, 7% or so.
Your mic is muted, please. Can you unmute?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for inviting me to share some thoughts at this particular session, and I have 5 points here to share with the participants and delegates of this conference. The first point I would like to mention that we all agree that our
Gupta, if climate resilient, actually everybody has spoken. If you can speak more on disaster risk reduction, because you come from the institute which is looking after these strategies.
I have 5 points to make. Kindly allow me to share, and wherever you are expecting, we all will.
Okay, go ahead, please. Please unmute.
Yeah,
mic is getting muted again and again.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you. I have unmuted again. So let me start again. Thank you, Chair, for inviting me to share some of my thoughts. I have 5 points to share, and I will take 5 or 6 minutes maximum. Very first thing is that we all agree that we are witnessing over past 15-20 years, we are witnessing global economic slowdown. And if we look at the probable causes of this economic slowdown, there has been a lot of researches and there has been a lot of analysis. But despite of the best advances in technology, now we are talking of we are moving fast in nanotechnology, automation and robotics. But then also our economic growth rate is not increasing or stabilizing. What is the reason? And I find one of the key answer to this question in the global ecological slowdown. And for that, I would like to recall that we go to the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment of 2005. And that relationship is very, very important, because the kind of slowdown now we have witnessed, and that has been intensified over the past 9 months period. And globally, the people have started saying that the American dream is over. So this is point number one, that ecosystem services are most important dimensions, whether we are talking of disaster resilience or climate resilience. And I would like to refer here that we do not separate out climate resilience and disaster resilience. This is the second generation disaster resilience. Second thing, the world is urbanizing. Despite of the best efforts, policy interventions or governance interventions, world is urbanizing, and we are moving very fast. By 2035, around 50% of the population will be living in urban areas. And a new land use is coming very fast, that is urban agriculture, which is not yet being recognized by our land use classification systems. So how we look at it and how it is going to contribute to the urban resilience as well, that is another dimension that comes to us, because we have some set of measures for urban planning, some set of measures for rural and geographical planning, but as on date, we do not have any mechanism for peri-urban planning measures. And past 5 years or so, we have been working on the policy mechanisms or the planning protocols for urban peri-urban systems. And peri-urban, basically, that influences both sides, the resilience of urban systems as well as the rural systems, for disasters, also for climate change also. Third point is that people usually, when we talk of disaster management, people usually think of saving the life and then giving a little bit of relief and the story is over. That is not the correct understanding of disaster management. Disaster management has a complete cycle, and that very much starts from adaptation and mitigation. That is actually the resilience building. And then post-disaster resilience. So if you look at the examples of the Uttarakhand flood, and there is a World Bank project going on for recovery and rehabilitation. Now the greater emphasis globally is coming for greening disaster response, recovery and rehabilitation. So how we ensure carbon neutrality into post-disaster activities. And in fact, the WWF and International Red Cross has jointly issued recently a guideline for greening disaster response also. So that is the fourth point that brings a kind of integration between the two systems. Fourth dimension, which past few months I have been focusing, and I have been talking to some of the business schools also, and they are taking a lot of interest in promoting this, because we realized during this coronavirus pandemic period that more than 70% of Indian businesses never had any concept or any such plan of business continuity, and less than 30% organizations which had any business continuity plan seldom had incorporated disasters or environmental emergencies as the major impediment to businesses. So that is a new regime based on the lessons that we have gained by dealing with major disasters in the past. If we look at past 10 years, most of the disasters which were by name natural, but they were actually a human-induced disaster, whether it was Kosi flood, whether it was Chennai flood, and then next year after Chennai flood, it was a major drought in Chennai, and then Uttarakhand fire, then Chennai flood, then Srinagar flood. So a series of such disasters where anthropogenic contributions to vulnerability and disaster has been very, very significant, and that is why now we are talking that the business sectors need to integrate disaster resilience and climate resilience along with dealing the issues of environmental emergencies into the business continuity and business sustainability strategies. So this is point number 4 that I wanted to mention. And bringing scaling down to agriculture sector, we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture and ICR, as I informed during the inaugural session, that recently we have come up with a national disaster management for agriculture sector, national plan for disaster management for agriculture sector. And there we found that most of the emphasis of agricultural protection or agriculture resilience has been on the field activities or on farm activities, but very less emphasis has been on post-harvest agriculture produce management. Whereas disaster losses are because of the climate change, there are significant impact after the crop is harvested or after the crop is ready, and then even in the farm field or when it is taken. And in fact, 70% of Indian farmers' worry is after growth.
Sorry, your mic is again muted, Professor Anil.
Coming to the last point, that we need to think for integration, as we have been focusing since the inaugural session also. And there are at the district level, because district being the most important entity for planning, at the district level, we have, as per the legal mandate, we have a disaster management plan, whereas wherein besides disaster response and recovery, disaster mitigation and risk mitigation, that is very important dimension. And now we are integrating climate resilience also, as per the protocols decided by the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster risk management. Second thing, each and every state has got a state action plan for climate change, and now it is being downscaled to the district level. So that is second dimension. Third, in 2019, just 1 year back, on the directive of the Supreme Court, all the districts of the country are preparing their environmental action plans. So now there is a greater responsibility that and also opportunity that we need to integrate.
Your mic is muted again.
All the three plans at the district level are going to influence natural resource systems and sustainability at local level, and therefore it provides greater opportunity also. I would urge that our researcher colleagues can take up some good case studies at how integrated planning process can help us, because we have 73rd and 74th amendment that also calls for participatory planning, and that gives us opportunity for promoting integrated approach. So with these 5 points, I close my deliberation here as in this session. Thank you very much, and over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Anil Gupta, for summarizing in a way the climate resilience and disaster resilience, both the aspects. I was a little worried that we have not discussed more on disaster, but within this short span of 8 to 10 minutes, you have very nicely summarized not only agriculture, but also you talked about peri-urban resilience also needs, which has a different kind of requirement, and adaptation, mitigation you have pointed out. And the very important point of bringing in local level, it's not at the macro level you can deal with these risks, especially disaster risk has to be planned at the district and very say taluk and village level. So thank you very much. Very well summarized the entire debate. Unfortunately, you are the last person summarizing it. So can we take questions, or should I conclude? Actually, there must be some. I can see 4 or 5 on the chat box, but there is no time. The organizers are saying if we go into the question answers, maybe another half an hour will be required. So I'm sympathizing with the audience. They are sitting and they certainly have very valid points raised, but probably those answers will be provided through email, and they can get in touch with the management. So I'll take only 2 minutes. Concluding it, we are going to almost 1. This topic is very dear to me also. I am working in agriculture, and I can see there is various kinds of risk which our farmer is facing. And one aspect, big aspect of the resilience of disaster as well as climate, which is missed, I didn't find in the debate, is the aspect of small and marginal farmers, who otherwise also at the they are edge of poverty in the agriculture, and added to that they have to go through this climate change which is affecting large as well as small, everyone. So they are at the verge of extinction almost, because their profitability is too low. It is very difficult to survive. So when we are planning, probably there is need for a special plan for those marginal and small farmers. Some of the speakers spoke about uh, making some kind of collective decision making for the marginal and small farmers. We have the farmer producer organizations, but they are not coming up the way they are required, and probably government has to be more much more much more pro small farmers. Large farmers still they can manage, they can, there are various ways of adopting climate, adopting even to disaster, probably changing the climate pattern, and the adopting to the crops which are high value and low value, probably making adjustments, and also the traditional agriculture which is coming in the new way of organic farming, and there are various ways. Now precision farming is also becoming very popular. All these say the organic farming, precision, and all other mechanical instruments used in agriculture, which can enable the farmer to meet with the climate and disasters. But they need a huge investment, which probably the small and marginal farmers, they have to be hand holding by the government as well as collectively by all of them. That is the only way they can go forward. So with these notes, I conclude there is very little time left. I think we have 2 more sessions before lunch. I don't know we will be able to go through it, but I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to all the 5 speakers, very good. They have kept the time. Thanks to all the audience, and thanks to one and all.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Professor Anil Gupta and my own behalf, I thank the Chair and moderator of this session, Professor Pramod Kumar and Professor Sivaram Murthy, and all 5 distinguished scholars, Professor K.G. Saxena, Professor Deshpande, Professor Bill Pritchard, Professor Kshitij Urs, and Professor Anil Gupta. Thank you so very much. Now we move to the second session, and so I request the Dr. Himanshu Datta. He's a moderator. Please invite our respected chairperson of this session, my teacher, Professor Mohammad Latif Khan.
Good afternoon. It's my honor to welcome all the participants to the present session on the special invited lecture 1 on the theme multidisciplinary climate resilience and adaptation, climate smart village. We are honored to have Professor M.L. Khan sir from Harsing Gaur Central University Sagar as our chairman. There are 5 eminent speakers in this session who are an inspiration for the present generation. May I have the honor to introduce them now? They are Professor K.N. Ninan sir, who is the former professor and head CENR Isaac and chairperson Center for Economics, Environment and Society. Professor M.G. Venkatesha sir from the Department of Zoology, Bangalore University. Professor Rekha Jagannath madam, who is the independent director, Tumakuru Smart City Limited Board and former member, Karnataka State Planning Board. Next, we have Professor Josh Chattukulam sir, who is the director, Center for Rural Management, Kottayam. Next, we have Professor R.S. Gavali sir, who is from NIRDPR, Hyderabad. I hope we all have a very fruitful session. And now may I request Professor Khan sir to conduct the session.
Unmute, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon to each and everyone. So how much time, may I know how much time is given to each speaker?
10 minutes, sir.
10 minutes. Okay. So because already we are running short of time, so we can directly start the first presentation. What is happening actually now?
I'm trying to share the screen. I don't know. I'm not.
Oh, okay. So
how do I do it actually?
yeah, I
don't
think
know
they
what's
can.
happening here.
They can. Yeah.
Click on the PowerPoint. Click on the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Minimize. Yeah.
So our first speaker is Professor Ken Nayan.
Yeah, I'm not able to get my screenshot. I don't see those. Where is it gone?
Yeah, organizer, please help him.
Sir, you please share the screen.
It's coming. The screen is coming. You have to click on your document.
No need to do
I don't see the screen actually. Yeah,
minimize
I
that,
put
sir.
share
Yeah,
screen.
minimize that.
Yeah.
Minimize that window. Yeah, minimize this. Yeah. Now open the PowerPoint, sir. Open the PowerPoint, sir. Not this one.
Yeah, click on the PowerPoint.
Yeah, your PowerPoint. Yeah. First, you minimize it.
Yeah. Now open the PowerPoint, sir.
Double click, sir.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Slowly.
Coming, sir.
Yes.
Is it coming?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's coming.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't see it. That's why. Okay. Yeah.
Now it is opening.
Okay. While it's opening, let me thank Isaac and NIR Disaster Management Institute, and especially Professor Madheshwaran, Sunil Nautiyal, and Dr. A.K. Gupta for giving me this opportunity. It's a great privilege to be here for this international workshop and training program. So I'm going to speak on ecosystem-based approach to build climate resilience. I hope you can see the
Yeah. You can go for full screen. Your full screen
Zoom
presentation.
Yeah, it's fully seen. It's visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my God.
No, not this.
F5.
Not presentation.
Press F5, sir. Press F5.
FY, where is that?
F5, sir.
On down there, please, on down there, you can see the say. Yeah. Come down. Yeah.
I can't see that actually. I had done this earlier, but I don't know what's the problem actually.
No, not June.
Sir, please press F5. F5.
Oh, F5. Okay.
F5. On your keyboard, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did press it.
Otherwise, Kamat, you sir, please press this. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. Shall I make the presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to speak on ecosystem-based approach to build climate resilience. And due to lack of time, so due to lack of time, I will try and restrict myself within the given time.
It is still not coming, no? Hello?
Yeah.
Sir, you can continue, no problem.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sir, please continue.
Yeah.
Continue like
so,
it.
the AR5 findings, the fifth assessment report of the IPCC says that there's an increasing trend in global temperature, sea levels, increasing frequency and intensity of disasters and extreme weather events, including heat waves. And if you see, for every temperature increase, you find that the risk to disasters and extreme weather events is increasing. Now, this is a slide taken from a report by the Asian Development Bank, which shows what will be the impact of climate change on India under 3 alternate climate scenarios, that with low, medium, and high emission scenarios for 2030, 2050, and 2080. And you can see that precipitation departure, in some places, the rainfall variation ranges from -14 to -43%, whereas the increases in rainfall range from plus 16 to plus 32%. This is the departure, precipitation departure. If you look at temperature changes, it can vary from 0.6 degrees Celsius to almost 6.2 Celsius under the 3 alternate climate scenarios. And this figure will give you an idea of the increasing trend of global disasters and all disasters. And the next one is taken from the recent UNEP Environment Outlook report, and it shows clearly the increasing trend in the frequency of climate-related disasters. And here we have the direct economic losses due to disasters. If you see, during 1978 to 1997, the direct economic losses in 2017 US dollars range from 0.89 to 1.3 trillion dollars. And whereas during the last 2 decades, 1998 to 2017, it is almost $3 trillion. And the climate-related losses as a proportion of total losses to all disasters has increased from 68% to 77% during the last 2 decades. And the real cost to the global economy is almost $520 billion per year, and almost 26 people are impoverished. If you looked at the global disaster profile for these last 2 decades, you find that climate-related events, disasters, floods, storms, extreme temperature and drought, they almost account for almost 80% of the number of disasters worldwide. As if you look at the number of people affected, again, you find it is almost 80 or more than 80% of the people are affected by climate weather-related disasters. The number of deaths, of course, earthquakes account for almost 56% of the deaths, and the remaining are accounted for weather-related events. And the last one is the economic losses. If you again look at it, almost 80 to 90% of the economic losses are all due to extreme weather events and disasters. And this is a table for India, actually. The major category of natural disasters between 1900 and 2007. And you can clearly see how, what are the losses, the damages caused by weather-related disasters. For instance, droughts caused 4.25 million deaths. People affected was about 711 million people, and also the damages are quite high. And similarly, you can find floods and extreme temperature and windstorms causing severe damage, including deaths and damages. Now let me come to this slide, which says, why do we need to build climate resilience? As you know, the risks arising from climate change are many, such as unforeseen and extreme weather events, such as heat waves, typhoons, cyclones, prolonged droughts, which can have adverse economic, social, environmental consequences and affect human well-being and quality of life. For instance, between 1980 and 2014, weather-related losses were estimated at $3.3 billion in 2014 values. In 2017 alone, it was about $350 billion, and almost 88-90% of these disasters were caused by weather-related events. And if you see the recent Royal Society report, large coastal cities could face annual losses of $1 trillion from flooding by mid-21st century. And the recent IPCC special report on oceans and cyrospheres shows that if there is an increase in sea levels and if levels rise by 50 centimeters, 45 cities with 5 lakh plus residents will be flooded. So and many of our Indian coastal cities like Mumbai, Calcutta, Surat, etc. will be vulnerable to flooding, and people will be affected. And almost 1.4 billion people will be affected by sea level rise, melting ice, and glaciers. So now why do we need to build climate resilience? What are the different approaches to build climate resilience? So we have the ecosystem-based approach, which includes like conserving and restoring mangroves. Then we have engineering-based mangroves, like investing in climate infrastructure like seawalls, coastal shelter, disaster warning system. Then we have a hybrid approach, which is a combination of ecosystem and engineering-based approach. Then we have social-based approach, which is community action or community-based adaptation. And then behavioral approach, which is changing people's attitudes and lifestyles, like changing dietary patterns, etc. So this table is taken from a Royal Society report. It gives you the examples of different ecosystem or engineering-based or hybrid based options to reduce the impact of 4 types of extreme weather events. You take heat waves. Now, what are the different ecosystem-based options or nature-based? You would have afforestation, maintenance of existing vegetation, green roofs, etc. In the case of coastal flooding, maintenance of natural reefs, maintenance of mangroves, mangrove planting and establishment, maintenance and creation of salt masses, wetlands, etc. And in the case of drought, is the removal of thirsty invasive plant species, reforestation, emphasis on agroforestry or agroforestry silvicultural systems, soil and water conservations, which are more suited for dry and arid zones. And for river flooding, re-establishment of floodplains, green rivers, catchment afforestation, increasing vegetative cover, maintenance of existing catchment vegetation, etc. Now the next slide is taken from a CBD report, and it shows that there are both synergies, trade-offs, and co-benefits of ecosystem-based adoption. And due to lack of time, I will not explain this. I'll just go to the first row, which is on mangrove conservation. As you know, it has a lot of environmental or ecosystem benefits. It helps, it has biodiversity benefits, it has storm protection benefits. It has also income and employment increase due to prawn culture, fisheries, and it has also helps in the conservation of mangrove dependent this thing, and also it has climate conservation of carbon sequestration both above and below ground mass. Now I will come to what are the economic benefits of ecosystem based approach. And here I should mention that it's very difficult to estimate all the benefits in terms of monetary terms, and also some of the benefits take a long time, especially environmental benefits take a long time to be realized. So I've given a few examples of which some estimates available. This is an example of mangrove versus conservation versus shrimp farming from Thailand. And these are the benefits are carbon sequestration, biodiversity, storm protection, nursery for fisheries, income and employment. And the benefit cost ratio was about 3:1. 3:1, that is $60,000 per hectare versus say $16,700 per hectare. I've given some of the other information there. Then again, another example from Thailand, mangrove versus shrimp. This was by Barbier. Again, these are the same benefits, and the benefit ratio is almost 2:1. Now I go to the next slide, which gives again from mangrove forest globally. The avoided losses from coastal flooding and protection is about estimated at $80 billion per year. And this is taken from the recent Global Commission on Adaptation 2018. And mangrove forests provide non-market benefits to the tune of $40 to $50 billion per year. Here's some other cases: floodplain protection of restoration in Cameroon, the benefits of flood management, additional water flow, etc. Now the benefit cost ratio was almost 6.5:1, which shows that what are the very high benefits from floodplain conservation. I have another example which is on watershed development from Maharashtra, Kumbarwadi, and the benefits were increase in agricultural yields, water table, many other benefits. And here you find that again the BC ratio is 2.28 to 3.37, almost 3:1 ratio benefits from watershed development. And then coastal wetlands. This was by
Professor Naran, please conclude.
I'm coming to the last 2-3 slides. Coastal wetlands. Now you find the storm protection was valued at $23.2 billion. 1 hectare wetland loss leads to average $33,000 increase in storm damage. I come to this slide, which is on nature and sustainable development. As you know, nature provides a broad array of goods and services. It also helps reduce vulnerability. And 2 of the SDGs, SDG 14 and 15, relate to marine and terrestrial ecosystems and biodiversity. But most of the SDGs are directly or indirectly related to nature. And but a very sad thing to note is that the world has failed to achieve the 20 IC biodiversity targets, which also affect achievement of SDGs. And now the COVID-19 pandemic is also jeopardizes the achievement of the SDGs. My last slide is on India's climate action plan. As you see, it gives a lot of emphasis on green solution, renewable energy, harnessing solar and wind energy, then increasing in forest and tree cover, and incentives for state area under forest for distribution of funds from federal pool to states. And my last slide is on what are the challenges that India faces to move to a low carbon economy, which is meeting development needs and improving human being and quality of life and giving access to clean technologies and international climate. So let me conclude by saying that if you take care of nature, nature will take care of you. If you abuse nature, nature will abuse you. And here we should remember the words of Mahatma Gandhi. Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. So we need to change our production and consumption patterns in order to protect the environment and have a low carbon footprint. So this is one of my recent books on building a climate resilient economy and society. So thank you very much.
Sure, it was very good, and the conclusion is right. About greed.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Nirman. It was really very interesting talk. So maybe a question probably through the email, I think organizers, they can take the questions and post the answers. So may I request next speaker?
Yes.
Yeah, Sunil, who is the next speaker?
Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Sir, Professor Venkatesa. Yes.
Okay. So may I invite Professor M.G. Venkat sir, please present your talk.
Okay. So good afternoon. Whether please you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So whether you can see my screen?
No. Please share the screen. Yeah.
We can see you.
Please share the screen.
Now?
No, not yet. Not
You
yet.
have to click down the share screen and then it will come.
Share screen.
Yeah.
Share. Now?
No. Yeah. Now we can. Yes. Yeah. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So good afternoon. I thank organizers. Now I will be talking on impact of climate change and coffee insect pests in South India. Coffee, is one of the important crop in the world and also in India. But we have not much discussed about the climate effect on coffee. Okay, so at the global level, the coffee is a very important crop. It's a backbone for the economy of developing countries in the tropics. And coffee, is one of the important valuable crop, agricultural crop next to petrol. And it provides, employment for about 25 million people worldwide. And it is also referred as brown gold. And coffee production has nearly doubled in 1970. And the global coffee production is about 130 million bags. And the annual retail value of the tropical export crop is about US $90 million. So in coffee, the two species of coffee are very important, Arabica and Robusta coffee. They are grown on commercial scale. Of course, other species are tree coffee, but they are not commercially important. This Arabica and Robusta coffee is grown all over the world. So as far as India is concerned, India is a major producer of coffee in Asia. And both Arabica and Robusta coffee are grown, are planted over total area of about, the 3 lakhs hectare in South India, especially Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. And of course, Karnataka is the major coffee producer in the South India. And India produces about, the 3 lakh tons of coffee annually, and it contributes about 98% of the total production from South India. And India earns about US $200 million foreign exchange annually. So in this coffee, apart from other problem like agricultural practices or economic conditions of farmers or socio-economic backgrounds of the farmers, the major threat to coffee is important pests. We have a major insect pest coffee. Of course, there are about 50 species of insects attack coffee, but of them, the 5 insects are very important: coffee white stem borer on Arabica coffee, coffee berry borer. It attacks both Arabica and Robusta. And another is a short hole borer. It attacks only the Robusta. And the mealybugs, again, they are sucking pests mainly on Robusta. And another is a green scale. It attacks young plants of Robusta and Arabica. So what is the impact of climate change on these insect pests, and how this climate change will increase or decrease the pest population, and how we know these insect pests will affect the production of coffee in South India? For example, I told you coffee white stem borer is a very important pest on Arabica coffee. The life cycle is about 8 to 10 months. The adult emergence period is from April, May, and September, December. Adults are active in bright sunlight, but this pest incidence will increase during erratic monsoon, long drought, and less rain periods, and the pest increases, and incidence will be causing about 60 to 90% of pest infestation, and in a different elevation level. So the economic loss, because this pest attacks the coffee main plant, the main stem has to be removed. So coffee plant has to be uprooted. So this economic loss by uprooting the stem borer infested plants, even at the rate of 1 plant per hectare, so results in $642,000 per year, and about 9 million trees are destroyed each year in South India because of coffee white stem borer infestation, costing a very heavy loss. And then annual loss due to the white stem borer, coffee white stem borer in India is about 17 to 26 million dollar. So next is the coffee berry borer. It's a very important pest. It's an internationally pest. It's occur all over the world of coffee growing countries, and introduced to India in 1990. And this coffee berry borer breeds in mature coffee berries, and then it's a very small insect, 1.5 millimeter, and larvae makes tunnel in the endosperm, and they destroy the final produce or coffee. And the total life cycle is about 28 to 34 days. And male and female survives for different days. And the crop loss estimation here is about 10 to 100%. But this pest incidence of coffee berry borer will be more during prolonged monsoon, low temperature, and more the moisture contents, especially from August to February, increase the very high infestation, and there will be a heavy crop loss. And another pest is, of course, is only attack the Robusta coffee, and this is the short hole borer, again a small insects. It attacks the succulent twig of the short hole borer, and then they affect the plants and also the cropping twigs. But this pest incidence again increased during prolonged monsoon, low temperature, and more moisture whenever in the plantation, increase the infestation. And one more, two more, important pests is the mealybugs and the green scale. They are sucking pests. So they suck the sap of the plant, and then they always debilitate the plants. Sometimes they attack the twigs, nodes, spikes, flowers, and even sometimes roots. And the pest incidents are severe during summer with intermittent showers. So, and the mealybug population decreases under a heavy monsoon, high humidity, and low temperature. Similarly, the green scale. The green scale is also very important sucking pest. They suck the sap of these plants. So now we know, coming to the ecological conditions of coffee, the coffee is grown. Arabica elevation is 1,000 to 1,500 meters. Robusta is low elevation crop, that is 500 to 1,000 meters, and temperature required is about 15 to 25 degrees centigrade. Here 20 to 30 degrees centigrade for Robusta, and annual rainfall is required about 60 to 100 inches. Here 40 to 80 inches. The blossom showers required is March to April, about 25 to 40 millimeter. And in case of Robusta, it is February, March, 25 to 40 millimeters. And backing showers for the fruit set is also
Dr. Venkat, please try to discuss the impact of climate change.
Yes, yes. Now I will.
And quickly because already.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This slide, will give you all details about the stem borer incidents. For example, coffee white stem borer, coffee berry borer, short-hole borer, mealybugs. So these different pests, you can see, between 1961 to 2010, there is a normal rain pattern. But in 19, you can see very heavy heavy monsoon, or sometimes there will be very less monsoon. So whenever there is a very less monsoon, the coffee white stem borer incidence will increase. And similarly, whenever there is a heavy monsoon, the coffee berry borer, short-hole borer incidence will increase. So whenever there is a little rain, more moisture, the mealybugs and green scale will increase. So along with this, the pest incidents, the elevation and aspects of coffee plantations are also very important, and integrated pest management also plays a very important role, and the social conditions of the farmers, whether they are aware of this pest incidents and the climate change and the influence of climate or impact of climate on these pests also plays a very important role. The economic conditions of the farmers also plays a very important role along with the climate change. And apart from this, even with the normal rain patterns or climate, the microclimate of coffee, for example, shade, the thick shade or thin shade, elevation or aspect, exposure to different southern or northern, eastern exposure also plays a very important role. Apart from that, cultivation practices. So all these put together, along with the climate change, will place a very important role in the pest incidents. And sometimes, the coffee white stem borer is a very serious pest. Under very less rain and high drought condition, pest incidents will increase and it causes very severe loss. So that's why this there is a this is one area where you have to concentrate as far as the socio-economic conditions of planters, and also microclimatic conditions, and also climate change plays a very important role in management of these 5 major insect pests of coffee, apart from other cultivation practices. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Banker, for a very nice talk, and you have timely finished.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So,
Thank you. Stop,
may I request?
You have to stop presenting.
Yeah, please stop your presentation. PowerPoint. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
I cannot present if you can't stop.
No, he will. He has. But I think. Yeah.
Now it's okay.
Yeah, now it's okay. So may I request now next?
I'm Dr. Rekha Jagannath.
Yeah, Dr. Rekha Jagannath. So you are most welcome. So please go ahead with your presentation. Yeah. So you are trying to share your screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Is my screen visible? Hope my screen is visible. Is my screen visible?
Yeah,
I'm sharing the screen.
Yes. Now try to put on full screen, like say on presentation mode.
Yeah,
on presentation. Otherwise, you can go ahead like this also. It's visible. Yeah. Presentation mode on the down there you can see.
Good morning, everyone. And then I'm very, very happy to be here today, being invited for this 10-minute presentation at Isaac. by Dr. Nautiyal. In this pretext, I've got to know Nautiyal for the first time. Everyone else I know here. I am a Pharma Isaac student. I'm very happy to be here, indeed. I've chosen to speak on climate smart villages.
Excuse me, can you make it bigger? This one?
CSV. Can you see my screen? I'm very concerned about this.
Yeah, screen is visible. If you can go on presentation mode, then it will be better. If you have some difficulty, then you please go ahead with this only.
Ma'am, slideshow mode. Just to put it in slideshow mode, ma'am.
Slideshow mode.
Yep.
Down there, you can see. No, don't click that.
Just, Vinod sir, just show the cursor there.
I think there will be best see.
I am in.
Yeah,
I
please
shared
go
my
ahead.
screen and
Please go ahead. Please go ahead like this.
This concept of my predecessor, Dr. Nainan, has already clearly given a picture of climate change, which was being discussed from 1980s, but not much action was taken at all levels. And as researchers, we've tried to really, and as policymakers, we have tried to see what the causes are that did not make it happen. Meanwhile, we have moved ahead, and climate change has taken toll of several things in the economies. Now, so finally, we are coming to solutions to climate change, and where we have this concept of climate smart villages, which has been introduced in 2011. Now, I tried to look into what this concept is, and I found that it goes back to 2007. In 2007 already, we have had a concept of Mission 2007, which was taken up by ICSSR, and then also ISRO tried to implement it with the guidelines given by MS Swaminathan. This book, From Green to Greener Economy, given by MS Swaminathan, has a complete blueprint for solving climate change through climate smart villages. And the concept has resurfaced now as climate smart villages in 2011, where 15 smart villages in West Africa, East Africa, and South Asia, and additional villages now being chosen in Latin America and Southeast Asia. I have started implementing, but it's not so much new, so to say. It is old wine in new bottle, as all things happen. But then here it is a surprise that most of the things have been completely delineated by Indian scientists and technicians, which has not been given credit. And now we have moved ahead and taken the same thing as a new concept. I think here some credit should be given to the 2007 policymakers, which has not been done. Moving ahead, it is always good to use the solutions we have if we have not solved. So now SDG, we are so important. India is so important because it knows the science and technology to solve the issues connecting to agriculture and rural development that USA even is approaching us through Columbia University, which heads Sustainable Development Network Solutions Group. Now here all villages are in high risk area, that's considered now. And then they are likely to suffer most due to climate change through poverty, death of intelligence, through awareness, lack of awareness, information, and understanding to act, and lack of backward and forward linkages, lack of infrastructure like health, hygiene, education, transport, and ICT. There is no teamwork, and several socio-economic issues like social dualism also haunt us. In this context, now again, we are trying to bring in the concept of climate smart villages. I am trying to say here that we have entire science and technology given in a nutshell through our science and technology institutions of international repute, but we have the national ethos lacking totally. Now, climate smart villages provide apt solutions to all economies chosen, climate smart technologies, climate information services designed to specify community needs, local development adaptation plans, supportive institutions and policies, preferred options in the process of participatory, inclusive, encouraging participation of smart villages. Now, India is ready for implementation. I told you already that Mission 2007, which was inaugurated through the official network, that every village is a knowledge center with nodal scientific body of ISRO, and complete blueprint was given through MS Swaminathan's vision. Official approval under Gramin Gyan Abhiyan ushered in on 15 August 2007. Villages of every block were to have village resource centers led by ISRO and funded by multiple stakeholders, NABARD, ITC, academic and financial institutions, and other stakeholders. All the villages were to be connected with ICT. But we have a political overhaul after that. And then Gramin Gyan Ayog had perceived impact on the parameters governing human resource development. This would lead to paradigm shift in unskilled labor to transform them into skilled laborers in villages. This was said to be the pathway towards the first among UN millennial goals, namely eradication of hunger and poverty. The targeted villages now through CSP are 600,000 villages initially, and eventually have largest impact on livelihood of 700 million people living in Indian villages. A plan was earmarked to spread the vision to specific economies in the rest of the world as well. Remuneration to farmers was to be increased with productivity. MS Swaminathan says poverty will persist where human resources are undervalued and material resources are overvalued. We have done exactly the same thing. Poverty will persist where human resources is undervalued and material resources are overvalued. The prices of capital and equipment have increased while wages and salaries have remained low, and much of them has not been given also. Productivity depends not only on inputs, but also on changes in environment, on material inputs.
Madam, try to highlight your main points because already time is
yes, I'm coming. Just
better to highlight
livelihood hinges on agriculture and rural development, particularly in India. Similar economies with village dominant economies also happens as visualize the same thing. That is where there is need for climate smart villages. Now, Indian reincarnation of the concept of Mission 2007 as CSP world over is of course indicative of the power of the concept, and we feel more empowered that we are prepared with a total and powerful blueprint which can expedite spearheaded by ISRO, NRSC and IASC are essentially well equipped with these aspects. Now, I've delineated what all measures they have ready in themselves. They have trace gas variabilities in atmosphere, which is seen through the space. They also indicate through LIDAR, spaceborne terrain feature extraction through mapping, and then mapping is done through GIS continuously from 1990s by ISRO. Remote sensing produces vegetation carbon pool assessment, soil carbon assessment, soil and vegetation, atmosphere and common fixtures, landslides, hazard and risk analysis. Process-based soil erosion modeling is also done by ISRO. FIO AEZ approach for agricultural land use planning and rain-fed ecosystem is monitored by ISRO very efficiently. Now, ISRO forecasts weather changes and rainfall changes throughout the country, and it provides the facility to rural areas to access the mapping and climate change aspects through weather changes. Climate change alert is given, for instance, in water, coral bleaching alert is given, and in Himalayas, the receding of water through glaciers is also indicated. Agricultural support is completely given by, offered by ISRO through agricultural market projections, through soil pattern changes and crop pattern changes, which can be derived through soil pattern changes, and then climatic changes, which could lead to the changes in need for crop pattern is also indicated. Now, these services have to be accessed. Now, telemedicine and telehealth is provided by ISRO. Teleeducation, Panchayat Raj planning and administration is monitored, could be monitored through ISRO. Water quality and drinking water can be monitored through ISRO's remote sensing facility. Air quality and weather forecasting information kiosks for communication and grievances is also provided by ISRO and its affiliate institutions. But then with all this science and technology, which is equal to NASA's provision, we are enabled as much as NASA in order to provide science and technology to climate smart villages. We are no less than them. But then what is lacking? This is all supply side provided upside down from macro level. But then we are completely lacking in terms of demand side dynamics. There is need for change in the mindset of the people. There is desire for skill development and education, which has to be improved. Social dualism in the form of cultural clash with modernization, fear to start with anything new, time sense, rationality, and fear of science and technology has to be removed. Need for change in attitude to work, rule-mindedness, ambition and enthusiasm, smartness, all are needed in the rural areas, which have to be inculcated. There is need for transparency in government, disclosure, unbiased decisions, nepotism removal, parochialism and linguistic bias, which have to be removed, fanaticism has to be removed, partisan hate has to be removed, which are all Piper's dream. Willful default is observed rampantly all over the economy. Absentee landlords are a biggest problem ever, bigger than black money. They actually have black money in the form of absentee landlords, fuzzy land records, absence of cleanliness and hygiene in rural areas, exploitation of labor and small farmers, almost like slaves, Panchayat Raj malfunctioning, non-recovery of loans, breaking and manipulation of rules, fund muddling, T&D interference, which are all encyclopedic problems which are to be first corrected. In other words, there is need for attitudinal change before introducing science and technology or climate smart villages. Similar concepts have been off and on introduced in Indian economy, but then they have flopped like anything because of the need for change in mindset. So we need to first give first priority to need in mindset and go for awareness creation and change in attitudes before going for more science and technology elements like AI and data sciences being introduced more and more, thumped on the people, which will increase inequalities in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I hope whatever points you have suggested, the society and the government and other agencies, they will really take care and will change their mindset, which is really very difficult task. But it's, always we should be hopeful. Thank you very much, madam, for your talk. Okay. So next speaker.
Josh Chattukulam, sir. Chattukulam, sir.
Okay. So I request you, please keep the time. So 10 minutes. It's not good to, in fact, interrupt in between. Okay. Please share your screen. Yeah.
They are unmuting.
Dr. Jose?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, please share your screen. Yeah. Yes, good. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome. I will take my flag.
Yeah. Yeah, your screen is quite visible.
Yes, yes. Respected chairperson, I would like to talk on the carbon neutral community, a project by a Grama Panchayat. It is under the Smart Climate Village, a study of Meenangadi Grama Panchayat in Kerala. Yeah. See, the structure of my presentation is, I will talk on the objective of the study, a concept, evaluation and methodology of this carbon neutral panchayats, then the description of the study area, then the process and the proposed outcome, and then some amount of conclusion in that. See, the objective of this paper is to look the various steps and procedures employed by the stakeholders to accomplish the target. The target is the Minangadi carbon neutral panchayat, a Grama Panchayat would like to acquire a status. And it also critically evaluates the methodology undertaken to achieve this objective. And this is also interesting to say that there it is locally feasible, doable, workable, very simple operational model. And finally, my attempt is that there, though it has happened in a particular one Grama Panchayat, the possibility of taking it up, exploring the possibilities and workability of the concept in other environmental settings. Yeah. See, what is actually carbon neutral community? Here the point is that there, the panchayats and the major stakeholders, they actually first try to demystify the concept of the carbon neutral community and the carbon neutral panchayats. And it translated to the local community and very particularly to the political community, so that the political community and the local community to interact and engage with this concept. That is what they are, as far as this is concerned, the major. See, zero carbon developers, they explain that there is nothing but a self-sufficiency in food and energy production, self-promote and self-subsistence through organic farming, green coverage of things, a sustainable development, and a kind of a harmonious living with the nature. That is what they try to demystify the concept of the carbon neutrality and translate it into the political and the local community. That is more interesting point. See, the conceptual framework, what they did is that I explained that there the reduction of carbon emission by an equal amount of sequestration. This is what they are as far as that concept is concerned of this particular project. Take it there, the carbon emission and the sequestration analysis in 4 major sectors as far as that particular panchayat is concerned, that are transport, energy, waste, livestock, agriculture, forest, and other land use. Very simple. Then you take the emission factor is measured based on what is happening at the greenhouse gas is there. And it also concerned according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 2006 guidelines based on that. And was estimated in 4 sectors, again, transport, energy, waste, and the agriculture, forest, and other land use pattern. Simple. Then assessing the emission from the agriculture, forest, and other land use patterns. Again, there is a transport sector. They tried the situation in the transport sector, energy sector, and very particularly in the state electricity board and the liquid petroleum dealers were used to estimation for that. That is what they're very, as far as this is concerned, very doable, very simple, very workable model they adopt for this thing, for assessing the emission. This is also interesting part is there, and the data and relation of the information of waste was collected through a primary kind of survey, and they have covered 50% of the households were covered under the study, and the wood density of tree species were also going for a kind of a detailed analysis. This study used the secondary data by assessing the carbon sequestration of forest and coffee plantations. Yeah, this is as far as the methodology is concerned. As far as the environmental setting is concerned, this is actually, this Minangadi is from the Wayanad district out of the 14th district. And this is actually the map of that location that I'm taking there. Then the Minangadi Panchayat, the profile is concerned, I would like to say that there, this is classified and located as a highly vulnerable to climate change. 53.5. Yes.
Dr. Joseph, please please highlight your findings.
Yeah, I will come to that there.
Yeah, please.
A few portions of the Minangadi Fall and district is situated in the western parts. That is more important. Then what are the steps they followed? The point is that there the Paris Climate Agreement on the carbon neutral Minangadi, that was there. They has launched a project that is almost 5 years back, June 5 and 2016. The Gram Panchayat got set 5-year target for achieving this. The aim was there to turn the Minangadi to the country's first carbon neutrality panchayat, and the process still it is going on. Officially, it is not declared because of the election code of conduct and other things very recently situated. See, in order to achieve the carbon neutrality, the Minangadi panchayat has offset about 15,000 tons of carbon by 2020. This is what the major estimate is concerned. Then Minangadi Panchayat, these are the major stakeholders as far as this project is concerned. We have already mentioned that the contributions of the Amma Swaminathan Foundation, Swaminathan Research Foundation is also here, and there is another environmental agency known as Tunnel, and other universities and colleges and department of zoology also are involved in the entire process. These are the stakeholders are concerned. You see, the major relevance as far as this is concerned, my point is that the deforestation has been very rampant in a particular district, and this is also their climate change hotspot as far as this particular district and region is concerned. And this something is coming up, happen from the bottom up, that is there. Villages like Minangadi can serve a positive role, a model in this regard, and something is coming from the bottom up, not from the top to bottom. It is something coming from the bottom to top. That is what there. Yeah, they have actually done for a kind of a extensive kind of a sapling and tree plantation, and the MGNREJ has also been used for this kind of a sapling of 32 acres of within the panchayats, and conducted carbon emission and sequestration analysis, a study on carbon emission and sequestration. This is more important. This more important. Found that carbon sequestration level is 11,452 tons lower than the carbon emission in the Grama Panchayat. I already mentioned that that amount is 50,000 tons. That is what the study report as far as that agency is concerned. The forest survey also they conducted, and wood-based crematorium was replaced by runs by a compost natural gas, and plastic also shedding there, and they used the plastic waste and other things prepared for the tar roads and all things there. So the point is that what is stored in the future? Once Minangadi becomes carbon neutral, a village, it will open a lot of opportunities for local in the villages. Basically an agrarian village, and they transform the rural economy in the livelihood of farmers, and carbon neutral tag is for pepper, coffee, and organic vegetables cultivated in Minangadi Panchayat. We have a lot of demand, and thus it will fetch the farmers high price for the global attention. That is what they have communicated that message to the entire farming community. That is why they got the full support as far as the farming community is concerned. This is what the major relevance. They could educate, they could convey this message to the farmers in the larger context. The already thing is that there, and recently what happened, the upcoming local election which is taking place in the Kerala, already what happened, this carbon neutrality panchayat of the Minangadi has already in the manifesto prepared by some of the major political parties and left democratic front in the state also. It also says that their carbon neutral project will be adopted by the state as a whole, and the Wayanad district will be evolved as the role model in this regard. And the entire the manifesto recently, the 2 days back, the manifesto was released by the left democratic front. Their argument is that this example what they have taken from the Minangadi Grama Panchayat, they are going to be the launch for the entire Grama Panchayat for the entire Kerala. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jose. It is really very interesting talk. Normally, we study the carbon sequestration and budget at the natural ecosystem level or urban. But for village ecosystem, really it is a very good initiative that will really help us. Okay. So thank you very much. So next speaker, may I know who is the next speaker? Somehow I don't have the list actually.
Professor Ravindra Gawali, Head of NRM Division, National Institute of Rural Development, Hyderabad, Government of
Hyderabad. Okay. So may I request Dr. Ravindra, please go ahead. Yeah, I can see you. Yeah. Have you been in Guwahati also?
Yeah, I was in Guwahati. We have a center in Guwahati. We have a regional center in Guwahati.
Yeah, for 25 years I was in Northeast only.
Oh, that's great.
I visited your institute many times. During which time you were here? So sorry, this is.
Anyway, we will continue this discussion later on. So first of all, very good afternoon to everybody, and also to with due regards to the chairman of this panel and also to the participants. I'll just start sharing my screen now.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I hope the screen is visible to you all.
Yes.
Yeah. So today I'm going to speak about the climate change adaptation and sustainable rural livelihoods. I'm going to share some of the findings or some of the lessons which were learned from a project which was funded by World Bank, and it was also part of National Rural Livelihood Mission. So let's begin with let's see what is the contribution of different sectors of India to climate change. If you see the major parts come from the energy, that is 61%, and also the next major contributor is agriculture, that is 28%, and there are other contributors are there. So with that, I will now take you to the contribution from the agriculture sector. If you see from the agriculture sector, from the 28%, the majority of it comes from the enteric fermentation, that is the ruminant stomach, the livestock they have. So the digestion of food take place, fodder take place. So then next is the 23% is the rice cultivation, and others are emissions from soil, manure, and crop residues. Now some of the aspects like enteric fermentation and rice cultivation, we cannot have much control over the emissions because we have to meet the requirement of food, and the food security is a major problem. But other aspects like emissions from soil, manure, etc., crop residues, we can definitely try to come up with plans to curtail the emissions. But here I like to give a caution to everybody when they speak about emission from the rural development sector, especially from the agriculture. Our India's climate change policy does not give any onus on the rural area or the agriculture farmers for cutting down the emissions. So basically, India has adopted a policy for adaptations to climate change in our agriculture sector rather than cutting down the emissions. This is our national climate policy. So with that, I'm going to talk about only of adaptations, and that's what we're going to deal with today. As you know that agriculture is the core part of Indian economy, or 15% contributions to the GDP is coming from the agriculture at present. And it provides around still 69% of Indian population are dependent for their various livelihood related to agriculture in the rural areas. And now because of the pandemic situation must have definitely gone up in recent time, and still is a major contributor as compared to recent time. When India got independence, the contribution to agriculture sector was nearly 54%. So although the contribution to GDP has got down, but still the majority of the livelihoods are still in the rural areas. And as I told, around 70%, 69% population still depend on the livelihoods in the rural areas. So, and the magnitude impact from when you talk about agriculture impact on the agriculture, it's basically comes related to on the agriculture productivity and the shifting cropping pattern. And that will definitely lead to the decline in the productivity of agriculture. And unless we adapt there is a probability of 10 to 40% loss in production in India, despite the beneficial aspects of increased atmospheric CO2. Why I'm talking beneficial aspect? Because there could be some beneficial aspect related to agriculture system, related to carbon sequestration and the use of carbon, because because of photosynthesis, everything is carbon, what food we have. So there is also a beneficial aspect we have to deal into that. So basically management of this thing is very important for us. So if you see then also we have a recurrent drought and flood phenomena occurring that really create instability in our agriculture system. In the next slide, I'm showing you the potential for drought at the end of the century. If you see in India, we are in the position of moderate risks. So the risk to India related to drought is not very high as compared to other part of the world. So it's a pretty kind of positive picture for us. If you see in the next slide, our vulnerability to the climate change impact is very high. We are the most vulnerable countries in the world. So if you see in the red spot, India is in a red spot. It's a very, very, very vulnerable country. So why this vulnerability has occurred? Because because we have very high population, we have a lot of disparity of our income. We are still dealing with the hunger and poverty problem, and all this aspect, education, everything is there. And even the government policy, everything, all these things combined. As you know, India is going to be a most populated country in the world by 2025. So these are the issues why India makes India very highly vulnerable to the climate change impact. So if you basically deal with the different types of strategies to combat climate change, we generally go for mitigation, which is curtailing the greenhouse gas emissions. Then geoengineering or climate change engineering, which directly deals with the response options. But if you see the adaptation, it directly deals with the impact. So it's basically adaptation refers to the process and practices where we can have a climate resilient kind of system related to agriculture. So that's why adaptation is very important. If you in this slide, I'm I would request you to focus on the bottom area where we have a major drought in recent time, that was 2002 and 2009. But if you see the rainfall deficiency which has occurred in these 2 years, this is -19 and -23 rainfall deficiency, and total area affected was 29% in 2002, and 2009 it was 59% area, which was very high. But if you see the food grain production loss, 2002 was we had 24 million ton loss of food production, but while 2009 only 15 ton loss was there. So why this has happened? Because irrespective of the deficiency of the rainfall and the total area affected, the production has reduced from 24 to 15 because of the proper management practices, which we can talk about related to proper agronomy practices, proper crop management practices, and also climate resilient practices. So that means we have a chance to go for adaptations and try to save our agriculture system and livelihood in the rural area. So if you see the poor and rural communities in the rural area, then they are very highly vulnerable, as I told you, apart from the India. But if you see that where they have the major problem with them is that they have very low adaptive capacity, and that is the part we have focused in our project, that we wanted to increase the adaptive capacities. So we had a project called Sustainable Livelihoods and Adaptation to Climate Change, which was a technical assistance to National Rural Livelihood Mission, which was called Deendayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission. This is the current name, and it was to improve the adaptive capacity of the rural poor engaged in the livelihoods to cope with climate variability. And this was to establish a large-scale proof of concept and integrating the adaptation based on climate change planning, etc. So this was the basic thing, and this was implemented in 2 pilot states, was Madhya Pradesh and Bihar, and only 2 districts were taken from each of the states. These districts were either whether they were highly rainfall deficient district, the drought-prone district, or either they were flood-prone areas in Bihar or Madhya Pradesh. And if you see the different components of this project, then the planning and implementation was done by the NRLM side, National Rural Livelihood Missions, and the state rural missions. The scaling mainstreaming was done by the state rural livelihood missions, or Ajivika that is called. From our institute, our center, we did the capacity building and knowledge dissemination, and also the policy input, documentation, lesson sharing, etc. Because we were the lead technical support agency for them. If you see the basic approach in this project, it was related to community empowerment and participatory decision making. Climate smart community, we created around 400 para-professionals or climate smart resource persons at the community level. This was the major achievement in our project. And there was participatory planning for climate change adaptation plan, because we developed a plan that is called, which I'm going to briefly discuss in a later stage. And we developed a lot of partnership, not only at the local level, but also the national level between different institutions. And there were different areas where the convergence were happened, where the different schemes of flagship programs of Government of India were converged to achieve this goal. Because as you know, we don't have any proper fund in or any major flagship program related to climate change adaptations. So the funds were taken up from MNREGA and other flagship programs. So basically the interventions, what we did, we introduced around 42 interventions, but around 25 interventions were successfully implemented. Those were related to either production system, or ecological system, or technological system, or financial systems. So
Dr. Gowley, try to conclude.
Yeah. I think I've taken just 5 minutes.
No, it is all. No. Whoever is speaking never. Okay. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So if you see the different levels of adaptations which has happened, then soil testing, weather-based agro-ecosystem, and crop insurance, livestock, integrated farming system. These are the things which are majorly adopted by the different villages. This was more adopted by the people. And we observed that around 43 to 48% increase in yield has happened. And also 36% income has increased in Bihar and MP in the respective villages which we had done the study. This was the study which was done by our side, but with third-party assessment, where they recently it was published in newspaper, they said that because of the weather-based agro system, around 50% increase has happened, yield production has happened in these areas. So this is one of the achievements. And these are the table I have shown different categories of adaptations, where ecology, finance, and technological. So not all 100% adaptations have happened, but some kind of adaptation definitely has happened. So it differed on the response of the people, because local requirements are also different. If you see the other side of the outcomes related to social capital strengthening, then we had a lot of micro entrepreneurs related to solar irrigation, organic service shops, mushroom producer groups, seed producers group, climate smart cadres, custom hiring center. These are the major social capital building which are achieved in this project. We also had around 2 policy briefs for the each state, that is Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. And we recently had a amalgamation of different articles which was published and under edited book, that is Climate Change and Sustainable Livelihood. If you are interested, you can send me a mail. I will definitely send you a soft copy related of this book to you. If you see the adaptation planning, what another achievement which was had, that was adaptation planning, which happened at the local level, at the village level. So we developed a tool called, that is a decision-making tool, climate change adaptation and planning.
Sorry to interfere. May I please request kindly to summarize the presentation?
Yeah. I have still 2 minutes out of 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm with the watch.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, it was a field exercise, which was local level, and lot of local plans were developed. We did planning for around 791 villages. Successfully conducted these exercises, and planning was developed. Basically, this tool gives a kind of decision. For example, there is a delay in monsoon, and what steps has to be taken up, what the village has to do. So this is something a decision-making tool. This is a participatory tool, as I already told you. So if you see the way forward, then we need to go for more mapping of the sensitive areas related to climate change, and climate change adaptation tool which we have developed over here will be taken up in a major way. We expect that in the next phase of this project, under the National Rural Livelihood Mission, a lot of different states will be coming up and using this tool. Climate resilient interventions is more required to be exposed to the people. Then we have also developed an operational manual related to this. If you're interested, I can also mail you the operational manual regarding to this, how to utilize the interventions. We also had different protocols also developed for this. And we also have a training program going on there. And the major input from our institute was that, as we are Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Institute, we more focus on the convergence of different flagship programs. Because I already told you, there is no funds available related to climate change adaptations and planning in India. So we had to pull the funds from the different flagship programs. So this is what my presentation is. Thank you very much. And I have taken 9 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gowley. Okay, so you were counting the time. We were also, so no problem. Okay, so I think the last presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So should I conclude? Yeah.
Yes.
Should I conclude a bit?
So with kind permission of you,
Yeah.
I mean, may I please ask my query?
What about what is the view of organizers?
Sir, would you be so kind? Yes, we will be very happy to listen to you, and your queries are very, very important for us.
Okay.
But the point here is that we have next panel, and many of the panelists have some committed appointments in scheduled time.
Okay.
So it's very difficult. So, sir, but what we request you, sir, thank you so much. We request you to please send your comments and query to us, and we'll be sending this to respective speakers, and we'll be happy to communicate to you. This will be also other way of us to be continued to continue our collaboration and our interaction with you. Thank you so
Thank you very much, sir. So I should email?
Yeah, please. Yeah, you can message or you can email. You can, or in chat box you can do, or maybe you can email to Professor Sunil. He will take care. Yeah.
Okay, definitely I will email. Thank you very much, sir, for kind consideration.
I'll put my email address in the chat box. If you have any queries, please.
Imran, please put the email address in the chat box, and request all our participants to send their queries through email to us. On behalf of the organizers, Professor Anil Gupta, on behalf of my director and on my own behalf, I thank the chair of this session, Professor Mohammad Latif Khan, my teacher, and our distinguished speakers, Professor Nainan, Professor Venkatesha, Professor Jeka Jagannath, Professor Jose Chatukulam, and Professor young and dynamic Professor Ravindra Gavli. We wanted to listen to you all for a long time, for not about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but hours together. But due to this time constraint, we have to request you to summarize your presentation in 10 minutes. We regret for this, but I'm sure that in days to come, there will be many more opportunity for us to interact with each other and to listen to you.
Never mind.
Thank you so very much. And now we move to the next panel. That is on, I request Dr. Bala to hand over, to take over. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Dr. Sunil. Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Then this panel 2 is now on, right? Good afternoon, everybody. And this is panel discussion 2 in this 3-day international workshop, which is on green growth, circular economy, and sustainable environment, a policy debate. And we have 4 panelists, Professor N.R. Bhanumurthy, Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar School of Economics, and Professor Surendra Kumar, Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics, and Mr. Rijit Sen Gupta is a Chief Executive Officer of Center for Responsible Business, New Delhi, and my own colleague, Professor Meenakshi Raju, Reserve Bank of India Chair Professor of ISAC, Bangalore, and Professor Kavi Kumar is not able to join because of the electricity problem because of the cyclone in Chennai. So with this, I don't want to I have some introduction to give, but anyhow, I know that this panel is a very eminent panel. They know very well that green growth and circular economy is the most important tool for achieving environmental sustainability. I know that this panel will analyze prospects and conditions that would enable developing economies to move towards a greener and more equitable development. And also, I could see the speakers, they are all well known, and I hope they will explore the idea of green growth and circular economy that would serve as a platform of evidence-based discussion on the environment and the economy, and the effectiveness of proposed green growth policies. Additionally, the panel also will share their experience on challenges and opportunities on macroeconomic policies on green growth and sustainable environment. Basically, Professor Bhanumurthy and Professor Meenakshi may touch upon this macroeconomic policy. With this brief introduction, because due to time constraint, I request each panelist to talk for some 8 minutes. Maybe that is that is a limit I'm giving because of the inaugural session. It's basically it was late and it's a spillover effect. And I request each panelist to think of 8 minutes. 10. कोई बात नहीं है 10 minutes because we can't give the odd number 8 minutes. So 10 minutes and Dr. Bala, you have to introduce the speaker. Who are they? And forget about Madheswaran. Don't read about me. Only the speakers. Okay. Everyone knows that my name is Madheswaran. I am a director of this institute. That's all. You please
can we avoid the introductions?
Yeah,
that is also better.
That consumes time.
So we will discuss on later.
That would be good. Yes.
That consumes time. Banamati, your suggestion is well taken. But as I have already pointed out, Professor Banamurthy is a Vice Chancellor of Bangalore Ambedkar School of Economics. He is a well-known fiscal policy and macro and monetary economist of this country, and also is a well-known in macroeconometric modeling and development economics. Professor Banamurthy, I hand over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Madheswaran. I'm happy to be part of this panel, especially with eminent ecological economists like Surender, and I think I was hoping for Kavi's introductory remarks. I just wanted to tell you, as you rightly introduced me, I never worked on ecology and environment. I think that is my disclaimer. I'm going to learn from this panel. But just because I have worked something on fiscal policy and also something related to sustainable development goals, as well as the inclusive growth strategy for the 12th plan. So my own take on the green growth and fiscal policy, I think if you look at the literature, even in the policy circles as well as in the research side, there seems to be a huge disconnect between these two things, between fiscal policy and the green growth. Perhaps that may be because of some kind of ambiguity between what is this green growth. Is that very different from the inclusive growth that we have already have in this country? And also, is that something different from the sustainable development goals that we already adopted to achieve by 2030? So in my view, in my personal view, as a layman, I think India has adopted a much broader strategy than the green growth. We have an inclusive growth strategy, as well as if you look at the 13th Finance Commission recommendations or the report, they clearly define what is this green growth, and anybody read that and anybody understand what is this inclusive growth. Actually, the inclusive growth is a slightly broader concept than green growth. So that is one thing about the definition part of it. I'm sorry, I'm talking as a layman here. But when it comes to fiscal policy, all along, I think government of India, in fact, more some of the state governments, especially Karnataka and other state governments, have actually adopted this green growth strategy in most of this fiscal policy interventions. And if you look at the union budget that was presented on February 1st, the central government also has done a much more contributions or allocations in terms of the fiscal support for green growth or or environment sustainable growth. Now, is there a cost? We need to be very clear about it. Actually, I'm bringing back this this whole debate that we had in the recent period, lives versus livelihoods. So if you want to really understand that, I think there is a need for a little bit clarity between green growth or the economic growth that we have been adopting for quite some time. So in my view, just because I have done some work for inclusive growth strategy for the 12th plan, we had to make a clear distinction between the neoclassical growth versus the inclusive growth strategy. I think once we start adapting the inclusive growth strategy, there is a cost of output. I think that needs to be kept in mind. Similarly, when we talk about the distinction between neoclassical growth as well as green growth, again, there is a cost when you adopt a green growth strategy. So I think that clarity is very, very important before we get into expansionary green fiscal policies. Now there is, I think, in the post-COVID situation, again, all the multinational institutions talking about how to really navigate the economies in the post-COVID such a way that we would be coming back to the long-term strategy of green growth. I think this is exactly where, to be fair to the central government, the government has actually adopted many policies that actually helps in achieving green growth in the long term. Unlike in the 2008 crisis, this time the kind of fiscal policy measures or the intervention that have been brought in are not really going to have any contractionary impact on the green growth. Many economists like us, I think, have been arguing, even during the Isaac seminars, all of us used to come and say that government has to increase the fiscal support or fiscal stimulus to 10%, 15%, 20%, but not suggesting that where exactly they have to spend. I think if you look at the three phases of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the government was very clear where to really intervene in terms of reviving the economy, and this is one of the reasons why we are actually going to see a little sharper recovery from the third quarter. I think again many of the economists are arguing that we are going to have a prolonged recession. I am one of the guys who have been arguing very differently. I said we are going to see a positive growth from the third quarter, and it has actually been supported by the RBI's recent policy statement. Professor Madheshwaran, if you remember, when I was talking during the Isaac seminar, I did say that we are going to see a better GDP growth in the current year, sometime 3 or 4 months back. Now we are actually seeing that that's going to happen, and it's entirely because of kind of a public investment policies that the government of India has brought in as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. They are very, very clearly towards a long-term sustainable green growth strategies. And this has already been included in the national infrastructure investment plans. And this is the way one needs to really go, instead of really saying that you transfer money to, just transfer to sectors where you don't know what is going to happen. I think that's exactly what we have done. And in terms of other direct measures, the government of India is actually doing. Don't mistake me that I've been supporting the government of India policies all along, but I think this time round they did slightly better. Even when you talk about pricing of fuel, and we are actually almost removed the subsidies. I think all the environmental economists would argue that removing the fuel subsidy is one of the important things, so that you will have a better economic activities. So I think this is exactly what the government of India has already been doing. Now, when it comes to linking this whole fiscal policy towards better water irrigation facilities, I think again, if you look at the budget, many programs have been brought in where all along, even we economists argued that MGNREGs was digging the pit, closing the pit. Now we do see that MGNREGs actually been used for providing water facilities in the rural areas, and also for irrigation issues, rejuvenating tanks. In my view, these are all these things should contribute to the green growth strategy, not just in the urban clusters, but also in the rural areas. On the research side, I think we as an economist profession are not really up to mark in terms of how we price public services. I think this is where the natural resources, those who are there in the seminar, they know very well, if you want to really address these environmental issues, public pricing becomes a very, very crucial part of it. I think this is exactly where we as a profession could not really help the government. And I think one small point I say here, and I'll stop. When it comes to the fiscal policy, there is a need for having a proper tax benefit models for the country. We all the time, economists argue about the government has not allocated here or there, but we really don't understand what is its impact on, on the targeted population or the targeted sector. And this is exactly where we need to have a proper tax benefit model, which actually talks about a more of a general equilibrium framework. And for this, I think we have been handicapped in terms of not having proper databases. So to make it little more, in detail, what I'm trying to say that I think if you want to really talk about a green fiscal policy, I think we need to have a green tax benefit model kind of a system for a country like us. And again, one small point at the end. All along, I think even if you don't talk about green growth, when we talk about the fiscal policy, I think our profession doesn't really talk about what happens after the allocations. Here and there, we have something about outcome-based budgeting, but overall, we just don't have what happens to these expenditure allocations, what are the outcomes of these expenditure allocations, and we really don't talk about what is the efficiency of this public expenditure, whether it comes to consumption expenditure, whether we talk about investment expenditure by the public policy. So I think public expenditure efficiency becomes much more crucial when we talk about green growth. I think there are many people who could argue that the fiscal policy should not be constrained when you talk about green growth. I just wanted to make one small statement and drop here. If you want to really achieve sustainable development or green growth, we also need to have sustainable public finances or the sustainable public debt. So sustainable development cannot be achieved with unsustainable public debt kind of a situation. I think we need to have that, the interaction between the fiscal policy and the green growth, which, as I said in the beginning, looks like a very not much that has happened in between this. Maybe this seminar should bring in the collaboration between the fiscal policy as well as the green growth. I think that is what my take on this whole concept. Thankfully, the finance commissions are actually making this whole green growth as part of the devolution. 13th Finance Commission has done something, but I think we have much better clarity in terms of this fiscal policy and the green growth from the 14th Finance Commission. And I think the 15th Finance Commission is also going to integrate that kind of framework. But unfortunately, what is happening is that it ends up with the Finance Commission reports. But center as well the states, they need to adopt that as a big way when they really allocate the expenditures between the sectors. One really last point: we have so many budgets, like we have gender budget, we have child budget, we have agriculture budget. I think it is high time that we need to have a green budget. Again, some states are doing, but we don't have that kind of clarity from the central budget perspective. I think it's high time we need to adopt this green budget. But at the same time, it should be very different from the agriculture budget or the gender budget we are talking about. Green budget should be very technical. They need to understand what exactly happens to these expenditures at the end of 10 years or the 15 years period. It should be much more technical. It should not end up like a accounting framework as it is right now in other sectors. So let me stop here. Thank you for bearing with me my very sketchy kind of a views on fiscal policy and green growth. Thank you.
Professor Banamurthy, it's not a sketchy speech. In fact, each and every sentence is it can be printed in a golden word, because the way in which you have interacted the fiscal policy, and you need a green budget, and also you have very promptly said that in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Finance Commission, they have some sense on including this environmental issues. But the thing is, when it comes to the state, there is no proper implementation. That is well said. And also, from you have proposed not only for the government of India, even for all the states, your suggestion is really interesting is that we have a gender budget, child budget, and we have a lot of devolution to go for a regional imbalance, so many things, but the green budget. But you also underscored very well that the green budget should be very typical down the line in 10 years, what has been achieved. It is not a sketchy presentation. It is a thought-provoking and a very useful presentation, not only to academicians, even to the policymakers. Thank you very much, Professor Bhanumurthy. Now I invite Professor Surendra Kumar, Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics. Of course, Professor Surendra Kumar is well known, and he has extensively published in a lot of journals and the books, and also is well known in environmental policy and applied production analysis. Professor Surendra Kumar, I'm handing over the mic to you, please.
Thanks. So I'm happy to be with you. And Professor Bhanumurthy speak about these macro questions, but I'm going back to this micro kind of things in that, and basically talking about this industrial environmental regulation in the country. And what, as Bhanumurthy was saying, that this problem that we are facing is having a balance. And in this process, over the years, what we are finding that, though this manufacturing or industrial sector, we can say, its share is in terms of GDP more or less constant. But if we try to say in terms of energy consumption, that's increasing. And in that way, we can say these problems of air and water pollutions, that's also growing up. That we all know. Along with that, we also know that in the country, these three acts, the Air Act, Water Act, and this Environmental Protection Act 1986. These three acts, they constitute the major framework of this industrial pollution regulation in the country. And there what we also know that this in our country, this environmental regulation is, in a broader sense, if we say it's some command and control kind of regulations. And also we know that every year, either to start a new business or to continue a new manufacturing, their firms have to take this consent to operate or consent to start business. And all this information is there, but all this information is the purview of the regulators. That's not put in public domain. And what it constitute means it makes sense to the policy when we are trying to understand it. But also we need to understand that we know that in this last few years, or you can say in this last 1 decade or so, the government of India also initiated some, you can say, this market-based instrument kind of programs, like this PAT scheme or this RAC. And even there are some voluntary programs also government have initiated in that. What I'm trying to talk about in these 5-6 mains is when we are talking about this kind of alternatives, either say this, as Bhanumurthy was saying, that's this pricing of public goods, and pollution is what a public bad, how it should be priced. And if we price, then what kind of benefits we can have. Other is this information programs, when if they can be alternatives to this command and control alone, or can supplement to that. And here I'm taking help of some of my earlier works to substantiate my view on that. Okay, so here, first of all, let's say that about this performance of the industrial sector. And there, because there are so many kind of inputs we are using, so many kinds of outputs we are releasing, which are the bands. And here, this performance of this, how to measure it. Because on some parameters, one firm may be doing better, and the other parameters, the other may be there. So that kind of things may be there. But overall, what we are trying to see is that in this small sample, which we go through, means although all this information should be with the regulator, because they mandatorily receive this information from the industry on annual basis, but they are getting in a very poor way. Means what I'm trying to say that we approached these pollution control boards. The information was very, you can say, very rough way. It's not complete anyway. Some of the pollution control boards were not ready to share any information. Then we have to take this route of Right to Information Act. and we prepared around 500 questionnaires that we sent to different pollution control boards. And out of that, we could get information of, you can say, around 177 plants out of 500. And then the complete information, as later on I will show you, that was only about 108 plants. This kind of information is there. So on basis of that, this is showing that some of these sectors, like the power sectors, they are very pollution intensive and resource use intensive. Resource use means their energy and water, how much they are using in comparison to the other sectors. But what the point I'm trying to bring out here is that getting information is a very difficult task in our country. Okay, so generally we talk about these market-based instruments, and here I'm presenting these results of one of our study which recently appeared in this Journal of Energy Economics. And here this is the information about this thermal power sector, which is the most polluting sector. And here if we suppose that, because at present also this pollution intensity in terms of this carbon intensity, that's declining. So that way we can say this, our plants, some way they are doing efforts to reduce emissions, at least emission intensity. But if they do this emission intensity, that means there is some cost, and this cost we are measuring in terms of, say, this foregone production of the electricity. So here this blue line is showing that kind of losses if we are following this ongoing existing framework, which is command and control kind of situations. But if we take these alternative routes, there means we adopt these emission trading systems, and the existing emission we consider as a cap. So this simulation shows that this losses in terms of the electricity foregone, they are drastically get reduced. This line shows that, and if we also allow this banking of these reductions, means we allow this cap and trade with banking systems, then these losses are further reduced on average. This means what I'm trying to convey is that this pricing, if we can do properly and constitute a market-based kind of system, there of course we need institutional framework, then we have potential to have substantial savings. And it shows that just if we keep this existing technical inefficiency as it is, just try to remove this allocative inefficiency, from that we can have, means during this period of 5 years, we could have the benefits around $5 to $8 billion in the country. Okay, but if we try to reduce overall inefficiency in this sector, then we can say the gains could be much higher, both allocative and technical, if we constitute this market kind of systems with that kind of institutional framework. This is one set of the results. The other set of the results here means what we are doing. At present, we are relying solely only on the regulators for the compliance purpose, but here we can also use these alternate institutions. This we can say these capital markets, if they are working efficiently, they are supposed to value the firms, and in that way these markets we can use. But to use these markets as regulators, for that what we need to reveal the true information to the market so that they can internalize those questions. And that's reflected in these results. If you try to see these results, or you can say these results, this is related to, you can say this here what we can say that this pollution and market valuations, they are negatively related, but it's weakly related. And why so? Because this pollution information, that's not in the public domain. The reason is the information is not in public domain. But on the other sides, these firms, what they do, they try to reveal their efforts in terms of these voluntary programs they are adopting. Like say this ISO 14000 if they are acquiring, or some kind of formal environmental policy they have. if we try to see those efforts in those terms, which are reported in their annual reports, there what we find that these market valuations and these efforts by the firms or these voluntary practices are adopted by the firms, they are positively related and it's very significant. But on the other side, this resource question, it's positive but insignificant. Why so? As Bhanumurthy was saying, because in the country, these natural resources, we say energy and water, they are not properly priced. So as a result, this market is not able to take account those resources, but these voluntary practices, because they are reflected in their annual reports, so market take into account, but pollution information is not in public domain, so that's why it's weakly significant. So what I'm trying to convey is that this information disclosure, if we can do, it can be an effective instrument for, you can say, this environmental compliance in that. Okay, but here we also should note that it's not just enough that we try to adopt these voluntary programs. For example, in the last 3-4 years, different governments like Maharashtra government or Jharkhand and Odisha government, they have adopted some voluntary programs like the star rating of the firms. These kind of programs, they may be valued by the markets, they may gain in terms of market value, but here, what about these environmental gains? And here, if we try to see these results, and here what we can say, what it reflects that if you try to see this result, or this either way, there what it shows that these voluntary programs, they get valued in the market, firms get benefited by that. But here, these environmental gains, they are not realized. This is the situation. So that's why it's not enough to take these voluntary programs, but these voluntary programs should be accompanied by effective environmental information disclosure. Okay, and when this question of information disclosure comes to at the fore, there what we find that in this annual consent reports, or you say the other reports, it's mandatory for the firms to reveal the true information on inputs, bad outputs, and the efforts they are taking. All this is mandatory for that. But here in this survey, which I was pointing out, that there we find that the firms, they reveal their information, what kind of inputs they are using, because for the inputs, some way they have to pay. That information they reveal, but most of the firms, they are not revealing information on these bad outputs, pollutions. Very few firms are. And as far this real efforts, what they are doing to mitigate the information, again, those kind of information, although it's mandatory, but they are not revealed. So this also shows this compliance, or you can say some way the nexus of the firms and the regulator, which is, we can say, it's a difficult kind of situation we need to think about that. Okay, so in that way, what I'm trying to say is that, means, of course, we have a regulatory framework which is institutionalized, but this regulatory framework we need to supplement with effective environmental information disclosure, and for that purpose, this reporting system, it should be some way this online kind of systems, and that should be in, so that this public can have access to that information. One thing. Second thing, when comes the question of this inspection or other kind of things, there again, because for these inspections, these polluters have to pay. That's also some kind of conflict of interest. So there, what we feel that there should be some kind of independent audit of this polluting firms, so that they have an effective information disclosure and there should be an audit system along with that. Second thing, what I'm trying to say is that to realize these market gains, there should be pricing either of the good or bad pollution outputs, or as Bhanumurthy was saying, these resources, they may be good. There should be an effective pricing mechanisms, whatever way, either through the taxation or through this trading system, whatever way there should be. And third point there, what I'm trying to say is that at present, our regulations, they are what? They are giving us ambient standards. They are talking about the stack emission standards or something like that. Even if the firms are meeting their stack emission standards, even then this ambient compliance may not be there. And the public welfare means this public is affected by the ambient standards. So that's why it's not sufficient just to reveal this environmental policy using these economic instruments. And for that, we need effective, we can say this air and water quality modelings at regional basis, which can give us the idea what is the carrying capacity of a particular regions, and then this emission standards or this whatever way this regulation we want to put, that should be decided. The standard setting on that. So means there both economic and environmental accounting is required. Accounting modeling is required, sorry. And lastly, in our country, in this last 3 decades or so, we have many studies for the evaluation of water pollution or the air pollutions, but still we are lacking somewhere where this government or regulators can use these studies for using policy making, and for that purpose we need much more studies in that area. With these words, I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. We give big hand to Professor Surinder Kumar for your thought-provoking lecture, and it was very crystal clear. You have given such a interesting thought for us to investigate further in this field of research. And your topic, your talk on environmental performance of different economic sectors was very interesting. And you have rightly pointed out that there should be a proper auditing to get the reliable data in this regard. Lots of issues are to be discussed in detail, and you have also this I really like, and this we need to do that. You have pointed out that more studies are required to obtain reliable estimates of the industry specific pollution abatement cost of air and water pollution in your country. Then only this green growth issues could be handled properly, and we could achieve something under this arena of research. Thank you very much. And on behalf of our director, Professor S. Madheswaran, and my own behalf, I thank you very much. And Professor Madheswaran had to leave for an urgent meeting to the University of Bangalore, and then he conveyed his thank to you through me. So I thank you once again for your excellent presentation. And now we invite our fourth speaker of today's second panel discussion, Dr. Rijit Sen Gupta. Dr. Gupta is there? Dr. Gupta, so without spending much time, I hand over this virtual floor to you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks to ISEC for inviting us. My name is Rijit, and I work with the Center for Responsible Business. Thanks to Dr. Madheswaran for giving us this opportunity, and to you, Professor Nautiyal, for inviting us to this very interesting conversation. The subject that I've been asked to talk about is circular economy, and specifically about the role of civil society organizations in promoting circular economy. When we were given this topic, I felt that it might be useful for us to start from basically maybe a step back in looking at how we define circular economy and what are the overall construct of circular economy and all of that. And I think Professor Surendra Kumar has also made my life easier, because he's given a very interesting introduction to the whole issue. And I think it's a very interesting segue that I'm going to be making sharing my thoughts just after Professor Surendra Kumar. He spoke about 2-3 things which are interesting and relates to what I'm going to talk about. The first thing is about the fact that manufacturing is resource intensive. I think there is no qualms and there's no disagreement between scholars and practitioners that manufacturing is indeed resource intensive. The other point that he mentioned was that this whole conversation about public regulation on one hand and the effectiveness of public regulation and the market-driven factors or market-driven approaches on the other hand. And from our experience at the Center for Responsible Business, we feel that there is a need for a balance. The issue of market-driven instruments for promoting, if we can say broadly, sustainability is very, very useful. And in order for us to move into that direction, it is critical. 2 things are critical, we believe. First is to look at it with a thorough systems approach. And I think often, whether it is policymakers or scholars or practitioners, we make the error of looking at different parts of the system rather than looking at the entire system as a whole. So the first issue is to look at and adopt a systems approach. And the second is to also closely understand what role can the economic actors play, especially in terms of when it comes to business model engineering or business model re-engineering. So the issue of circular economy basically contributes to that question of how economic actors, industries, businesses can play a critical role, and also the market, and look at their operations broadly through a systems lens, and also look at the business models and explore whether there are need for business model re-engineering. I'm going to share my screen here. I have a few slides to take you through and try to highlight the points that I wanted to make. So that's the just a moment. So that's the topic that I'm going to talk about, which was given to us, role of civil society in promoting circular economy. But before I get into the role of this of civil society, we feel that it's important to highlight and bring us all up to speed on what do we understand by circular economy, its application in practices and sectors. And this is nothing new. Circular economy, many people say, is like old wine in a new bottle. And India has had a fairly rich history because of our ability to of frugal innovation, and frugality is part of our philosophy. What is circular economy? As I said, circular economy involves a systems approach. Manufacturing is linear, has been linear. So you take resources, do manufacturing. There is usage of manufactured goods and products, and then there is disposal. So the manufacturing system is linear in general. The typical manufacturing process. What circular economy does is that it introduces a systems approach which embeds 3 basic principles by creating loops. The first principle is to see how we can design out waste. So the first is to, in the design of the product, how can you reduce wastage and also reduce the level of pollution. The second is to keep products and materials in use for long. Some people also refer to it as product lifetime or materials lifetime extension. So have a long extended product lifetime. And the third is to regenerate natural systems. So natural systems have the ability to regenerate if we don't go beyond a particular threshold. So working within that threshold to give the natural system the ability to regenerate. And these are all elements which are very well known to us in, for us in our country, from both our philosophy and our practice. We take the second principle, for example, keeping products and materials in use for long, whether it is, a container, a food container, we use it and then we use it for a different reason, to even plant to put a plant or etc. Whether it is a cloth that I'm wearing today, a year down the line, 2 years down the line, when it comes out of its use, it is put to a different use. So these are all part of our philosophy, and it is not really new, but the framework really is new, and therefore it is perhaps easier for Indian manufacturers, businesses, stakeholders to understand the value that circular economy approaches can bring in. In terms of the application of circular economy, it has been applied in a number of sectors already in India, and there is a fair bit of discussion across various industries, businesses, stakeholders about how circular business models can help us in reducing the pressure that we have on resources, whether it is in the apparel and textile sector. So more and more brands or even manufacturers are talking about circular fashion, whether it is electronics. So the public regulation, the effectiveness of the public regulation, the e-waste rules that we have from a few years ago, now there is much better and more industry engagement on it, because the language has been changed to end of life management of electronics. So just from the idea of effectively reducing electronic waste, the conversation now is to say, well, there are useful materials and very extremely important material in the electronic waste, which can be recovered effectively and create a loop system. So in electronic waste, there is this talk about and the application of circular business model. Crop residue management, something which Northern India suffers very badly from this time around the year. There have also been various ways in which the stubble, which remains in the land, has been used, or has been efforts have been made to make green wood out of it, which is used then for as tabletops or for internal design. The beautiful ISEC interiors that we can see can also be made out of the stubble, wood made out of stubble, for example. Steel, again, by design and by steel is fully recyclable, mostly recyclable, and the scrap steel business is also very, very interesting. And restoring and remanufacturing of old steel products is also done very effectively by the steel industry for long. I mean, by design, they are using circular business model. Automotive parts, again, a lot of automotive parts, whether it is the chassis or parts, etc., can also be recycled, are recycled, and they are being done. So there is a fair bit of industrial application of circular economy or circular business model, and that is happening in India. And these are not examples from outside of India. These are all examples from India, and they are happening right now as we speak. Now, how has that happened? And what role can different stakeholders play in supporting and promoting this transformation towards circular economy? If you look at the role of the government, there is a national draft resource efficiency policy of July 2019, which situates with the Ministry of Environment and Forest. And this was preceded by an India resource efficiency strategy, which was housed by Niti Aayog, and that was developed a couple of years ago. One may argue that circular economy is not merely about environmental issues. It is also equally about finance. It is equally about technology. It is also about people. So while the National Resource Efficiency Policy, the draft is there in the Ministry of Environment and Forest, a question could also be raised: why can it not even be raised to the level of the Ministry of Finance, for example, or other ministries which have much more wider remit as far as the economy of India is concerned? But the fact is that there is a policy, and that policy has also been used to develop strategies in some different sectors. So there is some work which has been done in aluminium, in steel, in mobility, in automobiles, for example. CRB has also been doing some work in the apparel and textile sector, using the overall framework of the policy, and then to see how the policy can be applied in different sectors. Industry associations have also taken up some of these work, and here is an example of the Society for Indian Automotive Manufacturers, the automobile industry, and they have been doing knowledge creation, technological advancement work in the automobile sector about circular economy practices. Businesses and brands, international businesses, especially in the apparel and textile sector, Indian manufacturers have also given that the amount of resources that is used by the apparel and textile sector, whether it is materials or energy or water, it is a perfect case for application of circular economy to reduce the resource use, to make it more efficient. A number of brands and manufacturers have been doing this, and this can also be a great opportunity for India, especially the amount of exports that India does. Of course, there has been an impact post-COVID, but overall, in the long term, this can offer great opportunities for the Indian manufacturers. Similarly, international organizations, research, and academia, and I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to rush a little here. Financial sector institutions, innovators, technology providers, a whole ecosystem, as I said earlier, that there is a need for entire systems approach of looking at who are the different stakeholders and what kind of role can each of them play in moving forward. Now, when we come specifically to the role of civil society, and very broadly, if we look at the work or the support that civil society can provide, and typically a civil society organization which is involved in research, awareness generation, or capacity building, or a combination of any of these three, can engage on this issue. In terms of research, by producing evidence, or even looking at existing business case studies. When it comes to, we are talking about business case here. We are talking about circular model for businesses to transform. So there has to be an evidence of the benefit for businesses, which can be done very effectively through business case studies. So business case studies can also be done, I'm sure, an organization like ISEC and CEENR can also do that. Awareness generation, there is a fair bit of understanding, some level of understanding, but a lot more understanding needs to be there for public support and assimilation of this, and finally capacity building. Whether it is on technical issues like breaking down circular economy and seeing how it applies to different parts of the industry, economy, businesses, or even looking at how policy level actors or practitioners' capacity can also be built and ultimately creating a multi-stakeholder engagement, trying to get all the stakeholders together. Some civil society organizations have been doing, are doing in this area in different sectors. Given sustainability is a complex, multidimensional problem, and something that CRB believes very strongly, that different stakeholders need to be brought together if we have to solve some of these issues. Very, very quickly, haven't talked much about CRB, but basically circular economy forms one of the 5 thematic areas of CRB's work. And given the fact that we engage with businesses to see how they can integrate sustainability into the core business model, we have been extremely happy, and our experience on applying circular economy has been very, very useful. I will very quickly talk to you about a sector that we've been working in, which is the apparel and textile sector. The reason we started working on this was that we felt circular economy transformation can provide great opportunity for Indian manufacturers to be part of the global processes and developments on circular economy. We have developed, but there is and was a lack of awareness of the stakeholders. I don't know, there's some red sign on my screen keeps happening. I'm not sure if I'm doing anything here, but anyways, this is not.
So you may, sir, you may kindly summarize if you would like to.
Yeah, this is my last slide.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm just in summary, I was just talking about this work that we've been doing on apparel and textile sector. So in addition to the what we have done is we have created a framework on circular apparel and textile to help the manufacturers understand how they can apply different elements of circular economy. Secondly, we've also developed a dossier on good practices. So as I said, there are already certain practices happening which align with the 3 principles of circular economy in India, and we have done that in the apparel and textile sector, which can help other industries to understand how they sort of line up or shape up on circular economy. And finally, we feel, and we have been doing, working with industrial clusters and creating a bottom-up evidence-based process so that all the realities and the issues on circular apparel and circular economy can then be integrated and reflected back onto the national resource efficiency policy. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very happy to share further if anybody wants, and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sen Gupta, and we request you to share your presentation with us. You can send this to us through email. And it was a really interesting talk that how to promote circular economy, how stakeholder could contribute, and how to make an effective pathway for reducing, recycling, and reusing the resources to promote circular economy. Thank you so very much. Due to paucity of time, we may not be able to discuss the lecture in detail. And with this, thank you once again. And now I invite the last speaker of this panel, Professor Meenakshi Rajiv, RBI Chair Professor of Institute for Social and Economic Change. Professor Rajiv, now floor is yours. Virtual floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nautiyal. First of all, I also thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here in this. As you know, I am also not an kind of established environmental economist, but the topic I was given is that the financing of green economy. Now, we have heard from the morning the importance of green growth, and especially Professor Nainan has very eloquently said about the importance of green growth. But one of the most critical thing for this growth to happen is the financing for this development agenda. For example, if we look at India, India's environmental ministry estimates that it would require as high as $2.5 trillion at 2014-15 prices to meet the climate change actions between 2015 and 30, of which $280 billion needed for next 5 years for green infrastructure alone. And India's ambition to generate 175 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2022 also entails massive funding. So the financial needs are actually enormous, and therefore challenges are also very enormous. It is not just for India, for many developing, less developed countries, it is an enormous challenge. Now, therefore, the economies across the globe need to really integrate their investment decision with the environmental needs. Now, capital needs to flow from these assets that are giving us sustainability. Now, Professor Vanumurthy has already told that when we talk about sustainable growth, we must also think about sustainable debt of the government. And in this context, I feel that we always need not look necessarily for government funds, private funds also need to flow. And for this to happen, there has to be a decent rate of return also, to my mind, from green investment. Only then we can expect even private funds to follow, so that it provides the economic incentive. Now, there has been a large body of literature that talks about the trade-off between economic growth and environmental performance, especially for the poorer countries, especially for the initial stages of growth. This kind of trade-off between economic growth and environmental performance is stated by many. Environmental Kuznets curve is known to us all. Therefore, but one thing which is very important to keep in mind is that if we have environmental degradation, whereby we have situations like climate change and climate uncertainty, that can really adversely impact the financial system. For example, if you have a very risky kind of weather and kind of disaster, it can really make a lot of loans non-performing, really destabilize the financial system and thereby the macroeconomy. Natural resources also can lead to volatility in prices, increase in food prices, thereby inflation, and impact monetary policy thereby. And then there is also, if you have too much of climatic aberration, you will have a lot more unnecessary saving, I would say precautionary saving, which is also not very good for the economy, because if you have too much saving, then it impacts the demand that you can generate in the economy. Now, all this can really destabilize the financial system and therefore can impact the macroeconomy through the channel of financial system, and this can happen even for the poorer country. So this is very, very important to keep in mind, and this is where the green financing, planning of green financing becomes very important. And we need not necessarily look for public finance for the green financing, and it can be from private, it can be from non-profit organization, and it can be not only from banks, it can be from microfinance, it can be for investment agencies, and so on and so forth. Now, over time, a large set of green products have developed, but given the paucity of time, I think to my mind, there are three important categories, which I would very briefly highlight in these few minutes. The three categories are banking, investment, and insurance. Now, in banking, within the banking, green loans are becoming a vibrant instruments. Issuance of green loan in 2018, as per the its data from the Institute of International Finance is about $60 billion in 1 year itself. And they have, these green loans are usually long-term loans because green investment has to be long-term. And they are usually 15 years or so. And 75% of these green loans are directed towards renewable energy and power generation. Now, in the banking sector, we have several retail green products also, which are becoming very important. Green home loans, green home mortgages, green car loans, or green solar financing are becoming popular. In India, the Reserve Bank of India has made the lending to small renewable energy projects within the priority sector lending. Basically, in India, 40% of bank lending has to go for priority sector, and agriculture is a major component of this priority sector. But now the Reserve Bank of India has also included small renewable energy projects within priority sector, so banks necessarily have to give loans to this. Then there are green deposits, which are becoming important product. In Australia is very pioneer in this. And in India also, HSBC Bank, for example, recently in August 2020, have introduced this green deposit. These are can be corporate deposits, large deposits for long term, which can be now loaned out to green projects. Now there are green also credit cards. For example, in Netherlands, Rabobank has launched very innovative credit cards. So once you use the credit cards for the green purposes, then the credit card issuing company spends a proportion of that for the green causes. Basically, this bank gives to WWF. So there are different green credit card related instruments also in the market. And many developing countries are also taking different kinds of green initiatives. For example, in Kenya, where mobile banking is becoming very important, they are using the solar panels, which can be opened using the mobile payment. So pay as you go kind of model, where you use your mobile phone payment and use the solar panel battery opening system. And this is how they have been able to improve much more the solar battery uses. And Bangladesh is also similarly using certain green refinance kind of initiatives. Coming to the investment part, there are different kind of investment instruments, and these are equity fund, hedge fund, etc. But green bonds are becoming very important financial instrument. The green bonds, these are the bonds where you raise through the bonds the finance from the market, and then you use for the specific green causes. And Indian companies are taking out these green bonds basically from the London Stock Exchange, NTPC, IDBI, Exim Bank, etc. They are playing in the London Stock Exchange. Now, today, the green bond market issuance is more than 50 countries are using green bonds, and including World Bank. And during 2018, cumulative issuance of green bonds amount to US $521 billion. And among the emerging nations, India actually ranks second with between 2012 to 2018. If we look at data, China is first with $108 billion, and India is at second position, a distant second with $7.7 billion. But Mexico at 7, Brazil at 4.1, and Poland at $2.1 billion. India compares quite well with this. So the green bond market, where you raise funds for the green causes, is an important instrument. Now, the challenges for Indian companies who were raising funds for the green causes from the bond issuance is that the cost of issuance of bonds were about 5 to 6%. And then because these bonds are in foreign currency, so you have a risk of foreign currency, and therefore you have to mitigate this risk by hedging, which again costs about 3 to 4%. So totally a green bond will cost about 8 to 9%, and the rate of interest if you go and borrow from bank is also about same, and therefore green bonds were not so attractive vis-a-vis commercial banks loans. And therefore now what the Indian companies are doing, they are initiating something called masala bonds. Masala is the word used to give an Indian connotation. These are the bonds which are denominated in Indian currency, and therefore you don't have the currency risk now. And these bonds are now becoming quite popular in case of India. So this is another very important instrument, financial instrument becoming for the green causes. And last, I'd like to emphasize is the green insurance. And this market is also developing, and this is also very, very important aspect, financial instrument for green causes, because if you don't have insurance, green climate change related disaster can really destabilize the life, your growth process, your macroeconomy, as well as the lives of people. So subsidized green premium for home loan and green car, all the insurance for green kind of expenditure like green homes, green cars, etc. Many governments are subsidizing this. Then you have the green insurance, which if you have the climatic aberration, crop insurance is one such example. In India, we have established crop insurance, even though there are several problems with the crop insurance in India, but we must remember that our crop insurance scheme is highly subsidized. So subsidy is given by the government for such green products. For example, Philippines, it has made all residents as well as all small enterprises to have insurance, because this is a country highly disaster prone, and one disaster can really destroy all these houses and housing as well as small scale industries and really bring to poverty. So therefore they are now having compulsorily insurance for all kinds of all such residential housing as well as small enterprises. So these are the three main products. Given the paucity of time, I would like to highlight here, which have become important, and India has played some, making use of them, but we have a long way to go, because we need to realize that the financing needs are massive, and therefore, and the scale of finance that is needed, we need to really generate that kind of financing. In addition to the scale of finance, there are other problems. My previous speaker also spoke about the data problems, information problems, etc. There are greenwashing, that is the false claims about environment compliance, plurality of green loan definition. Many says that the exact standardized definition of green loan is not there. So many banks like to notify some loans as a green loans, but actually they are not. Then there is a problem of maturity mismatch. Usually the green loans have to be a long-term loan, and because these are the long-term investment, whereas the investors would usually like something which is short-term. So there is a maturity mismatch between what investors like and what actually the green causes demand. And that is where also there is a problem of generating funds through this. And then we and many other developing nations also have the corporate bond market, etc., are not very well developed, not very deep. So that is another problem. And last but not the least is the awareness among different stakeholders about green financing, green cause, and making spending for green purposes. So different stakeholders also need to be given enough information dissemination for these green causes as well as for green financial needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Meenakshi Raji. Big hands to you. And at the beginning, you have mentioned that this is not your area of interest, but from your talk, it appeared to me that this is one of your major area of research. Thank you so very much. So interesting information you have given. Because of paucity of time, I cannot describe all. But green banking, green deposits, green loans, and green bonds, and so many things. How India could do something new in this endeavor. Professor Meenakshi Rajiv, I am sure many representatives from many of the startups are also attending this international workshop. You have given such a thought-provoking idea to many of us to inject our thought process into this field of research to get some doable outcomes. Thank you so very much, Professor Rajiv. And due to I mentioned we don't have much time to elaborate upon your presentation and talks of others also, but nonetheless, I would like to request my colleague Dr. Bala Subramaniam, who is working on this area of research, to summarize this panel in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sunil. It is very interesting presentation by our panelists. I would like to add some few points. Already our panelists, they mentioned very clearly about what are the conceptual issues we are facing in the green growth and green growth strategies and economic models. Still, we have to develop in the context of conceptual framework. Although our panelist, like Professor Bhanumurthy, he suggested it's very excellent policy implication for, the government, we need a separate green budget. So as we know very well, the green growth and the circular economy is one of the important tool for achieving sustainable development goals, which was introduced by United Nations in 2015. So the green budget is one of the possible way for promote economic growth and environmental sustainability in the Indian context. Although our second panelist, Professor Surendra Kumar, he spoke about environmental regulation and economic instrument, how implementing through the environmental regulations. He also covered environmental valuations. So still we are in the very early stage in the context of environmental accounting. So we have to first account in the cost of environmental damage and the environmental cost and the pollution cost also. So still we are in the very early stage. So already we have taken some number of efforts by Government of India. We have introduced the concept on green accounting. In the context of only the methodological aspects by 2013, the chair of Professor Bharata Dasgupta committee in green accounting in the framework for Indian economy. The third speaker, he spoke about the circular economy, how the waste they are using as the recycling aspects. That is very excellent aspects. Now it is very important for the Indian context. So because how much we are wasting the generation, waste generation is a too much issue, is one of the important, the great problem in the developing India. Of course, the fourth speaker, Professor Meenakshi Rajiv, our professor, actually she suggested many excellent policy aspects, like of already Professor Sunil Notial, he mentioned the green policies, particularly the green bond, eco-labeling, so all the things. So it is also possible for the Indian economy, but still we have to develop in the context of the context of concept and economic model. So I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing your valuable thoughts and contribution to our the 3-day international conference. Once again, I thank behalf of our organizer. Thank you so much.
And we close this session. I thank Professor Madhisaran and Dr. Bala Subramaniam, chairperson, moderator of this session. Now we move to the technical session number, technical session 1 of this international workshop. The theme is climate resilient livelihood. And now Professor Anil Gupta was chairing this session, but he had to leave for some urgent meeting, and he will be chairing the session, which I will be chairing day after tomorrow. So today's session he had requested me to chair on his behalf. So rather than spending much time on introducing on the theme, I invite the speakers to deliver their talks and in the schedule, as per the schedule given to me by our organizing secretary, I invite Dr. Chandrasekhar Bahanipati. Dr. Bahanipati is there?
Yes, I am there.
Dr. Bahanipati, we so glad to see you and thank you so much for your contribution to this international workshop. And Professor Dr. Bahanipati will be speaking factors influencing farm level adaptation measures in India, a systematic review of literature. Professor Bahanipati, Dr. Bahanipati is working in this contemporary issue for last many years, and we are so happy to see him here in this international conference. Dr. Bahanipati, the virtual floor is yours. You can begin with your presentation, and I request you to please summarize, if possible, in 8 minutes. Thank you so very much.
Sure, sure. So, is it visible? Did you able to see my PPT? So whether you are able to see my PPT?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone. Thanks, Professor Sunil Nautel, for giving me an opportunity. So I'm going to talk on what motivates farmers for farm level adaptation, options in India, a systematic review of literature. So as you know, in the last 2 decades, there are several literature basically talking on the farm level adaptation options. So what is basically the determinants or barriers or constraints that basically motivates the farmers to undertake the different adaptation measures at the farm level. The farm level adaptation measures means basically it consists of the options or the measures are being undertaken with respect to soil, land, water, pest and disease management. So what are the options basically they take on the land? But although there are several literatures are being talking about it, but there is a lack or dearth about the systematic review of literature, basically summarizing to see so what factors mostly influence the farmers' adaptive behavior. Structure of the presentation would be introduction, data and methods, determinants of farm adaptation options in India, quantitative studies and qualitative studies, concluding remarks. So as you know that agriculture is a major source of employment in India, where the half of the labor force are depending on the agriculture, but share in GDP is declining. So what basically affects, although there's non-climatic as the climatic factors, both influence or affect the agriculture sector. By looking at the climatic factors, basically climate variability, as well as the extreme events like droughts, floods, and cyclone storms, which basically influence or affects the yield or the agriculture productivity or the crop productivity in the agriculture, which ultimately affects the agriculture farm households or the agriculture income of the farmers. So the literature suggests that if you look at the Pingal et al. 2019 book, they summarize several studies, and they also found that it may decline because of the climate variability and extreme events. We may experience there's a 4 to 8% decline in agriculture productivity. It may go up to 25%. And there are several literature. I'm not mentioned here the literature, the points around 20-30 literature from Professor Kavi Kumar to start from Kavi Kumar to many people. They basically talk about the impact of the climate change on Indian agriculture. So it will have significant impact on food and nutrition securities. If you look at that, so there's, as you know that this could affect several SDGs. So what the major policy concern for us? Providing sustainable livelihood opportunities. How we can provide them sustainable livelihood opportunities. As you know that Inaugural paper, she mentioned that more than half of the farmers wants to leave the agriculture if they get an opportunity. So that's why there's always a policy concern that, okay, let us provide them a sustainable livelihood opportunity so that it can minimize the volatility in agricultural income, so that most of the farmers can stay in agriculture. We need that most of you stay in agriculture because it's required. So agriculture innovations are the answer to sustainable agriculture in rural India. That is the adoption of climate smart agriculture practices and the farm-led adaptation measures. We need to adopt this measure so that it can reduce the impact of climate change on agriculture and so also volatility in agricultural income. If we look at the global level studies, it's basically reduce the potential impact by 30 to 100%. Recently, our paper with Biswanath et al. 2020 is forthcoming in Review of Development Change, where basically we have mentioned about what are the adaptation measures at the global level, at Indian level with the different studies. So you see that my own paper in 2011, it's basically I found that there's around reduce the potential impacts by 30 to 100%. If the farmers are undertaking farmland adaptation measures, it depends on the cropping pattern as well as the geographical location. Similarly, the crop simulation model by Chaliner et al. They also found that productivity may increase by 7 to 15%. Similarly, looking at the micro level studies, Patnaik et al. Found that net revenue is higher for the adapted households, and the career pattern insured households have more crop income and less outstanding debt. So although the several climate smart agriculture practices can help the farmers to reduce the volatility in income, but it's observed that there's a low adoption. So that's why many empirical studies in the last 2 decades, they basically have the major research inquiry that why there is a less adoption, what basically motivates the farmers to undertake the adaptation measures. So, but however, there's a dot, or there's a limited systematic review of the farmland adaptation mechanism in India. So April 2018, so he did on a systematic review in Asia, including 6 papers from India, and also Dang et al. 2009 that did across the world, but there is no studies from India as mentioned in that paper. So it's an opportunity to me and my co-author to do a systematic review of the farmland adaptation mechanism in India, as is not there so far in the literature. So what we have done that we have adopted a Prisma approach, which is a very well standard approach to basically do the systematic review. It has 4 phases. First is the identification. We have to identify the articles. First, we have to search the articles, identify the articles. Basically, to identify the articles, you have to identify the search and keywords to be used. Basically, the Boolean operators and or. So we have used these keywords basically to search in the Web of Science. And once we search in the Web of Science, then what we have done, what are the article we got, then we have again gone through the reference of those articles to see that whether we have missed any articles which basically need to be included in the final list of articles. So once we have done that, then we have to basically go for the exclusion and inclusion criteria. Suppose you look at the figure 1, so basically while doing the Web of Science search using these words, we got around 183 papers. So now we have basically out of the 183 papers, we have to screen them. What we have done, so basically while screening them, we have 3 criteria other than empirical papers. We exclude if it's not an empirical paper, maybe the review paper, so or maybe the more descriptive paper, just exclude them. Are published before 2001. Suppose it's published before, less paper are published before 2001, because we have taken the timeline as 2001 to 18, because as you know that the jargon or the notion adaptation was first appeared in the Bali conference, COP, that's which was held in 2007. After that, most of the literature related to adaptation has been immersed in the literature. So that's why we have just taken the time period as 2001 to 18. So at least the last one basically into that, if at least one study area not from India. So with that, the paper has not taken any study area from India, then we have excluded them. By excluding them, so we basically got the 37 papers. So out of the 37 papers, we have gone through the abstract and the full text. So basically we're looking for that, okay, whether the particular paper is focused on the farmland adaptation options. So also we have gone through the citations of these. So by doing this, we got the 29 papers. And we have also gone through the citations, a bibliography of these 29 papers. And by going through, we basically found another 6 papers, which are basically important. Look at the right-hand side, figure 2, you'll see that out of the 35 papers, 12 papers are quantitative and 23 papers are qualitative. And 33 papers basically mostly focused on India, and 2 papers that have taken the case study from India as well as from other countries, and 32 papers from single state. And only 3 papers have taken the case studies from more than 1 state, maybe 2 states maximum. So going back to what are the factors influence farmers' adaptive behavior based on the, sorry, it's a quantitative paper, I did a mistake. Okay, it's a quantitative papers. So I've just mentioned that there's 12 papers, including mine 2 papers, there's quantitative papers. Basically, we have divided all the independent variables in 6 categories. One is the first category, the climate change and shocks. Basically, whether they experience or affected by climate change or perception about the climate change. Some papers also taken the other risk and shocks, because as you know that there's, apart from the climate change, there's other idiosyncratic or other covariates. Shocks also influence farmers' adaptive behavior. Apart from that, there's also socioeconomic characteristics of the household and household head, basically the demographic characteristics, caste, education, asset and income, migration and remittance, agriculture-based livelihood, and also farm characteristics. And also access to institutions, formal institutions, informal institutions, development policy related, just like MG and RGS, or other development-based activities, which is basically called as the generic adaptation measures. Also information about the agronomic and agroclimatic information. Apart from that, the other characteristics is basically talk about the risk attitude behavior. Apart from that, the other characteristics is basically not listed here, I just put at the others. But the few papers, basically, apart from this put on this broad category, they have taken few papers. Those are basically put on the other category. So if you look at this figure, you'll find that, so all the papers, they have taken asset and income as one of the variable, basically to look at one of the independent variable. So if you look at the demographic characteristics, around 10 papers. See, look at that climate change extremes and perception. Although half of the paper basically taken independent as the climate change extremes. See, here we're talking on the climate change adaptation. We need to identify which of the adaptation options are mostly climate sensitive. So these adaptation options are most suitable for the flood, or these adaptations are most suitable for cyclone, these adaptations are suitable for climate variability. But however, there's half of the paper have taken the climate change extreme event as one of the variables. Other papers have not taken them, because the major reason is that their exposure is single exposure. They basically have a very less sample, less than 500, and they're looking for the single exposure. That's why they have not taken those variables in that. But however, we need to, I would advocate, or I would suggest that, so we need to take large sample with multiple exposure so that we can identify the climate sensitive adaptation measures. So if you look at the risk, if you look at the government, apart from the, so most of the papers have taken the socioeconomic and demographic characteristics. But if you look at the formal institutions, 6 papers, all the credit, it's basically formal institution, access to formal institution, basically bank loans and credits, formal credit, so half of the paper. And if you look at the less number of papers talk about the development policy, that's basically the generic adaptation measures. What are the influence of the MG and RGS? What are the influence of other government programs is basically implemented for the poverty eradication, other development activities at the village level or at the regional level. So there's less number of papers basically establish the relationship between those measures with respect to the climate change adaptation. In fact, the risk attitude behavior, which is also important to understand the risk attitude behavior. And apart from this, I would like to mention here that although the behavioral economics has contributed significantly in the recent past years with respect to understand we found that behavioral interventions also influence, or behavioral anomalies also plays a major role with respect to people's choice architecture. But none of the papers so far in India talk about the behavioral economics line, which is basically required in the future to see that apart from these variables, how the behavioral anomalies also influence the people's choice architecture. So going back to the qualitative papers, we have mentioned about the 22 papers. So mostly, I'll mention here that the major constraint, what basically we have found. So what we have done here, so we have basically categorized the papers with respect to climate variability. So we have around, so how much time do we have? 2-3 minutes?
Dr. Bhainipati, if you can summarize, please, because we have one more session after this.
Yeah, so I just 2 minutes, okay, maximum, okay. So major constraints are lack of knowledge about adaptation options, basically new varieties of seeds, soil conservation techniques, water management options, credit, wealth, climate information, shortage of input, and access to agriculture extension and access to market. So another important thing I would like to mention that although we have several papers, if you look at that, what are the number of villages basically they cover, in including all the studies, some of all the studies, you see that only Bihar, there's 165 villages covered in all the studies. I just summarized all the studies, some of all the studies, how many villages. So whether based on this, if you look at the number of households surveyed, is very less. Suppose the findings from these studies, whether we can talk about in a particular state, we can't, because with the evidences or findings we are having from a less number of villages as well as less number of household survey, and this cannot represent to entire state. So it means we need a large survey and which can basically tell about what is happening across the India with respect to climate change adaptation, which so far we don't have. So the major findings are the non-climatic factors like demographic characteristics, asset and income, education, dependence on agriculture, farm characteristics, and access to financial institutions are observed as the major motivating factors. A limited studies establish the causal relations between climate change and extreme events and farmland options. A positive studies with respect to perception, risk attitude behavior, climate information, and behavioral anomalies, and policy related to disaster and generic adaptation measures. Although the behavioral economics discourse has a lot to do with the human behavior, a little research has been taken up in the climate change research in India. With all accounting all the papers, we can conclude that a limited number of papers so far with respect to farmland adaptation in India. So thank you. And so I also acknowledge the IIT for the NFIG grant. And if you have any question, you can write to me. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, Dr. Bhahinipati. Thank you so very much for such an interesting talk. And we appreciate that he had done lots of review and brought this review to the logical end, what to be done. We are also working on this issue. Basically, we have developed a kind of policy document based on the secondary survey. We'll be very happy to share with you, and how could we contribute together in this endeavor. We'll be very happy to have our collaboration with you in this regard. Thank you so very much. Now I invite Ms. Romila Chandra. Ms. Chandra, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Chandra, Ms. Chandra, you have 8 minutes, and you may begin with your presentation, and floor is yours now, this virtual floor. And please restrict to 8 minutes. We'll be very much thankful to you. Thank you so much.
Do I have to share the screen? Because I'm not able to share it.
You can share the screen.
But I'm unable to share it if it's possible from your side, because we have submitted the screen.
Have you sent the PPT to us?
Yes, sir. So is my screen showing, because I just tried to share it?
Yeah, visible now. It's visible.
It's visible. You can share.
You can,
okay.
Yeah, you can put in this.
Yeah, we can see such a lovely picture.
Thank you, sir.
Front page, yeah.
Yeah, put it on slideshow.
Yes, sir. Just a second.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope against the time crunch, I am comprehensible enough and I don't rush through it much. Today, I'll be talking about local adaptive capacity of mountain farmers for sustainable livelihood development. We all know that mountains are an important source of ecosystem goods and services, but they are now becoming a major site of poverty, hunger, malnutrition, outmigration, climate change, and degradation. The fatal combination of remoteness, fragility, and neglect are further worsening the socio-economic conditions of the mountain community.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay. The assessment of socio-economic assets with the focus on traditional knowledge and cultural aspect of mountain society could help in the sustainable integration of different income sources. Here, the adaptive capacity denotes the ability to prepare for a response to stress. I'm so sorry, this is not... Okay. The adaptive capacity denotes the ability to prepare for a response to stress. Often mitigation measures and adaptation processes are talked about without actually understanding the adaptive capacity of the local people, which is unevenly distributed across different households. Hence, the one policy for all approach, which has for long been followed in India, often fails. In order to diversify the livelihood opportunities, the mountain farmers needs to adopt, explore, and transform based on their available assets and their capabilities. The study was conducted in Govind Wildlife Sanctuary and National Park. There are a total of 42 villages in the area, and out of which 4 villages were selected on the basis of stratified random sampling, giving us 2 kinds of settlements, connected and isolated. These are the villages which were selected for the research. These pictures show the different conditions prevailing in the connected and isolated villages. The livelihood resources in the area are agriculture, apple farming, animal husbandry, tourism, labor, And now upcoming sectors like NTFPs and medicinal and aromatic plant farming is also being taken up by the farmers. The study was built on sustainable livelihood framework with the indicators based on context-specific and region-specific adaptive capacity. After being reviewed and discussed with the experts, 6 determinants with a set of different indicators were finalized as given in the figure. PRA tools like key informant interviews, household surveys, focus group discussion, field visits were conducted to collect the primary data. All the indicators were assessed with the help of questionnaire-based survey using a Likert scale of 0 to 5. As per the calculation of adaptive capacity index, a low adaptive capacity was observed for connected villages and a very low was observed for the isolated villages. As we can see that social capital of the isolated villages was way better than the connected one, and the reason being there was negligible outmigration in the area. As far as awareness and training is concerned, again the isolated villages were better off because of the research work going on in that area, especially because of the project Secure Himalayas. So the farmers out there are better aware in comparison to the connected villages. A vulnerability matrix was also prepared in the FGDs in order to understand the knowledge of local people in terms of impact of climate change and natural hazards on their livelihood. And agriculture and horticulture were the worst impacted sectors due to erratic rainfall and sudden hailstorms. And their day-to-day connectivity was also disrupted because of that. So these are the following, these are some of the agricultural policies which are being implemented in the study area. I would like to point out that none of them are context or region specific or even climate smart in nature. After discussing with the farmers, these are few problem areas according to the local people. The agricultural inputs like fertilizer and pesticides, which are supposed to be available in the registered shops, were not available on time. The farmers land up procuring it from the private sellers or even the neighboring state of Himachal Pradesh, which adds up to the cost of production, and hence a subsidy approach fails. The farmers are not educated enough to understand the long, complicated procedure to apply for subsidy or loan for agri-businesses. The locals often give credit to their fellow farmers of Himachal Pradesh for diversifying the farming system. They have learned the technique of cutting, grafting, and planting of apples from Himachal Pradesh actually. The subsidy or monetary benefits are easily made available to the people closer to the Gram Pradhan. As far as programs like Manrega and PDS is concerned, when we ask the young adults about the rise of ecotourism, trekking, homestays, and would they like to contribute in that and what they think about it, they said they get money from Manrega, and they get food from PDS. So basically they become lazy in that area, the young adults. So instead of focusing on the negative mountain specificities, we should focus on the positive ones like biodiversity, cultural diversity, climatic feasibility, interlinking the livelihood resources with traditional knowledge, perception and experience of old people, so that they do not feel neglected and become an integral part of growth and development. These are the policy instruments which were sorted out with the farmers. For example, nature-based solution, ecotourism, and spiritual tourism, which Uttarakhand is famous for. Upcoming green products like natural dyes, colors, and cosmetic products. One of them very important aspect was highlighted regarding a regional or local fund, because 5 years back, a hailstorm destroyed the entire apple crop, and none of the farmers were giving any insurance money or something like that. So it is important to set up a regional or local fund regarding any natural calamity so that farmers could be helped. There was a community realization was there that the importance of agro biodiversity was understood even by the mountain farmers, and they knew that they should go back to their traditional crops, because that has an upcoming market in the field of health and in the health industry. And they knew the importance of medicinal and aromatic plants and organic farming. The only complaint was that they lack assistance and guidance from the government. So certain interventions, I would like to point here that when COVID-19 impacted the economic status of us all, the mountain farmers of that area actually gained from it. Due to the lockdown, the apples from Himachal Pradesh could not reach the mandis on time. So the competition for Uttarakhand farmers actually reduced and they earned better this year. So we can clearly state that we do have the potential in terms of quality and quantity as well. We just need proper guidance. As per the adaptive capacity and agro-ecosystem assessment, the certain interventions were thought about basically. First, the flourishing market of herbal industries like medicinal or cosmetics can be directly linked with the farmers and directly linked with the farmers and delete the middlemen. The contract farming can be done with the PPP mode so that the legality of it can be looked after the state government to avoid any exploitation. As the isolated villages lie on the premises of wildlife and national park, there won't be any proper road connectivity due to the rules and regulations. In the age of 5G, where all the trading is being done on digital platform, there disruptive telecommunication in that area. With no provision of electricity, the government can help in timely procurement of produce to avoid post-harvest losses. A post-harvest management system for storage, sorting, grading, and packaging can be developed in the nearby block center of Mori, where the farmers can get their produce for value addition instead of investing on transportation. Rather than focusing on minimum support price, the government can decide a price range for different products every year so that farmers get a profitable return for their hard work and not just the minimum price. We all know that label like organic farming and organic labels can increase the MRP of a produce many-fold. Excuse me.
Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, sir.
And could you please summarize now?
Yeah. I'm just done. So I was saying that labels like organic increases the MRP of many-fold. So we can give and verify and certify the mountain produce as mountain food, and branding can be done to represent the mountain produce at an international and national market. And in the end, I just like to say that policy planning and implementation should be inclusive, adaptive, and co-governed, followed by time-to-time monitoring and evaluation in order to modify the global changes. Thank you so much. Sir, I'm done with the presentation.
A reflection from the field and a very good study you have done.
Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, we don't have much time to
Yes, sir,
discuss on your presentation. I'm sure that tomorrow we will be having not sufficient, but time for our
Yes, sir.
question and answer session. But today, due to our long inaugural session, we have spilled over to other sessions. So
No.
this is we regret, but definitely we'll be getting the answers questions on through email to us, and we
Yes,
will
sir.
send you if in case there is any query on your work. So
Thank you,
now
sir.
I invite Ms. Madhuri Pal. Madhuri, are you there? Madhuri? Miss Madhuri? Madhuri. Is she there? Miss Madhuri, can you hear us? Hello. When okay, we can invite her later once she is available. Now we invite Dr. Srikant V. Mukate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Madhuri Pal, we are not hearing you. Can you please? No, you are not audible, unfortunately.
No.
No. There's some technical problem. You rectify this by the time I invite next speaker, Dr. Srikant.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Srikant is there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Srikant, you may begin with your presentation and please summarize in 8 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Yeah, good evening, all of the participants and the organizers. Myself, Dr. Shrikant Mukte, and this the research study of re-looking into micro irrigation models to enhance adoption of the micro irrigation in India was done when I was working for the Center for Natural Resource Management in the National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Hyderabad, and currently I am working as a postdoctoral fellow in NIT Suratkal, NIT Karnataka. So yeah, this whole thing was about to minimize or to save the water where we are using at most in the field of agriculture. And yeah, climate change and water have very intense relation. Climate change is the water is the first component where climate change will impact at its best, and water is the only solution to cope up with the climate change for the sustainability of the agriculture. So with that kind of theme, we have uh, thought to relook into the what are the subsidy options that government is opting to the farmers to adopt the micro irrigation models. And on that basis, uh, yeah, so this is since its inception of the use of plastic in agriculture since 1992 to 2015, how the different schemes have uh, been evolved for the micro irrigation subsidy programs. So right now we are the subsidy which is given to the farmers is under the name of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, PMKSY program. So this is the table which represents the states and what is the potential area for the micro irrigation in the agriculture, and what are the percentage still now we are covered. So it suggests that there are so many, especially the Maharashtra had 46% of coverage, and then Odisha also have 45%, Tamil Nadu also have, but very few states like Karnataka, those who are beyond the more than the 50%, and Andhra Pradesh. So on this basis, we have identified that few states, those who are doing very well, whereas the states who have a lot of potential to adopt micro irrigation, but somewhere they are lagging behind than their actual potential. So with that thing in mind, the study was started to study micro irrigation implementation process in different states of India, and to assess the factors that are contributing to the success and failure of the implementation of the study of the micro irrigation, and the last to provide some solutions that how they can upgrade or they can adopt this micro irrigation scheme for the resource consumption, the resource restoration. So the methodology was adapted, and in that methodology we have selected the 5 states on the basis of the highly adopted and very less adopted states. In the highly adopted states, we have selected Telangana and Gujarat, and in less adopted states, we have selected Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. So among those states, uh, 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 we have different focus group discussions and field surveys, and the questions we have prepared one questionnaire, and through that questionnaire we have collected the data from the Yama states. For the every state, there is one nodal officer who is looking all after the implementation of the scheme. So we have interviewed or having a focus group discussion with each of the nodal officer of all the 5 states, and under that nodal officer there are extension officers for the each states. So among that states, we have discussion with 12 extension officers. So this, and from the government, this was from the government of point of view. From the dealers or the manufacturers, we have visited 13 dealers and 4 manufacturers from the different states, and simultaneously we have looked into the 6 research, interacted with 6 researchers, and the major impact or the major the thing where we have more focus on the farmers, and the farmers were divided into two different categories as the farmers, those who are adopted micro irrigation, what are their views, what are their perceptions, how they are thinking about this micro irrigation scheme, and how that scheme is helping them to have more produce. And the farmers who are potential, or they have the capabilities to use the micro irrigation, but still they have not adopted this micro irrigation, so we have classified them as a potential farmers. So we have interviewed or have a questionnaire field survey with 148 adopted farmers and 150 potential farmers. So these were the states, and these are the locations and the number of farmers, those we have collected data from. So I just come to the result. Then here it can be easily seen that in the first graph, where the physical area covered, it shows that Gujarat and Telangana, they have covered very more areas as compared to these three states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. So that is why we have selected this Gujarat and Telangana as highly adapted states, and whereas these are not performing, they have a lot of potential, but still these states are lagging behind their actual potential. And the expenditure in occurred, it also shows that the expenditure is also less occurred in these less adapted states as compared with the highly adapted states. So the money expenditure is also one of the reason that we have find out behind the adoption of the micro irrigation. And the main thing was the subsidy, the pattern of the subsidy which is given to the farmers to adopt the micro irrigation. So in Gujarat state, per hectare subsidy is around 34,000 rupees, and likewise Telangana have 28,000, Rajasthan 24,000, Madhya Pradesh have the highest subsidy per hectare, but still they are lagging behind. That is a very concern to think over more in detail. And this was all about the per hectare subsidy. And here in the second table, we have shown that how that subsidy is again further classified on the basis of their land and their community status. So if the farmer having land less than 5 hectare, then they are called as a small and marginal farmer, and the general farmer. The general farmers have less subsidy as compared to the small and marginal farmers. In this subsidy wise percent offered, the Telangana stat have the highest subsidy percentage, which ranges from 80 to 100%. So for the SC/ST community, they have the 100% subsidy. So those categories, either in general or in small and marginal farmers, they don't need to pay. But whereas the Madhya Pradesh has the least subsidy, which is ranging from 55% to is my PPT visible?
No, it's not visible.
Dr. Srikant, you can summarize now. Your PPT was not visible.
Okay, yeah, I will summarize it.
Yeah.
This was a kind of thing we have studied, and along with that we have also conducted one study, the Garrett ranking, and where we found that most of the nodal officers the think that the direct benefit transfer, the amount which is need to be
go ahead
deposited directly into the farmer's account. So that were the enabling parameters. The enabling parameters which were find the direct benefit transfer and the remove cap area for the subsidy, because right now there is a cap for the 5 hectares of land that can be given as a subsidy, and after the 5 hectares you have to use your whole money. You will not be subsidized after that. So that kind of the enabling parameters we have found in this study. And the barriers were the even the manufacturers, as the category of the micro irrigation stakeholders changes, when the dealers and manufacturers, we have asked for them what are the enablers, they have communicated that the community micro irrigation will be much better than the individual one. So these wise, the stakeholder wise, the parameters are changing. And as we have some socioeconomic study, and in that we have found that the factors were negatively correlated with the adoption of micro irrigations, where mostly the access to the canal irrigation and the community status. So it is found that wherever there is canal irrigation, water is available in large quantity, the people are less willing to adopt the micro irrigation. So in the last, we have proposed one model, and in that we have studied all the 5 states model, and with all those models, we have made some changes to adopt into the less adopted areas. The key changes were the tri-party agreement and third party verification and satisfactory report along with geotagging. So these things will make it enable to the farmers to get the share of subsidy on time, and the verification and the installation also within a time. So in the conclusion, I will say that the main bottleneck is the initial cost of the micro irrigation system and the poor governance in implementing the subsidy disbursal mechanism by the states. Because in MP or in UP, the farmers were struggling to give all the money in the first time. They have to pay all the money, and then later on they will get the subsidy into their bank account. So most of the farmers were not able to pay that much amount of money. And the second thing is that they have to, if
Yeah. Dr. Srikanth, we are not able to hear you. Hello. Your connection is gone. Dr. Srikanth, we are not able to hear you. Hello. Hello. Dr. Srikanth, your connection is gone. Sorry, we cannot. Hello. Dr. Madhuri.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Madhuri.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Am I
Yeah, now
audible?
we can hear you. And unfortunately, Dr. Srikanth could not conclude his final point. Could not conclude his lecture while saying the final point, maybe due to the technical problem he may be facing there. But we assume that he has finished his presentation, and we look forward that he will be sending his presentation to us through email. We will be sharing to all participants. Now, Dr. Madhuri, you please begin with your talk, and we will appreciate if you could finish in 8 minutes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right.
My screen is visible to you.
Yeah, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Madhuri from Niti Aayog, New Delhi. This is the study which I have undertaken during my MPhil study, and it was completely on the field. This was a part of a field project in IIT Bombay. So we have just analyzed the impact of climate change and crop diversity and cropping pattern in a village of Vanvasi in the state of Maharashtra. Basically, why we have taken this one, because we wanted to know, like at the root level, how the things are working and how the people are responding to the climatic change. So it was basically a 14 days trip to our village, Vanvasi village, initially we had a transit walk to select the one of the particular village where we can get the information. So we then after transit walk of 2 or 3 days, we have selected one Vashi village in the Thane district of Maharashtra. Because we wanted to see how the climate changes are basically a living reality. So I will start my presentation. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, you are sharing the screen went off. Yeah.
Sharing the screen went off. Now?
No.
Is it fine?
No, it is not coming.
The screen is not coming.
It's not coming. You can continue.
Okay.
You can continue your presentation. Yes.
Please continue the presentation.
Okay. So climate change are basically a living light, as I mentioned over here. So we have looked on the necessity of developing possible adaptation mechanism, how it can be minimized climatic risk and vulnerability by considering farmers' local and scientific knowledge. So on basis of that, we have proposed a conceptual framework over here, like how the different drivers of climate change, such as the rainfall, the temperature, and all have a complete impact on crop yield and productivity, as well as it induce the climatic risk and vulnerability. So on basis of climatic risk and vulnerability, we have seen that how we can go for adaptation mechanism and community-based adaptation along with the traditional sustainable agriculture practices. On basis of this objective, we have taken a few literature on 3 themes. Theme 1 was like how the climate has induced the crop production. Second, what can be community-based adaptation, and how the traditional knowledges can be gained. So we have made analysis on these 7 different parameters. Starting first, the first parameter was a rainfall. So rainfall, definitely the 90% of the villagers has said that the rainfall is very irregular in the past 2 decades, as well as it has become very less. Earlier it used to rain almost 2 to 3 months in particular village of Maharashtra, but now it has been continued to less than 20 days. So it has completely affected the cropping pattern as well. And when we talked, especially the rice farmers, they will definitely say the crop has been completely destroyed because they did not get the plenty amount of rainfall which is required for the crop production cultivation of the rice. So what happened in this scenario when you do not have the because they are basically dependent on the production of the rice. So when they do not have the plenty amount of rainfall, then definitely the rice production has declined. At the same time, they have to choose some another kind of crop cultivation, which can definitely be they will have a subsistence farming as well as earning their livelihood. So this is the first thing, that the crop production, this rice production is completely destroyed. Second is that due to lack of irrigation facilities, because rainfall was not there and they have only one dam. So that dam is also not working properly because they have to incur a huge amount of financial burden to get the water from the dam, and farmers are not so farmers are very poor actually to get even the diesel, and they are literally very poor to get even from the dam. So that's why they have could not even continue to cultivate the crops like vegetables, which require always the continuous supply of water. So both the irrigation facilities and the rainfall, which making the farming very difficult in this particular village. Second thing which we have seen, like that how they can be mitigate, like this the challenges can be mitigate. So what they are doing basically, they are now going for the crop rotation, where they are depending on the waterfalls and the rainfall and the amount of irrigation facilities. So basically they are practicing the crop rotation on the rice first, depending on the rainfall. So in the first years, basically they have one variety of rice cultivated for first 3 years. The fourth year onwards, they have second variety of rice, and then again they have the third variety of rice. And in the other crops, they basically crop rotate with the nachini and the finger millet. The second year they grow varai, and the third year is urid. So this is basically have to adapt this irregular rainfall. That's why they are going for the crop rotation, and now they are earning the benefits of the crop rotation. Now, second, the other parameter which we have analyzed is crop calendar, definitely for going for their seasonal calendar for their cropping, the cultivation of the crops. So the crop calendar is beneficial deciding about the crop cultivation period, but again, this completely depend on agro-ecological condition, which depends on the rainfall, temperature, and humidity. So this says that it is very beneficial, but because of the irregular climatic condition, we could not follow the seasonal calendar again. Then we have analyzed a few important parameters, fertilizers and pesticides. Yes, they are very much aware of the negative use of urea, and so they are not doing that much of applying that much of urea in their crop cultivation. They are mainly dependent on the Bhavani and Nilgiri leaves, which is the local languages. So they have completely depend on this for their as a use of fertilizers and the pesticides. And for rice, definitely they use some kind of urea or DAP and 15.5. And for the cash crops, only Safala or Ujwala that has been taken. And fertilizer in the organic, they definitely use cow dung, dry leaves, and ash and barwani nigri leaves, which is they are getting proper yield. But now again the problem which they have cited us that the nutrition of the crop has completely declined. This is the biggest problem the farmers is facing. If they go for the chemical fertilizers, which we see that this has been propagated by even the governments and all, but this what happened, we do not take care of the nutrition of the crop. The nutrition of the crop is declining. So this is a very important result which we have come to know that yes, this is very difficult, that if you could not contain the nutrition of the crop, then what's the use even if you're growing for the even hectares of crop. But this is not even possible in this small village. Only one villager who was rich because of his father is working in city, so he has only adapted for the cash crops like cashew plantation and the other kinds of spices, black pepper and everything. But others, everyone is subsistence farming, doing for themselves. One issue what we found that in Maharashtra, they basically in Vidarbha side, they used to do this cotton crops. So we also came to know why the farmers were they went for the suicide, because if you grow for the cotton, if it doesn't sell out in the market, so basically they could not even eat the cotton. So these farmers are like seeing their practices from their other farmers. They have adapted that yes, at least we need to survive even if our produce does not sell in the market. So basically they are going for whatever the rice this crops which they can eat even they could not sell in the market. Next parameter was their market, which they definitely could not access because it is very ill connected village, so they could not even sell their produce. So there were some of the farmers initially engaged in this jasmine cultivation, but then they said that jasmine from Bangalore reaches far much earlier than the jasmine from this state of Maharashtra. So they're also losing their market share over there. So these are the basic things which we came to know about this, what are the problems they are facing, not from their own village, but other villages of Maharashtra, what they can do, what the governments are basically doing, and how they can implement and increase their produce. Definitely, they are facing a huge problem because of climatic problem and undermining their food security. And they are completely dependent on their whatever they grow because of their market is also not well connected. So in view of this, when we summarize the study, which we came to know that yes, some of the issues are prominent over there and we need to some kind of recommendation if we can do. So we have recommended that grafting can be done, seeing in the village itself, like one rich farmer has done the grafting. So grafting was basically has been used to for the crop diversification, which can be saved from the, if any crop basically fails down, they can go for the crop diversification. Second, they can enhance the proper irrigation facility. This is one of the biggest issue. They need to revamp the entire irrigation facility, and the government has to become over there. And the third last, we recommended that yes, definitely they need a proper storage mechanism for the rices, because food security depends how much you can store the rices. I'll summarize this thing like the points which I have mentioned over here. Though the climate risk basically is one of the pertinent issues in the current world, and definitely it's undermining the sustainable development goal as well, goal 2 food security and goal 13 related to the climate change. But again, if we can learn from the traditional practices of the farmers, as well as the community based adaptation, learning from others farmers their failure, definitely at least they can sustain, like this is a poor, very poor village, at least they can sustain for their living. Otherwise, if we go like very high, very kind of like foreign kind of application, if we use like soya, which they have said that the soya basically is suitable for other country, but when they brought to their India, some of the nutrition lost in the soya because it's not feasible to grow in climate of India. So that's why we have seen that how the community based adaptation, they learn from the fellow farmers and they're implementing in their villages. But yes, infrastructure also need to be revamped for irrigation, for the market access. And thus I summarize here that climate risk need to be seen not as an isolated issue, but a complete interconnected issue that needs a proper community support, as well as the traditional knowledges that need to be implemented. Thank you. Thank you for patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri Pal, for presenting the insights from your case study you have carried out in Banwasi village of Maharashtra. It's very interesting, and I request you to please share the presentation with us. This
yes,
is required.
I've already shared actually. I've already
You
shared.
already shared. Okay. Thank you so much. And now we invite Miss Juliet Angam.
Yes, I'm online. Thank you.
Dr. Angam, you begin with your presentation, and you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours now. This project.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Can you see the screen? Is the screen shared? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You can see the screen.
Yeah, we see your screen. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this forum. My name is Juliet Angom, and I'm a PhD student at Amrita University, Department of Management. Today, I'm going to share with you this study, which is Climate Smart Agriculture Practices and Technologies in India and South Africa, Implications for Climate Change, Adaptation and Sustainable Livelihoods. Let me just get it. Okay. Yes. So the presentation is outlined. We look at the content of the study, the research questions, the objectives of the study, the methodology, the research findings, and then we look at the tools for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. We look at some similarities of the climate smart agriculture in India and in South Africa, and then we'll have a few further suggestions for further research, and then conclude with the references. So when we come to the context of the study, this paper basically is a part of a chain, a bigger chain study, which is looking at climate change, particularly climate smart agriculture adaptation practices among the rural smallholder farmers. So this particular study is just a drop of that wider context. This particular paper explores climate smart agriculture practices and technologies, looks at the traction of their impacts on climate change adaptation in India, and it gives a comparison with Africa. In particular, we look at South Africa. So what exactly is this paper supposed to, its aim? Its aim is looking at agriculture and climate change perspectives. We shall look at the best climate smart agriculture practices among the smallholder farmers, look at feminization of agriculture and the climate change, look at the progress on policy interventions that are addressing this in both the countries, and then what integration of climate smart agriculture practices and technologies can be inserted into curricula in both India and South Africa. Then we come to the research questions. We all know that climate change is a factor that is not about to leave us. And agriculture is the breadbasket for majority of all of us. So when I was wrapping up this study questions with my overall supervisor, we pinned out these 4. What climate smart agriculture practices and technologies, and technologies are in India and South Africa. What are the impacts of these practices and technologies on climate change adaptation with comparison to South Africa? And then what are the emerging climate and agriculture development perspectives from the 2 different countries? And then what are the current policies and program interventions to address climate change in the 2 countries? So we would give the 2 different angles. Then the objectives of the study, we set out to identify the climate smart agriculture practices and technologies in India and South Africa, to establish the impacts of the practices and technologies on climate change and adaptation in India, comparing it to South Africa as well, to examine the emerging climate and agriculture development perspectives in both these 2 countries, and then to reflect on the current policies and program interventions to address the ever-changing climate in both the 2 countries. The methodology that would guide this study, this paper was pulled together by a synthesis of secondary literature relevant to climate smart agriculture. We looked at various engines of literature, Web of Science, Google Scholar, and then we also looked at Scopus. In considering this, we looked at peer review publications, scientific articles, book chapters, and then some other editorial materials that would be relevant to the study. The criteria for the inclusion and the exclusion of this literature, we looked at documented work that was in English, that was inclusive. Exclusive was languages that were outside English. We solely looked at literatures that focused on agriculture. We excluded those that focused, non-agricultural farm sectors such as mining, manufacturing. Then we also looked at literature that really addressed at least a pillar of climate smart agriculture. And then we excluded those that really didn't touch anything to do with climate smart agriculture. And then the process of the literature selection, we used systematic review, picked what we had pulled together from the inclusion, and then try to work around the removing the duplication. And in total, we pulled together 112 papers that were reviewed. Then the research findings. India and South Africa hold immense potential for climate smart agriculture adaptation and climate change mitigation. Despite the fact that these are countries that are experiencing aggressive climate change and to some extent are called, they are being called developing countries, or I really wouldn't look at it in that sense because of this particular statement, hold immense potential for climate smart agriculture adaptation. Why? They have resources in terms of research institutions, they have resources in terms of technological interventions. So these are things that when you put it together, they really do give you the potential to upscale the adaptation of climate smart agriculture. Then several initiatives as well have been launched in India and Africa, and most of them are still at the execution stage. And pilots that are being, the pilot studies that have been taken are facing a lot of challenges, and those challenges are decreasing the potential for the practices and the technologies to be adapted. And what does that imply? It implies that we still need to give full attention to understand how these technologies can help in regard to climate change adaptation and mitigation in the context of the 2 studies. Further research findings, several policies and program interventions are aimed at addressing the changes that have been realized in both the countries. And looking at the programs that have been pulled together, we would look at both the pooling of indigenous and research-based interventions that would help in further upscaling what is already known, what has been developed, and then of course with multiple actors coming together to design inclusive way forward to approach the various policies with a context-specific window. And then number 5, integrated learning of this climate smart agriculture practices and technologies in the curricula. Climate is not about to leave us. It was there yesterday, it's there today, and it will be there tomorrow. So when we put it in the curricula, research findings show that if it is put in the curricula, then it will help to boost our understanding, give us a window into how best to address tomorrow and how best to mitigate what is at present before us now. Then the tools for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. What are these tools and why do we need them? These tools basically are targeting the chains of policy and institutions operations to mainstream climate resilience and disaster risk reduction into development planning from both a macro and micro aspect. So we look at from the macro coming up to down, the national to the community levels, intended to usher a more integrated aspect of climate change adaptation, in essence, giving us a culture of safety and resilience. So that is basically how I would unpack the climate resilience and disaster risk tools. One of the tools, policies and institutions, focuses on the processes of decision-making, e.g. multi-stakeholder participation of gender-sensitive and inclusive responses. Then number two, we have risk reduction and early warning systems. This is basically, we'll still borrow from the indigenous knowledge together with the scientific knowledge and work out better ways on how to address a more fuller picture of the risks. Then tool number three, knowledge management and education. This is basically, we would work around the vulnerability and the capacity assessment. We would define what is happening in the communities, what have the communities done to face these challenges. Is it a behavior that one has to change? Is it a technology that one has to forego? So that is what is around number three. Number four, reducing underlying risks, climate risk insurance. Earlier on, Professor Rajiv, I don't know if I've mentioned her name well, she really elaborated on this tool, and it is one that would do us of essence. Then preparedness and response, tools that are used ahead of the disaster or help us to prepare for the unforeseen. Then the similarities of climate smart in India and South Africa. We have crop management in India and in South Africa. Here we'll see one of them under the crop management docket. We have breeding and planting of drought tolerant varieties. In India, I cited one that is groundnuts, 91-144, that has shown increased agricultural production in drought-prone areas of Anantapur district in India. Then there is the BT maize, 810, that has improved harvest yields and is also resistant to the stem borer. Under livestock, we have breeding of hardy and high-yielding livestock. In India, we have seen the crossbreeding of cattle and buffalo. This has been very good in terms of producing beef and milk. Then in South Africa, we have free range of the chickens that are more taken up because they are resistant to both abiotic and biotic stresses. Then we have land management systems, zero and minimum tillage. When you look at both India and South Africa, they practice this and it basically improves crop yields within dry and sub-humid regions. Then further research. Despite what has been done, there are some gaps that we still have to address. More incremental changes using stakeholder matrix. What do I mean by this? We cannot wholly say that what we have done is cast on stone and there is nothing that leaves a hole. Gender inclusion as a sustainable gender inclusion is something that we could take up under these incremental changes so that we could see, all right, if we're working on introducing climate smart agriculture technologies, are they sustainable? Are they inclusive gender-wise? Then number two, give focus on monitoring and evaluation of climate resilient and disaster risk management tools using action. This in order to close the gap. When we have these climate resilient and disaster risk tools before us, we need to be able to monitor and evaluate how well are they working. Are they, holistically benefiting the community that is at hand? Then the references, here we go. And then I say thank you to all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you for this.
Thank you
For this forum.
Thank you, Miss Juliet Angan. Excellent presentation. And as I announced before, we will be very happy to receive your presentation, and you can kindly send to us through email. That is already available with you. And we will also appreciate if you could kindly send your write-up, full manuscript to us in next 2 weeks. So we will, work on that to bring also this paper into the volume, which will be bringing from the international public.
Okay.
Thank you so very much. And now I invite Miss Kumudini Misra. She will be
Yes,
again.
sir. Good evening. I'm there.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
You will
I'm
be
present.
presenting case
Good
study
evening,
from
sir.
Kalahandi village in Odisha.
Yes, sir. Kalahandi.
Yeah.
Kalahandi district.
We have worked
Yes,
in
sir.
Kalahandi.
Yes.
Our institute, our center has worked in Kalahandi, particularly on vulnerability of the society to climate change. So
Okay,
good
that's
to
great,
see
sir.
a scholar working in Kalahandi again, and we look forward to your talk. Now, floor is yours,
Sure.
and Dr. Misra, we will appreciate if you could kindly summarize your presentation. I know 8 minutes are too less to present the case study, but nonetheless, I request you to kindly summarize in 8 minutes. Thank you so very much. Now, floor is yours.
Definitely. I'll do, sir. I'll share my screen. Is my screen visible? Hello?
It's visible, madam. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
My screen is visible, sir?
Yeah, it was visible before, now it disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah.
One second, there is some issue. I'll check. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Yeah, but we are not able to see, madam.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. It could appear now. Yes.
It's me who is visible, I can see.
Yeah.
Yes. Is it
Yeah,
visible
it's visible.
now?
Yeah, you continue. Yes, please. हाँ करिए वही ठीक है.
पीपीटी नहीं दिख रहा है सर?
अभी आ गया एकदम आ गया, आप शुरू कर सकते हैं. अभी कुछ आ गया, ऐड आ गया दूसरा.
ऐड आ गया दूसरा. Oh my God.
So can we invite if you?
Yes. Is it visible now?
No, madam.
Okay.
Without PPT, you can go ahead. Just share your experiences. Anyway, you will be sharing your PPT to us and your write-up as well. So
I have shared it. I've already shared it. I think.
Yeah, please go ahead with your presentation. You can talk without PPT also. No problem.
Okay, I'll do that. My study is on a project, a study on the impact of Gharbari model as a climate smart agriculture practice by the tribal women of Kalahandi district. Now, as we already know that the tribal pockets, we have female as a majority and women farmers are demonstrating sustainable farming practices at the moment also. Now, my structure of the presentation would be more understanding on the objectives, then methodology, the impact of the climate resilient practice in the study area, findings and some suggestions, and finally conclusion. Now, prior to understanding what would be the objective, I would really want everyone to understand why climate smart agriculture practice and why Gharbari project. There is an Odia proverb which says that a small means can yield a big benefit. So the Gharbari, sometimes called the backyard or home garden or kitchen garden in Western Odisha, specifically in our district, is the best example of climate resilient livelihood practice also, as well as organic farming. A small piece of land, if managed systematically, can provide a household with not only green, clean, fresh and nutritious vegetables around the year with very little kind of expenditure. And it also caters to the household nutrition food requirement. Particularly, it makes the women farmers self-reliant and also reduces the dependency on market or monetary savings, seed conservation, and protection of agro biodiversity, preparation of household crop plan, and making of it. Now, we are all familiar, like sustainable development goals is something all looking at, and every state is actually working hard towards this. And Odisha is not left behind in that matter. Now, Odisha is basically an agrarian state. 83% of the total population lives in the rural areas. And primary livelihood, they all depend on agriculture. Migration is something, and COVID, like post-COVID, the study which I have come up with, particularly in a tribal pocket, Karlamunda block, wherein there are females who are working in the field, and as like in some of the blocks of which Karlamunda is also a part, uh, there is a water holding capacity of the soil which is very low. It's drought prone, like situation is always there. Rainfall is inadequate, and less of irrigation facility over here. So climate is the most important factor, we all know, in agriculture production, which the effects of weather on agriculture are also far reaching in this area. So Gharbari model, we felt that there was a necessity. So assessment and all were done in the year 2018 and 19. And then in the like 20 villages of Kollamunda block, covering 200 women farmers, this project started. So as we already know, paddy, Kalahandi is known as the rice bowl of India. And paddy and post-paddy cotton is something every farmer looks at as a lucrative earning into the same. But then in the area, the farmer were actually, they were sensitized, and they got to know that once a farmer post paddy enters into the cotton cultivation, eh, they don't realize that it causes the soil depletion and inappropriate and excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers. It depletes and freshwater resources also. So the major concern of the people out here was that when they expected the income, it did not meet the kind of investment they did. And they were in a way polluting their fertile land, and whatever they earned, they were spent on meeting the needs of the family, such as healthcare, tools, and food. So looking at the sustainability and impact factor also, the Gharbari model, I would like to bring into everyone's understanding that when the project was implemented way back 2 years back, implementing strategies were innovative in a way. Need assessment through farmers-led planning process, wherein vegetable production assessment in VDC, Village Development Committee, and SAG meetings were conducted. Discussion and debate in nutrition value of seasonal vegetable was also done. Training and knowledge was also done along with meetings and season-wise vegetable production. Now, learning and exchange of experiences were encouraged. Ecological agriculture skills, growing vegetables organically, soil health management, climate stress, tolerant seeds collection, and exchange of ideas in the VDC through involvement of agriculture and horticulture department and technical know-how. So preparation of the Gharbari land were done, and seed collection, seed exchange, all these saplings and all this started with. Technical know-how is something which was actually done, and distribution of climate stress tolerant seeds, which I mentioned, was given. Low-cost vermicompost tank, organic fertilizer, and bio pesticide preparation units were done with very low-cost drip irrigation kit to all these families were given. And slowly monitoring and production was also done from the different district level officers, and even the gram panchayat people were grouped in, the lady sarpanches and all. So there was more of sensitization, and I am not able to share the pictures so that you could go through the pictures and understand. Now, when I talk about the model contribution to SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, that is goal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, end poverty in all forms, which is the goal 1. Gharbari provides multiple vegetable in lean period. It also provides instant cash throughout sale of vegetables. Kitchen garden provide around 8 to 10,000 income around the year. And moreover, post-COVID, when it was very difficult to transport vegetables and all, these families who were involved in this Gharbari project, they were not only able to cook in their own home, but also they were able to share in the neighboring houses. And goal 2, end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. As I told, round the year production of seasonal, nutritious, safe, clean, green and fresh vegetables were able to they were able to reduce the dependency on market and save the money. And this also increased the capacity on development on a climate resilient cropping pattern, conservation of climate stress tolerant seeds. Now, goal 3, when a person is or when a family is able to sustain their livelihood and increase their nutrition, we understand it will ensure goal 3, that is ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all stages, even pregnant women, lactating mothers, children, and old age persons who are vulnerable. We understand they were able to avail easily safe and nutrition food from their own kitchen garden. That is Gharbari. And ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. That is goal 4, wherein members of every family were engaged. The youth were also, they were encouraged, and they undertook the trainings and all the know-how. They were able to understand, and they helped in the production of nutrition rich vegetable and fruits. So experienced persons sharing their knowledge and all these were a part, wherein the health benefit was inculcated, and they could understand that fresh vegetable to youth and children, how they should be also involved in. And goal 5, as we all understand, gender equality is something we need to work on, and this is how 200 women were roped in, and they are now self-sufficient. So they were all empowered, and they were getting involved in agriculture decision-making activities like preparation of crop plans, selection of crops, seed conservation, organic farming, and cultivation of food crops instead of more of the cash crop, which I initially mentioned. It also contributed to goal 8, that is promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth with full and productive employment and decent work for all. So it reduces, as we already understand, the market dependency and promotion of micro enterprises based on local resources like organic vegetables. So 23 to 24 varieties of vegetables they could work. And even slowly, this is a period where in mushroom cultivation throughout there, it's a profitable venture. They have also started with it, and marketing of organic compost and other units. And also like nine goals, as I mentioned, goal 11, making cities and human settlements inclusive, that is safe, resilient and sustainable. So apart from producing safe food, conserving indigenous climate stress tolerant seeds, effective use of water, and helping the conservation of farmers friendly insects. It all helped, and farmers are not using any kind of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So Gharbari not only helped in environment keeping safe and build, it also helped in building safe and resilient environment. So apart from like climate resilient livelihood, as I mentioned, SDGs is something they actually fulfill the goal, and they are marching ahead. So the findings of the study, like as I mentioned, 8 to 24 variety of vegetables, all in organic way, and it covered 6.3 acres of Gharbari land, wherein 200 women farmers are involved. And in Kharif season, they had produced 132 tons of vegetables, and Rabi season 88 tons of vegetables from their kitchen gardens. So we can see smiles on the faces at the moment also, and there are some beautiful case studies I have come up with. And more than that, clean, green, fresh and safe vegetables, which is rich in carbohydrates, protein, minerals and multivitamins. So our district is anemic, and we understand with staple food like PDCs, it's 1 kg rice. Everybody understand it is easily freely available. But then we have come up with GP nutrition plan and all, so that the females are roped in and they understand on the health and impact factors. And finally, with the findings and all, there are some suggestions I would like to, like introduction of modern kitchen garden in Anganwadi is something I feel should be done. And school management committees and Gaon Kalyan Samiti, they should also appreciate. And at the government level, like Mo Kari Bagicha is something our government through NRLM is focusing on. Along with it, if collection of indigenous seeds of all vegetables and training to farmers on seed production techniques is done, the farmers could get appropriate price for their organic vegetables. And if it's done at the heart or vegetable weekly market, it could be set up at the Gram Panchayat level also. So this is how, and in brief, I mentioned about like how the Gharbari model and tribal women, not only they have played a crucial role in climate resilient livelihood practices, but also on the SDGs, they have played a big role, and innovative ideas and more of sharing. So this is how I would, I have done justice also, I feel, sir, and I've utilized. Finally, I concluded that a
Thank
small
you.
initiative. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Kumudini Mishra. Excellent, and I like this model of. We are looking forward the options that which would help us to develop a kind of climate smart agriculture or climate resilient society. And this is one of the models which you have studied in detail and given us the scientific perspective. I hope you have shared your presentation. If not,
yes, sir.
Please
yes, I have shared.
And also we are looking forward to receive your full paper.
Sure,
Please
I'll do
as
that.
early as
Thank
possible.
you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now I invite
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Virural Kumhar. Dr. Viru, are you listening to us? Dr. Viru? No? Dr. Viru is there? No? So with this, I conclude this session. Summary of the session, detailed summary of each and every session will be presented during the validity function of this international workshop. Due to paucity of time, we are not able to present the summary at the end of the session, but our reporters are making detailed report, and all aspects will be shared with the participants during the validity function. I thank the moderator of this session, Mr. Ranjit, and all our speakers for making excellent presentation and providing the insights from their in-depth field studies. This is much appreciated. Thank you so very much. Now we move to the technical session second of today's the first day of international workshop, and theme of this session is climate resilient livelihood. Chairperson of this session is a dynamic scholar from National Self Science Pune, National Self Science Government of India Pune, Dr. Avinash Sharma. Excellent scholar. You can look him how smart he looks. He is equally smart in conducting his research. He was in Antarctica for long, and recently he returned from there, shared his wonderful memories with us in social media and personally also. Definitely this time Dr. Sharma was not available when we have announced for this workshop, invited the talk. That time he was on his extensive field tour, and therefore he was not able to respond to us due to his field work. Next time, whenever we'll be organizing the events in day or in months to come, Dr. Sharma will share his experiences from Antarctica. But nonetheless, we are very happy to see him here, and I request Dr. Avinash Sharma to chair the session. And now floor is yours. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil, for nice words. And I'm sorry I was unable to contribute my talk to this wonderful conference. And there are many interesting talks. So without wasting time, because we are already running short of time, I think we have 9 presentations in this technical session. And I'm sorry to say I have to cut it down more to 6 minutes, and please try to come up with the key findings of your results or your research. And I would like to invite Dr. Sonal first to talk about his research or the talk. Please, Dr. Sonal.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Avinashji. Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Sonal Bindal, working as Research Associate with NIDM under CPCB project for preparation of crisis management plan for contamination of water body. Today, I am here to present a small section of the work we are doing for understanding the hydrometeorological drought assessment and its impacts due to climate change using remote sensing for Maharashtra. So this work was done by our intern, Rashmi Singh, and under the guidance of me and Professor Anil Kumar Gupta sir. And basically, so as everybody in the forum is already aware about the droughts and how it is impacting different parts of country and the different kinds of droughts. So basically, here in the study we actually considered hydrometeorological droughts, specifically why while there is an onset of monsoon and there is a shifting in the pattern of rainfall and temperature, and because of climate change and leading to the consequences of drought in the case of Maharashtra specifically, we try to understand and just quickly, because this is a literature review and stuff. So basically, when we try to understand the droughts which are occurring state-wise for India from 1991 to 2020, we concurrently observe that it is in the state of Maharashtra actually the number of droughts are occurring in more number of times in terms of incidences as well as the impacts on people and the crop and the agriculture practices, which are leading to a lot of destruction. So considering drought in case of Maharashtra, which majorly affects more than 85 lakhs of acres of area with more than 100,000 crores of economic losses. And also the trend was analyzed that in case of Maharashtra, most of the districts are actually impacted, leaving only 6 to 7 without being impacted with drought. And to understand the impact of drought with respect to the change in the rainfall pattern as well as in the temperature pattern, it was studied, and majorly the findings were that the impacts of drought were used to prepare a hazard index map, and these zones were created for basically understanding how the droughts are impacting in high risk zones, moderate risk zones, then intermediate risk zones, low risk zones, and no risk zones. And these pockets were identified using the predicted vulnerability models. Specifically, we have used machine learning models, support vector machine, and by using that model, we were able to estimate using the IPCC predicted values for temperature and precipitation for 2030 and 2050. And the vulnerability model outputs are created, and these pockets are basically will be used for identification of the hotspot areas, which needs actually the policy application to make sure that in the future for these coming years the drought impacts can be reduced, so that actually we are moving towards the goals of Sendai framework and decreasing the impacts of climate change vulnerabilities in the states of Maharashtra with respect to drought disaster. Thank you so much.
Well, very nice. I should appreciate the timely finish of your presentation. Wonderful data. Thank you very much, Dr. Sonal. I would like to invite Dr. Khushbu Chandra now to give a talk. Please, Dr. Khushbu. So Dr. Khushbu is there?
Yes, she is there, but I think her.
Yeah, I can see she's there, but I think she.
I'm here. Hello.
Okay. Okay. So please go ahead with your presentation, and please try to summarize in 6 minutes, please. I think we are unable to. So, Dr. Khushbu, in the meantime, you sort out the connection error with you. I'll invite Dr. Kasturi in the meantime for the talk. Please, Dr. Kasturi, please go ahead with your talk.
Please unmute.
Dr. Kasturi, please unmute and go ahead. Share your screen. Unmute, please. Unmute your app. Yes, wonderful. Can you hear us, Dr. Kasturi?
Your voice is not coming.
Yeah, even this slide are not moving further. If you have number, I mean, you can just call, or probably should I call the next speaker? In the meantime, maybe she can rectify.
You have number?
Dr. Khushbu, can you listen me, please?
Hello, sir. I'm just trying, sir. I'm unable to connect that. I'm just. Please give me some time, sir. Sorry. नहीं data नहीं है. Sir, sorry, sir. I'm just trying.
Chairperson को बोलिए. May I request the chair to invite the speaker if they can speak without PPT also, no problem. Up to the chair, please.
Yes, please go ahead. Dr. Khushbu, if you can present it without presentation, please go ahead. Because I think Dr. Kasturi's PPTs are stuck.
Okay, sir. Without presentation, sir.
Yeah, because we are unable to see your presentation.
Sir, just 1 minute, sir. I'm just last time, if you allow me. I'm just trying.
Dr. Khushbu, we have very limited time, so I request you.
Sorry, sir. Yeah, just I tried, but I am unable to fix my laptop. Sorry, sir. Sir, I am doing without presentation.
Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, rapporteur, participant. I, Khushbu Chandra from RPCIU Pusa, from Department of Plant Breeding and Genetics. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for providing me such an opportunity. And the topic of my talk is interrelation and cause effect of morphological trait with grain yield and oil content among Indian mustard genotypes under non-irrigated and irrigated condition. Climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture is an approach to help the people who manage the agricultural system and responded effectively to climate change. And there are many objectives of climate smart agriculture: increasing productivity, income, adapting to the climate change, reducing greenhouse gases emission. So climate smart agriculture is a way to achieve sustainable development goals. To achieve these goals, there are 17 interlinked goals, and these sectors which are critically important and interdependent need to come together. These sectors are economic, socio-political, environmental sectors. So what are the different challenges in agriculture? Increasing population. It increases from 1.38 billion to 1.7 billion by 2050. So to feed the alarming population, there is a need to boost up the rate of genetic gain yield to fill up the gap between the alarming population and demand of the food supply. Now with the increment in population as well as global warming, there is a dwindling natural resources leads to the shrinking non-availability of land as well as water resources. So now coming to the climate change, mainly due to the greenhouse gas, leads to increase in temperature. Then this will also affect the change in the seasonal cycle as well as rainfall pattern also get affected. So due to overexploitation of soil surface reduces the available natural micronutrients and present in the soil with them along with will also disturb the microbes which were present in that soil, which make available these nutrients to the plant root mass. To the root mass. Now, just climate change is a problem which is with the highest priority facing the mankind today, influencing the agricultural production worldwide. And climate change encompasses global warming. Main cause of global warming is CO2, greenhouse gases, and that too majorly it is contributed by methane emission from the rice field. Now coming to the abiotic stress and biotic stress, which affect the crop yield to the major extent. The abiotic stress like drought, high temperature, chilling, freezing, salinity, water logging, metal toxicity, nutrient deficiency. Then now coming to the biotic stress, mainly due to the insect, pest, nematodes, viral disease, fungi, herbivore, and weeds. Now, my crop is Indian mustard, Brassica gentiana, belongs to a family Brassicaceae, having a genomic constitution of AABB, which is amphid employed in nature with the chromosome number 2n equals to 36. And commonly, as we all know, is known as a Raya, Laha, at different places, different names. Originated in China, is a self-pollinated crop, grown as a rabi crop in India, and also best suited for rain-fed condition. It can be also used as condiment, edible oil, lubricating in some tanning industries also. And due to presence of a specific chemical like allyl isocyanate, it acts as a preservative also. So it is a good source of omega-3 fatty acid also. So now coming to the area production and productivity. Mustard growing in countries are Canada, China, Pakistan, Poland, Bangladesh, and Sweden. So India is one of the largest mustard growing country in the world, which occupies third position in area and in production, and after China and Canada, and now in seventh position in productivity. So in India, during the Yellow Revolution in 1986, almost among all the oilseed, rapeseed, mustard crop plays a vital role in achieving a self-sufficiency goal. So in slide, if I would have shown you, I have depicted major mustard growing states in India, from Rajasthan, followed by MP, UP, Haryana, West Bengal, Gujarat, Bihar, and Punjab. So now India occupies globally, we are just 20.8% of area, with production less than 10%. So now why there is a less production apart from we are having this much area. So in India, mainly it is cultivated in rain-fed area, which is limited up to 8.5%. So also due to abiotic stress affecting the crop productivity, and also due to the resource crunch, mainly grown in a submarginal, marginal land holdings with a poor soil.
Another
Yes,
1 minute to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now, just coming to the objective of my research is mainly based on the study of association and cause effect of the morpho quality traits in the yield. So the experiment was actually done in a randomized complete block design with 3 replications. Varuna is taken as a national check, and with having 20 genotypes, and these material procured from different AI CRIP centers. And then 20 genotypes, 2 conditions, even inside the Renard shelter, which strictly avoid the rainfall. And then E2, we have 2 irrigation, one at the pre-flowering stage, another one at pod formation stage. And in rain-fed condition, we are providing only basal dose of fertilizer. And in E2, along with the basal dose of 40, 20, 20, 40 NPKs, we are also providing top dressing of 40 kg nitrogen. And then it is showing we have taken 20 genotypes, out of which it is categorized in three different categories, 5 in basal, 12 in medium non-basal, and 3 in high non-basal. What is basal branching is mean if the branches coming out have prepared in slide, if the branching coming from the base of the plant up to
conclude your presentation, please. Just please.
Sir, shall I wind up like that?
Yeah. Because you have already taken 7 minutes.
Okay, sir. Means I directly come to the finding.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sir. The main outcome of the research is that under both the non-irrigated, irrigated, genotypic and phenotypic level, we are finding characters like days to 50% flowering, physiological maturity, secondary branches per primary mother axis, length of primary mother axis, all show positive correlation with grain yield. So if we concentrate over these characters, we will also enhance the grain yield, which is the main motive of the breeder. So positive in case we'll have also days to 50% flowering and maturity, will have negative direct effect on the grain yield. So if we go for the earlyness in the plant genotype, then we will also focus on the yield. and with the character like secondary branches on secondary primary mother axis and length of primary mother axis also have positive direct effect on grain yield, will ultimately enhance the grain yield. So on the basis of this experiment, I have suggested an ideotype based on the research is earliness in days to first flower open, days to 50% flowering, days to physiological maturity.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khushbu. I think we also have your presentation. So for those who are very much interested into your data, maybe go through your talk, and I hope you have already shared the presentation with the committee. I would like to request, thank you very much, Dr. Khushbu, and I would like to request Dr. Kasturi if she has sorted out the error of connection. Dr. Kasturi? I think Dr. Kasturi, can you hear us, please? Okay, never mind. So we'll move to the next one. Miss Nayana, are you ready with your talk? Miss Nayana. Dr. Sunil, is she available for the talk, or? I think Miss Nayana is also not available. We will move further to Dr. Rajshri. Can you please go ahead with your presentation? Dr. Rajshri. So, Dr. Sunil, should I move forward to the next speaker?
To unmute her, we are requesting her to unmute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajshri.
Yes, she is not there.
Should I move forward and invite?
Yes, we can invite
Dr. George?
Kasturi madam, Dr. Kasturi.
Dr. Kasturi, I think she's unable to connect, because if I can see her logo there in the app, it's saying it's connecting. So it will unnecessarily waste the time. Maybe we can invite her later, and in the meantime, we can invite Dr. George. If Dr. George is available. I think Dr. George is also, it seems, is not available. I can see on both the pages with no name with Dr. George. So we'll move further to the next speaker, Dr. Nagaraju. Dr. Nagaraju, if you are there, can you please proceed with your presentation? Well, I think Dr. Nagaraju is also he's not here. And then we have no other option than moving forward to the next speaker, Dr. Partha.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please share your screen and go ahead.
Answer, please. Am I visible, sir?
I think
Hello?
no, your screen is not visible to us. Yeah.
Okay, sir. I'll start.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, it
please
will
go
come.
ahead. Yes, thank you.
It's came. Once can say it has started from the middle. Anyway, sir, I will start. It will come. Yes, sir. Good evening to all the respected persons. Myself, Dr. Parthasarathi Swami. I have done my PhD from animal in the division of animal nutrition from Dignitary Research Institute. So I will add one more new dimension towards climate smart tool of in terms of animal feeding, that is nanominerals. Directly coming to the point is your minerals are very much essential for animals for their production, reproduction, and growth. So minerals can be divided into two parts, that is micromineral and macrominerals. Those mineral is the inorganic component of the diet which is required for the normal production and reproduction. So microminerals we can tell zinc, selenium, copper, iron, manganese, and macrominerals are calcium, phosphorus are the majors. So if you'll see, the mineral can be supplemented in three ways, that is organic, inorganic, and mineral and nano source, which is a new source. So when we are talking about smaller is beautiful. So in case of nano, it is smaller is powerful, and it is full of opportunity. So what is nano? Nano uh, is 10 to 1 billionth of a meter. So it is nanometer. So if you will see why we are going for nanoparticles, animals with inorganic sources, so which are very less in bioavailability. Bioavailability means the amount of mineral really available to the animal, and others are excreted. So that excreted mineral is creating havoc and causing environmental pollution, as many of the workers have commented on that. So excess supplementation of energy can cause serious environmental pollutions. Large scale commercial livestock production may result in mineral deposition which may exceed crop zinc requirement. Means any manner we can tell, sir. We need better sources which which reduce the excretion, and at the lesser dose we can get profit. So if we'll see the conclusion point, say
Dr. Partha, you are not audible to us actually.
better bioavailable sources with a lesser dose.
Yeah, now it's fine. Dr. Partha, we are unable to see your screen, and also we are unable to hear you.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. We can hear you. Please go ahead without your presentation if you are.
Okay, sir. Actually, I don't know. It was muted by somebody else. Okay, sir. I'll continue. The main thing is that actually without presentation. Okay, sir. ठीक है. Actually, when we are talking about nano minerals, so when we are feeding to the animals,
We lost you again.
the absorption percentage 12% from. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the so actually, sir, without presentation, it's difficult to
If you
make
can,
you understand.
1 minute, just go ahead and share the screen. Just 1 minute, please. We are running very short.
Okay, sir. I'll only 2 slides I'll show, sir.
Okay. Yes,
You can
wonderful.
see, sir.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
sir. This is one experiment where we have fed the rats with inorganic zinc and nano zinc, and we found that more amount of zinc was absorbed in the body. And if you will see in the percentage.
We have lost you again. Your presentation is there, but we are unable to hear you. Yeah, please go ahead with without your presentation. Because it's really late now. We cannot manage to keep it for long. Yeah,
Dr. Avinash,
So I think.
Dr. Avinash,
Yeah.
can we ask Dr. Swain to continue without PPT?
Yeah, I told him, but I think his voice is also not coming. So, and he's unable to hear us also.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead without your presentation because it's.
Okay, sir. No issue, sir. Actually.
Just conclude
Okay,
your
sir.
presentation here. What you have achieved from your experiment.
Yeah. In our experiment, sir, one experiment we had done with rats, and we found that in case of traditionally used mineral sources, that is inorganic sources, the absorption was only 16%. When we applied nano mineral sources, it was almost 22%. So there is improvement in the absorption, and those that absorption percentage was significant in animal productions. And the second trial also we have applied in case of goats, where the absorption percentage was only 17% in inorganic source, and in nano zinc, in nano source, we found 6%. So a huge improvement in absorption was recorded. And again, nanoparticle was found to affect the molar proportion of volatile fatty acid, which is a key contributor for global warming gases like methane. And this propionate was also improved, which is a hydrogen sink, as we all aware. So still this is in infancy nanotechnology. More research can be done to validate more products. Thank you, sir. Good day, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the talk. Unfortunately, we missed a portion of your interesting data in between, but I'm sure this will be available to us, and we'll be definitely looking into it. And next, I will invite Dr. Devi Swan to present the talk.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Should I share my slide or I'll start,
Yeah,
sir?
yeah, share. Please share your slides. But if you are unable to share, please go ahead without your presentation.
Okay, sir. One second. One second, sir. Good evening, all respected jury and persons associated. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And myself, Dr. Devi Prasanna Swai, and I have done my PhD in animal extension. So I am going to today I'll be talking about animal husbandry as an alternative source for livelihood during drought. And the study was done in Orissa, the western parts of Orissa, which was uh, prone in drought. And studies suggest that once in 2 years, those places goes through once drought once. So, not talking about detail, I'll be going to the point that livestock sector is agriculture sector is the major backbone of Indian currency, and among them, drought is drought affected the agriculture to the maximum up to 83%. And in our study, we wanted to give focus on the integrated farming system, and those mostly people are doing agriculture alone. So we wanted to we wanted to validate whether animal husbandry can be used as an alternative as a in drought prone area. So we have studied in 3 drought prone districts of Orissa, that is Western Orissa, Nuapada, Kolahandi, and Bolangir. So 300 respondents were collected, and we found that most of the respondents were of the middle age. Then the livestock possession was almost 50 to 50% people were having more than 10 livestock heads, and mostly they were socio-economic profiles told that they were mostly of having primary education, and they were not to the means they were not economically sound, so mostly they were having very less land occupation also. And if we'll see the migration, distress migration, the thing was that they used to migrate in case of drought, and in non-drought years they used to stay at home. So in our we assess their economic status during drought and non-drought years. So we found that almost 90% of respondents were severely affected during drought. As we are evident, we know that drought due to lack of rainfall, whole crop is been destroyed. But when we come we came and we asked our livestock farmers, so we found that they were not that much affected like agriculture farmers. And in the third category, we interacted with the landless laborers. They were not having land for agriculture, so mostly they were the people who were traveling nearby and doing the migration work. So they were having the opinion that if they will be having some amount of livestock, so in case of need they can sell them and they can get some money. And we interacted with them, and agriculture farmers, they told that erratic rainfall was the main constraint, along with drought. Uh, Drought threatens their household security and distress capital resources. Whereas for animal husbandry farmers, their main constraint was decrease in the productivity animal with drought, as their feeding will be a problem, and the farmers were economically very much uh, unstable, so they were not able to feed their animals properly. And for landless labor, the main problems were unemployment, and they were not able to feed their family, and total household income was reduced manifold. So so the strategy was the just I think, to conclude, the this is also means taken up by the government also during this COVID case, animal husbandry is less affected by natural calamities. So this can be used as risk management. So if poor farmers are having some heads of animals, they can have some kind of nutritional security as well as financial security. So so with this, I can conclude my talk that animal husbandry can be kept as a backup for poor farmers. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Devi. It's a wonderful talk. I think this is the key area where we need to contribute a lot, because this is something which we are all aware that a lot needs to be done. And thank you very much for your talk. And definitely, I'm sure you will contribute more towards the society, especially for this kind of crisis coming up in future. I'm sure you will definitely contribute to this area of research. I think we were having Dr. Kasturi. She was trying to connect us. If she is available, we can invite her. If not, then I think we can conclude the session here. And I can still see that Dr. Kasturi is unable to connect. So Dr. Sunil, I think probably she's unable to connect, and I think this is the time we have all the speakers who were present have talked about their topics. So should I conclude it, or do you want me to wait for another few minutes?
Yes, the session is yours, sir. You will have to decide. If you want 1 or 2 minutes, we can wait for Dr. Kasturi. Otherwise, we can proceed further.
I think she has some network issue, and since it's very late, and probably everyone wants to take a break, and maybe if she has the presentation with you, you can share on the conference link, and then probably that would be more interesting to have a look into her presentation. And here I would like to conclude, and I'm really not a person who fits well into this climate technical session which you were talking about. Very interesting talks, and thank you very much for taking us to your research areas. And I would like to thank all the committee members of the conference, and especially Dr. Sunil Nodyal for always there, being like a big brother to me, and inspiring us with his wonderful research and the kind of work he's doing at his research organization. With these few words, I would like to congratulate all of you for conducting this wonderful conference. And also, like Dr. Sunil said, that at the end of the conference in the valedictory function, the summary of these sessions will be presented. So with these few words, I once again thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay, now please give big hands to our dear chair, Dr. Avinash Sharma,
Thank you
for
very much.
conducting this session in highly meticulous manner. And I also thank all the presenters for making very lucid presentation, and they tried to summarize their lengthy presentation, which they would have prepared for 15 minutes. They have summarized in 7 to 8 minutes. That is also an art in such circumstances, how to communicate if time is a constraint. So they have done wonderful job, and chairperson of the session, Dr. Avinash Sharma, was requesting them to do so, and they have done in very highly professional manner. So on behalf of our collaborator and on behalf of my friend Professor Anil Kumar Gupta, NIDM, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, on behalf of the Director ISEC, Professor S. Madheswaran, and my own behalf, and on behalf of our organizing committee and our conference secretaries, because they are the backbone of this conference, Dr. Sweta Bedya, Ms. Fatima Amin, and Mr. YD Imran Khan. I thank you all for your very active participation in this 3-day international conference on very topical and contemporary issue. I'm sure as chair of the session, Dr. Avinash Sharma has pointed out that summary of each of the session will be presented during the valedictory. Also, we will share the proceedings of deliberations to you all through email. We have your email IDs. I request you all to join us tomorrow. Tomorrow again, we are going to have very, very interesting presentation. We have 2 interesting panels on panel discussion number 3 on sustainable urbanization and resilient cities. The doyens of the field will be sharing their expert views in this panel, and panel number 4, traditional ecological knowledge and socio-ecological sustainability in contemporary debate. Again, here we will be having very renowned scholars like Professor K.N. Ganesaya and Professor Raj Sekhan, Professor K.S. Rao, Professor Dr. Meenakshi Negi, Professor R.K. Mekuri, Professor R.S. Rawal, Professor Subhash Chandran from IST. All will be presenting their expert views. These session or these panel discussion will be a great lesson to us to understand further the crux of this contemporary research topic. In addition to that, we will be having three technical sessions tomorrow. So again, day is going to be very, very productive and very, very fruitful. So I request you all to join us tomorrow. We'll be very happy to see you, and I hope tomorrow we will have time to have a separate kind of what do we say, from the discussion we can delineate some time for discussion, particularly question and answer session in each of the session. So with these words, I thank you once again, and I thank our Kamath ji. उनको मैं सुबह थैंक करना भूल गया था, that was my mistake, but वो हो जाता कभी कभी. आपका सहयोग के लिए कामत जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और I wish you all a very lovely evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So we close the session now, and you may kindly quit.